How's everyone doing today? Hope everyone had a good week and are excited and ready to jump back into 100 line today. I definitely am. Been looking forward to it all week. Luckily I had a short work week this week, having Monday off, beginning to stream Monday as well. That was nice. Hey Starkiller, Blue Star, Dumla, welcome you guys to the stream. I think today, probably we don't complete a route, but we at least have some fun. And we should also get close to it. I think we should get the answers that we're looking for, at least in the stream. I don't think we complete this route, but I think we get close. Been watching the VODs? Awesome. It's good to hear. Thank you. Hope you're enjoying them. Hope I've been entertaining you as you go through. Also want to give a quick shout out. I know in the Discord, they mentioned that they probably won't make it today, but to Cosmos, who watched the VODs again when I requested it and put in the timestamps for when the Bond events were. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Final Fighter, hello. Welcome. There's a solid chance you finish this? Nice. I'm kind of tempted to see, I mean, if we have to go like 7 hours or so to finish this route, I might tonight. No way I'd finish tonight? Oh, I do kind of. I mean, I guess we can just finish tomorrow and then start another route, but I do kind of want answers. You like the VODs and you want to join on the discussion? Awesome. Remember, you can also join the Discord server if you want to chat with people as well. There are quite a few people in the community that are a little bit farther ahead than I am. But they are using spoiler tags to discuss 100 lines, so everything is very well moderated thanks to 12 Hours and Final Fighter, where there are no like raw spoilers being posted unless I've already streamed them. So if you're keeping up with the VODs and you're chatting in my Discord server, link in the description below, you won't get spoiled on anything. Hey guy. What's up, man? Where's last line? I'm surprised we haven't heard like last line of defense as a dialogue. Guess maybe it would be too on the nose. I feel like this route is going to be a serious slow burn. Yeah, I mean, we've still got like a ways to go for sure. I mean, we're at like day 80 on this route, so this has definitely been like the slowest paced route though, for sure. But I think just based on how the last stream ended on Monday, I do think we're about to really pick up the pace. I think the slow burning is finally is heating up. I don't think we're slow burning anymore. I think the flames are lit. The beacons are lit. We're gonna start getting a lot of info and a lot of stuff happening fast. Could be wrong. Maybe it still trickles. There's just embers for another few days, but I feel like stuff's popping up. Also, I don't know why I forget about this every time. I should probably move the microphone in front of my mouth so you guys can hear me better. Yeah, thank you, 12 hours. I just put it together as soon as, right about the same time you did. I was just talking, like, wait a minute. The microphone's not in my mouth. This route's one of your favorites because of the lore implications. Okay. Do I sound better now, by the way? Hey, Savetta. Hey, Farhan. This route's main event happened in, like, the last 30 days or so. That's why the first half takes so long. Yeah, there's definitely just, like, a lot of, like... Especially in this route, there's a lot of days that I kind of feel like could have been cut. Like, there's... Like, Takumi's like, let's investigate, and then that day's free time. It's like, what? So Takumi's not investigating. But... I guess they didn't feel like you could skip ahead in the story. Finishing it today is not happening? You wanted free time? I like the free time, don't get me wrong. It's just weird that the story is like Takumi is like preaching urgency and is like, we gotta investigate, and the game's like, free time. I would have almost preferred, like in the last route we did, where there's like the forced segments where you have to go and talk to the other members of the special defense unit. The route's like, hey, go talk to so-and-so. And then go talk to so-and-so. Like, it just feels like a weird juxtaposition. The killing game route, where they're like, you need to go talk to these 5 people and see if they know anything about what happened. This route doesn't do that, even though this route actually implies that you're investigating. Whereas in the killing game route, there was like nothing to investigate. I don't know. Weird. Not necessarily a bad thing. It was just weird. I don't mind the free time right now because, I mean, we still have a lot of bond events to get. I still have to get enough points to upgrade everyone's like abilities. I actually still don't have the achievement technically because I've been distributing my upgrades so much. I actually still don't have the achievement to max out someone's class weapon. Yeah, I still don't have upgrade. I haven't upgraded, so I still don't have the achievement for upgrading someone's class weapon to max level, upgrading any trap to max level, or upgrading any potion to max level. I don't have any of those achievements because I've been distributing my upgrades so much. And then, yeah, I still have to also get everyone's bond events, which we will be doing. Definitely going to be doing everyone's bond events. I want to also complete their item lists so we can have a little bit of completionism, just so we can basically just be doing everything, you know? Wanted to bring up on the killing route, Takumi ran into 2 people in the pod room that injected him with something, and they said they weren't with the sponsor. Yeah, nothing came of that in the killing game route. So it definitely seems like one of those things where that is a clue for another route. Very Zero Escape timeline shift kind of deal. Where there's like, okay, you learned something in this timeline, now you go to another route, and then that like comes to fruition. Taku! What's up? You've been doing mandatory explorations? You're on a route that does mandatory explorations? God, I think that would probably be my least favorite. I don't mind combat. I like when you're fighting and you're playing with the characters and stuff. That's awesome. I think that's really fun. I like visual novel segments, of course, the main segment. I like free time. I think exploration's my least favorite part of the game. Anyway, follow me and make sure to subscribe as I get all of the achievements in Danganronpa Summer Season or whatever the fuck. What is it? Danganronpa Ultimate Summer Camp. Yeah. We're gonna get all the achievements in Danganronpa's summer camp. Just kidding. Maybe. It would kind of be funny. Hey, what's up, Zombody? How's it going, man? Sorry to hear that the job search is still struggling. Alright, I think we've waited long enough for the YouTube notification to go out, so I think it's time to get rolling. You're a bit of a theorist, so sorry if you become a bit of a yapper. No, dude, I love that. Yap away. I love when chat's active. So, yap yap. I think there's a bunch of time traveling shenanigans going on. Yeah, I agree. I also think there's a lot. That's been part of my theory, that there's definitely time traveling shenanigans afoot. Plus, I mean, we know Eito has got like some weird time travel ability that hasn't really been elaborated on yet. Just we've kind of breached the cusp of that. There's been a suggestion that he's just there still. So something's up. I think the story is supposed to be played by choosing the kill Eito route first. I think you mean spare route first. And yeah, we've kind of come to the conclusion that that was the route you're supposed to choose first, but I just kind of wanted to kill him. You know what I mean? There's just something about him that just seems so killable. You know what I mean? Just so stabbable. Plausible it's more than Takumi and Eito time traveling. I would say that it's probably limited to Takumi, Eito, and Hiruko. Maybe. I'm less likely on, but yes, I do think Takumi and Eito are for sure timeline hopping. Hiruko I've got suspicions on, but even if she's not, I wouldn't be like, that doesn't make any sense. Because I do feel it's also believable that she just knows more because she's got other things going on that aren't particularly time traveling. So I would be 50-50-ish on that. We need more time with her, because so far we just keep fucking not being able to talk to her. We even had the like split decision, it's your future, choose your path. Do you want to romance Nozomi? Do you want to romance Hiruko? And I was like, I want to romance Hiruko, and Yugamu fucking cockblocked me, so that went well. Honestly, you think this might this is a better way to play it? It gives you a lot more questions and saves the answers for later. Yeah, no, I like that there's more mystery. I think I would be disappointed. I think this route especially would not be that interesting if we knew the answers to it already. Like, if the whole time we know who the killer is, I think this route would be kind of boring. Part of the fun is, like, constantly being, like, on the edge of your seat. Like, alright, let's figure it out. Although I think we've teased it a little bit too long. The Hiruko being like, I'm gonna go to my room thing kind of irritated me. But to recap, for those of you who haven't watched in a week, or so, some of you who might not have finished watching the entirety of the Monday VOD, we left ourselves off with diminishing classmates are left. I think there's 11 left, so quite a few people have died already. We were all camping out in the gym, sleeping every night, going in shifts to try and keep each other alive and safe from the killer. But on the night before this stream is taking place, someone set the gym up on fire, and it burned to the ground, and that's what we're looking at here. So, we're assuming the killer, but it could have been someone else, has set the gym on fire, smoked us out of there, and now we're a little bit more vulnerable to the killer. But we're going back in with Kako and Ima to investigate the fire. We didn't start the fire. Na 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 na. You got a couple answers from your time on the spare side? Yeah, I do kind of want to, after we complete this route, which apparently Starkiller and Final Fighter are saying will take me a while, but I do want to jump over to spare side after this. I think we've explored the kill side enough. I just kind of, we got to mix it up a little bit. I'd like to go spare after this. But, I mean, we basically did like 2.5 kill routes of the 4 kill routes, so I'm not too worried about it. Definitely unintentional. Yeah, but it's all worked out. It's been fun. I've been enjoying the mystery and the paths we've chosen so far, so I don't think that's an issue. Alright. Inside the gym, the stench of the fire still filled the air. We held our noses to avoid breathing it in.
Whoa! Everything is burnt to a crisp, including all our stuff.
Gotta move the microphone because I couldn't fucking see the dialogue.
This is obvious, but the fire originated from the vaulting box, which is the place most damaged.
Did it really burn all of our stuff? Like, I thought everyone was still like going to their rooms daily, so weird that everyone would have brought their stuff out here. But we've got the Gift-O-Matic. Also, we've gone too far in this route of mysteries for Kako to not like be fulfilling her detective wishes, which is, as I said last stream, has been something that's really disappointing me. Like, I want Detective Kako to start getting more involved. So hopefully this is the start of her being a detective. Hey, Adam. What's up, buddy?
These scorch marks, they're not natural. I have to assume someone did this intentionally.
That reminds me of this line from Halo. This cave is not artificial. Someone built it.
Intentionally? How?
Here, look. I knew it.
Subasa picked up something square-shaped out of the burnt wreckage. I don't know what any of the routes are, Farhan. I've kept myself completely in the dark on this game, so I haven't even looked up route names. I know... The only thing I know about Hunterline is what we've experienced on stream. I know nothing else. I've been, like, in the dark on any information on the game. I don't even know route lists. All I know is there's, like, 20 routes and 100 endings. And so I don't know what that technically is. But yeah, we'll get to all the routes eventually.
It's burnt, so there are no identifying marks on it. But this is probably a timed incendiary device. It was inside the bolting box.
It's kind of weird how Kako hasn't been doing much. In Route 0, she was the main person coming up with theories. Yeah, and like Route 0 definitely teased that she has the potential to be a detective, because she kind of snuffed out that there was a traitor in the team before any other character. I mean, obviously some of the smart characters at that point in Route 0 were already dead. So, yeah, like maybe Hiruko would have figured it out sooner, but I mean, Kako showed potential, and that was kind of what I was hoping was like, you know, Route 0 is the prologue, the tease, and then we would come in through one of the routes, and then Kako would come into her own. Being probably nudged by Takumi into that direction, knowing that she's got that detective inclination, she's got that latent potential, that Takumi could come in and then say, like, hey, you should really try this. You're not bad at it. But, like, the thing is, again, I know we like Subasa. I like Subasa. She's a great character, and she's fun. But I feel that Subasa's kind of been stealing a lot of Kako's thunder in this route. Because, like, even here, right, like, what we just said right here, like, Subasa's also figuring, like, discovering evidence. She finds the timed incendiary device. Like, Subasa's done enough in the route already as it stands to be, like, a significant character in this route. She doesn't need to also be the one finding the clues and finding the evidence. Like, let Kako find this. Because I know Subasa's the mechanic, but Kako, I would also believe, would know what a timed incendiary device is. If she's reading detective novels, there's a lot of mystery theory, like mystery stories and stuff that revolve around like timed incendiary devices and like setting fires remotely so the killer looks like they're in one area but they're actually in another. And it's like, it's definitely like, okay, Subasa's the favorite. I get it. I like her, but you don't have to keep selling me on Subasa. I like her already. Chill. You're holding out hope she'll shine one day? Yeah, I hope so. Gatonade, I say your name wrong every stream, and I'm still sorry about it. But thank you. But welcome to the stream, and thank you for agreeing with me.
An incendiary device?
The killer planted it in advance and started the fire while we were sleeping.
Okay.
Exactly. The reason the fire was so intense is because they'd loaded it with fuel.
But when did they have time to plant it? Was it there for a while?
Does this not sound like Takumi, by the way? These, like, this entire dialogue where Takumi's been talking, his voice actor, like, sounds different here. Maybe I'm going crazy.
I'm not sure.
What?
Sister dearest? What is it?
Oh, I was just thinking.
Let her cook.
Are your master detective senses tingling? You must tell me.
It's not exactly clear to me yet, so I'll tell you later.
For now, let's sweep the gym. We might find something.
Roger that.
Master detective. I don't know about that. We didn't find any additional clues. However, deep inside the piles of ash and cinder, I found the diary I discovered in the library. Miraculously, it wasn't even singed. I'd forgotten all about it since I'd assumed it was a work of fiction. I decided to bring it with me anyway. And so, day 81 passed in no time at all. We just said this last stream. Something's up with that book. That room is like literally scorched and like nothing but ash. And you're telling me that book that's already basically old paper that would be the equivalent of kindling survived the fire? It's the Death Note.
Get preppy, ready to give.
Oh, I got some good shut-eye last night. Thanks to the new bedding, I woke up refreshed this morning. Once I've washed up, I'll go to the cafeteria. God, imagine, like, you basically have, like, how many roommates if we're all sleeping in the rec room together? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right? Yeah, I counted correctly. I can do number good. At least 8 roommates. I forget who else is around. That's a fucking Jesus. You're trying to sleep and you got 8 people making noise other than you in the room. No thanks. I would zero chance I'd fall asleep. Subasa feels like the author's favorite, thanks to how they're basically the super genius mechanic. Yeah. She's letting her idea cook. The book reminds you of the book in Harry Potter movie where it influenced people. God, I haven't experienced Harry Potter in years. I vaguely remember what you're talking about. Subasa shines more in the kill side than spare from what you've seen. I would have to imagine so, just because it seems like Subasa's abilities would be more fitting in a route where there's mystery and stuff. I get the sense that there's less mystery at least these kinds of mysteries in the spare side. Because not killing Eito, I feel like doesn't have the same butterfly effect of like unleashing a series of murders. The world is more merciful because Takumi is more merciful, is my theory. We were all sitting at the dinner table. With our numbers decreased yet again, the cafeteria was unnaturally quiet. There's only 9 of us now. There wasn't even time to mourn the past anymore. The only thing on our minds was getting through one day at a time. Mr. Sumino, what are your plans for the day? Well, maybe I'll try to make a trap for the killer, or some kind of weapon. I read all the books the other day, and I don't have anything to show for it. Takumi, you already started making something in the metal shop.
Huh?
What are you talking about? When the 4 of us went to the metal shop together, don't you remember? I feel like we already established that Takumi makes no memory of the metal shop.
Uh-huh.
I only remembered yesterday after my dear sister mentioned it. Playing dumb won't get you anywhere.
Huh?
In the hands of the famed detective Sumiko, Tsukimo, your secrets will all be laid bare. Wait a minute, hold on. What are you talking about? Kako's not a master detective. She hasn't been doing any detective work. You sure you don't have me mixed up with someone else? The other red-haired dudes? The 4 of us had gone to the metal shop on day 78. That much was true. I'd been perusing reference books in search of something to make, and suddenly found myself all alone. Iba and the others reappeared just as suddenly, and they told me the killer had been spotted, so in the end, I never got to make anything. It's funny, in Route 0, Takumi's obsessed with Nozomi, and after like 30 days in next timeline, he's like, Nozomi, I forgot you're here, yeah? He gives up on her quite fast. Sorry, but I really don't know what you're talking about. I never made anything. I spoke firmly and clear. Ima and Kako exchanged mystified looks. Message received. Maybe we misunderstood something.
Huh.
We'll be taking off, if you don't mind. Sister Dearest and I have something we need to do today. Hey! After arbitrarily deciding our conversation was over, the 2 of them left the cafeteria, so they're definitely going to investigate what Takumi's up to. What was that about? Come to think of it, when that happened, they were saying all kinds of nonsense about me instantly teleporting and the like. Do they suspect me? But that can't be. They were the ones who backed up my alibi. Everyone's jumping at shadows because of the killer. Not what you want to see. After letting out a heavy sigh, I gathered myself and decided to get to work. Today, I'm with Yugamu and Kioska. Kioska, my beloved. Free time! Where are we at on giving people stuff? Can we complete Gaku's list? Oh, whoops. We can.
Whoa! If you're sure I can have it, I'll take it! This is awesome!
Bond event?
When are we gonna get to leave this place? It's messing up my part-time job schedule.
After like 80 days of no call, no show on your part-time job, Gaku, I hate to break it to you, you are probably not employed anymore.
My schedule's filled to the brim with work every day. I like working though, so it's fine. It's super tiring, but I'd rather be at work than back home in my cramped, noisy house. All that work's how I learned to cook, too. And I learned how to DJ on the job.
What jobs is he working where he can cook and DJ?
Manual labor pays the most, but I'm not good at that kind of stuff. I have a feeling I'll be running my own store sometime in the future, sooner or later. I'm counting on you to be a regular when I do. Buy lots of stuff from me, okay?
I don't get the... I mean, I guess it's because he always puts his money back into the orphanage, right? But I was going to be like, how is he working all of these jobs and still, like, broke as fuck? Like, what's happening? How is he just so dramatically mismanaging his funds? Unless it's just because he's always putting the money back into the orphanage. Damn. Rough luck. You forgot what Gaku sounds like? Gaku sounds like... I know, because he was gone for so long. It's very easy to be like, who were you again? You find it weird how Takumi doesn't say anything back in these? I do as well. It definitely feels like they're just kind of like giving their backstory or stuff about their personality to the player, which is a little odd. But like specifically to the player, not Ima. Or I'm looking at Ima. To the player, not Takumi. It's a little odd, but it's like I know that there's supposed to be like persona like social links, but the thing is like the player character usually has like some involvement during those like during these social link events in Persona. Even like it's just you picking some responses. It is odd that they just don't respond to you, or like that the player doesn't say anything in these.
Wow, for me? Yes, thank you.
Another Bond event.
My dear sister and I have been on our own since we were very young. After our parents died, and our relatives abandoned us.
Why did the relatives abandon them? Has that been revealed yet? It does seem odd that they're just like, yeah, our relatives abandoned us. It's come up before, but I feel like we don't know why.
We had to earn our living any way we could. But there weren't a lot of options for a pair of unskilled miners like us. We ended up doing a bunch of underground stuff. Those guys didn't care if we were underage, just so long as we made ourselves useful. You wouldn't believe the things I've done for money. When it comes to protecting my dear sister, nothing is off the table. I've done things that hurt others. Things that hurt myself.
I find it odd that he's like, I've done things that hurt others, but yet he was one of the most unwilling people to fight in Route Zero. Feels like violence should have been accustomed to him then. Or he should have been accustomed to the violence then. That's a little odd.
But I made sure to always have a smile on my face so my dear sister wouldn't be afraid. And thanks to the nice ladies who've been patronizing me, my income's been a lot more stable these days.
He has multiple sugar mommies?
Not only that, but I'll be hailed as a hero once this war is over, right? Sounds like my dear sister and I will finally be able to take it easy.
I don't think he'll be hailed as a hero, because I think the government's going to keep this very hush-hush. Hey, great news, people of the TRC. We kidnapped a group of child soldiers and forced them to fight by exterminating another group of humans that were left on the planet after we went to the moon. Isn't that great? Nothing morally suggestive about that. They're just gonna be like,
You never know.
Anyway, it's safe to go back to planet Earth now. Bye. Also, I don't feel like the being able to skip the bing bong is that fluid. Maybe if I need to hit escape or something, I'm hitting space. A lot of times it's the relatives just not wanting to take care of him. Okay. Found it weird how hard they made it seem like convincing Ema would be before the twins arc. Yeah, that I agree. 12 hours. Like, hey, yeah, the invaders are coming to the school, and if the school falls, Kako won't be safe anymore. So it seems like Ema should have been one of the first people to be ready to fight. So it is very weird that he's like the longest holdout in Route 0. Especially because so far in the kill route, like Ema's one of the first willing to get back into combat. Like he gets his class armor prepped like no problem in the kill side now. And there was not really any different of an interaction, I feel like, to get him in there. Like, I could get Shoma and Gaku being, like, the last holdouts. But Ema being the last holdout in Route 0 came across to me as weird. I could see Kako being later. Shoma, Gaku. Those all make sense to me as, like, the holdouts. Oh, shit. We survived another day. The life sign reading is still 10. Was the killer hiding somewhere? I've been thinking more about the killer than our war with the invaders as of late. But who can blame me? I was on edge 24/7, worrying about when the killer might show up next. I guess I'll sleep until it's time to go on lookout. Probably because Eito is weaving distrust among the group. And Ema is most vulnerable to that. I suppose that makes sense. The evening passed without incident, and a new morning was soon upon us. Free time!
Get prepared.
It also seems like when you skip the Bing Bong cutscene, it still takes just as long to, like, load the next part of the, game anyway. Feel the twins are getting too important? They're going next? No, I think Hiruko is going next. To deny us getting any answers. Okay, what do I do today? Good morning, Mr. Samino. Do you have your plans figured out for the day? No. I was just thinking about what I should do. How about you? I was hoping to run some tests on the prototype killer trap I made with my dear brother. Oh, you mean the murderer fly tape you guys were talking about before?
Hey.
But of course, it's an outstanding development created by brother and sister. Sister dearest, you should get a Nobel Prize. So they really made it. When did they pull that off, anyway? We were hoping you could help us, Takumi. We want to test its durability. That's a trap. I don't mind, but... That settles it. Then the three of us will team up today. At Ema and Kako's request, the three of us ended up working together in the afternoon. When we met up in the metal shop, Ema and Kako immediately pulled out their prototype trap. They quickly laid a large adhesive sheet out on the floor. The construction's very simple, but it might be able to catch them at night or in places with low visibility. Isn't it dangerous to just have this lying around? What if it accidentally snags one of us? That's the problem. We wanted to see for ourselves, so we're going to have you pretend to be the killer. Oh, this is a trap. Me, the killer? This is going to get me covered in glue, isn't it? We have other sheets with different viscosities of adhesive that we made in the biolab. We'll go get them. So wait here a second if you don't mind. I'll just come with you. It said that Moko's never going to make it 10 She is the fated tragic death every route. Just stay here and look after the sheet, Mr. Sumino. We wouldn't want anyone to get stuck on it. We'll be right back, so please keep an eye on it. With that, the two of them left the metal shop. Keep an eye on it? There's not much to see here. I yawned and looked around absently. As I did, my eyes just happened to land at the locker. The power saw and suit should have still been inside that locker, but now it stood empty. I had set the combination to 6914. I chose that number to represent the 14 of us and the 69 remaining days we had to try and survive.
Only 9 of us left.
Those thoughts involuntarily rose to the surface. I stood and stared at the locker, expressionless. It suddenly hit me that Ima and Kako had been gone for quite a while. This is taking too long. What happened to those two? Maybe they had some kind of trouble that was slowing them down. They said they were going to the biolab, right? I'll just go check. When I opened the door to the biolab, there was no sign of anyone inside. Huh? Where did Ima and Kako... I was just about to ask where they'd gone when I'd stopped in my tracks. An unpleasant stench pricked my nose. Don't tell me. With an ominous feeling, I quietly stepped further into the biolab to find... He called it 12 hours. The dead bodies splayed out before me were definitely Ima and Kako. The two of them were huddled together in a sea of red blood, their bodies covered in slashes. I have to revive them. I reached out to grab the twins' bodies, but I couldn't get a grip on them. The blood kept making my hands slip. I can't. I need to get someone else. My mind was strangely calm given the horrific scene of despair. In the back of my mind, I already knew the truth. They had lost all their cryptoglobin. There was no saving them. I can only remember fragments of what happened after that. I went to get everyone else, trying not to slip on the blood. Everyone was shocked to see their friends covered in so much blood. There was a lot of screaming. So these two definitely seem to get ripped apart the most, then. No! Ima, Kako! More casualties! How shameful that I couldn't save them! Not again. Why is this happening? Takumi, I thought you were with them. How did this happen, man? Blaming him won't do us any good. We just need to try and come up with a way to prevent further harm. It's pointless. We're not gonna come up with jack, dude. We just are stuck here waiting to get murked. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Gaku, stop. Hitting stuff won't solve anything. Let's get them to the morgue. I can't bear to see them like this any longer. I just sat back and watched my distraught friends in silence. I wasn't the only one, though. Hiruko did the same. I hate how every time you crave Arby's, you get Arby's and then remember you don't like Arby's. Listen, the those beef and cheddars are pretty good. It's the it's like all the cheddar, melted cheese. That's addicting, even if the meat's like only so-so. Arby's question mark. Arby's isn't bad. It's good junk food every once in a while. Shit, maybe I want Arby's this weekend now. Also, I just noticed the rip the views. Is the streak of 100 lines dominance on my channel at an end? Or can we keep going? I guess it's still too early in the night to see. There's just so many other options. That's true, but you gotta mix it up every once in a while. You have the same things over and over again. It can get boring. Another day gone. We brought Ima and Kako's bodies to the morgue, and before we knew it, it was night. Maybe it was the mental exhaustion, but everyone went to sleep before the nighttime announcement. Time for me to stand watch. I remember your Arby's finger story. Okay, you can't just say that out of context. You can't just drop it like that, because then it sounds weird. Alright, so the Arby's finger story that Guy is referring to is the one. The long story short of it is, in my hometown when I was in high school, at the Arby's in my town, there was a lady who worked there, and like when she was using the meat slicer, she cut her finger off, and she like didn't report it, and like so I think she was afraid she was like gonna lose her job or something, so she just didn't report that she cut her finger off in the like meat slicer. But the problem was, because she didn't tell anyone, she just kept acting normal, and so she served like her finger on one of the sandwiches, like, because you know, once you slice all the meat, it just ends up in like a pile. So if you just keep making sandwiches out of the piles of meat, you're not really like sifting through it. So the finger ended up in someone's sandwich. That's the Arby's finger story that Guy's referring to. But yeah, and so then they had to close down the Arby's in my hometown. And then the guy that obviously got the finger sandwich got to sue. She didn't want her own finger back. So I never knew who the person was, obviously, like who got their finger cut off. But the rumor was always that the only reason that people could think of that she didn't like report that she got her finger cut off and didn't want to draw attention to it, and just wanted to keep working, was because obviously she wasn't like she was an undocumented immigrant. So like she was afraid that if she reported like that she got her finger cut off and like had to get medical attention, that people would find out. And then she would get in more trouble. So like her justification was just to keep it quiet and just keep working. Which is what I would have to assume that's why. Like I can't, like if I cut my finger off, everyone in like a 10-mile radius is going to know that that happened to me. Like I am going to fucking freak out. I'm not going to keep working. I'm not going to, there's nothing, I'm going to do nothing but let everybody know until I get treated. Like, I don't know. But yeah, also sorry to bring that up. Bring up the, or to describe the food thing. Sakuna must be delighted. Oh yeah, it was probably his favorite sandwich. But yeah, rip to those eating. Arby's is the true finger-licking good restaurant. Yeah. I a lot of people when I was in high school made that joke as well. It's just so memorable. About a mice getting fried at KFC. I just feel like the human meat would be worse. I don't know. Like, even if it's a mouse, like, obviously, yeah, that's also gross, but, like, at least it's not human meat. And you're just eating your fucking beef and cheddar and you get a nice mouthful of human skin. Anyway, what were you saying about the game again? Blue Star. Sorry, I was in the middle of my important story. Oh yeah, yeah, I think Kurara's mask is definitely going to be useful for some of the mysteries. I think obviously Kurara's mask's the perfect spot to use bait and switch, or to have some characters swap out, like with her mask. There's for sure an intention to that. Like, obviously she was given the character trait of she becomes more passive without the mask on, but I feel like that's not even the, like, I feel like that was just added on. The real reason is so they can play, mystery with that mask. I mean, if you think about it, it's literally a zero escape thing as well. From Virtue's Last Reward, Kay, obviously having the helmet on, and not being identifiable is like one of the big mysteries of that game. So it makes sense that they would use that mask trope again in this game to probably a similar effect. In conclusion, never eat at Arby's. Hey, I still eat at Arby's. I get it, man. I grew up... that happened when I was in high school, and it's just like one of those things where it's like... I still eat Arby's every once in a while. It didn't scare me away. It's just like when they explain, like, do you know what's in chicken nuggets? Do you know what's in hot dogs? And I'm like... yeah, it's good shit. Give me more of it. I'm gonna go get another, thank you. So, I get it. And yeah, I still eat Arby's every once in a while. You get a beef and cheddar. You get one of those apple turnovers. Every once in a while, I get a shake when I go. Sometimes those curly fries. It's pretty fucking good. Also, in my Discord server, I made a Kurara emoji using her mask and my favorite expression of her. So again, if you join my Discord server, you'll get another emoji to use. And I mean, this is so this is not even to be a big YouTube whore and self-plugging, but I would like to make the Kurara emoji one of the emojis for my channel, but I need more members to be able to add more emojis to the YouTube live stream chat. So if you become a member today, and I get access to more emojis, I will add the Kurara tomato head emoji to the list. Makes you wonder why they didn't take over Kurara on the killing game route, because they needed the suit to be immune to the attacks. If they just took over Kurara, it wouldn't have worked. Because they needed the suit to be invulnerable to the attacks, or from the hemo anima attacks. I'll recommend you a Yuri manga, Final Fighter. Ain't no way are you recommending a Yuri manga to Final Fighter that she hasn't already heard of and or possibly read. In a way. Anyway, Takumi's gonna stay guard. I changed into my class armor, grabbed a blanket and a weapon to defend myself with, then headed for my post. Also, can I say that this music was very fitting for my Arby's story? I feel like I should make that. Should that be a YouTube short, despite the fact that that has nothing to do with 100 line? Should I make that a YouTube short anyway? And it can just be channel lore for my life. It's so good. Oh, I can also, I guess if I make it a short, I can like I can show pictures of the like news story. I still have the like the local news story saved, and since I don't live in my hometown anymore, it's not doxing myself if I post it. Yeah, I'll make it a story. That'll be, or I'll make it a short. That'll be funny. Maybe one day you'll get a big payout. It's true. Keep eating Arby's. Win the lotto. All right, I'll make that a short. Let me take note. Alright. Also, why do they keep changing into their class armor? Now that we know that the killer is immune to hemoanima attacks. I mean, I guess in this route they didn't figure out that the killer is vulnerable to regular attacks. But I mean, what's the point of changing into class armor? Have we figured out, does the class armor, like, actually act as armor to them, or does it just give them access to their hemoanima weapon? Like, does that class armor, does this black uniform, like, actually protect them from anything? Has there been any instance in the story where it does? Because it doesn't seem like it to me. It just kind of seems like a uniform. Like, everyone who's wearing this class armor still gets fucking stabbed. Like, all the time. So I just don't get what the point is of switching to this armor. Changed to my class armor, grabbed a blanket and a weapon to defend myself with, and then headed for my post. The explosion with Ima, but it's still ripped a hole through Takumi's class armor. Like, remember in that scene, like in that CG, the whole back of Takumi's class armor was destroyed. Shouldn't the power saw be ineffective against their armor, lore-wise? Yeah, so, like, the power saw would be ineffective against the invaders, lore-wise. The lore of the invaders is that, and, like, the reason that the invaders are transforming humans into the beasts that the invaders are, is because they can't be hurt by conventional weapons. Like, that the reason why those humans, even though they were scared and armed, that Takumi encountered in the Killing Game route, is because... What was I saying? In that route, the humans that were armed were still going to be transformed into invaders because they're invulnerable to conventional weapons. Invaders can be harmed by normal weapons according to the Hiruko novel. Oh, okay. You assume it just doesn't apply to commanders. Okay. But then in turn, aren't the members of the Special Defense Unit like the equivalent of commanders? Can I check if class armor and weapons are a term in the archives? The infuser is artificial class armor. Okay, this is. Nope. Nope. Yeah, I was. It would have been a good idea. To have them here. All the characters get is a weapon that's like manifested from their will. Yeah. Like their persona? Anyway. Huh? Are you on lookout tonight, Hiruko?
Oh?
I'm standing in for Ima. Oh. Sorry, that was insensitive of me. Hiruko and I sat beside each other in silence. Are these two... Can we finally fucking chat with her? Good lord. Hiruko's being like too tsundere this route. Talk to me. Maybe this was my best chance to ask her what she wanted to tell me that time, since she asked me to meet with her, but... Tonight, I just wanted to wallow in silence while I had the chance.
Oh?
Aren't you scared? Not again. Hiruko was the first to break the silence. Everybody's terrified, worried they're going to be the next to die. Yeah, I'm scared. Not of dying, though. Of everyone else getting killed. I came back to the past to redo everything. To save everyone. But now this is happening. What am I supposed to do? If I died, maybe I'd be free from this nightmare. That doesn't sound too bad. Takumi. Sorry, that was awful. Saying stuff like that isn't going to help anyone's anxiety.
You don't have to put on a brave face. I'm the only one here.
Hiruko. Thanks. That's nice of you.
It's so weird. She's like definitely supposed to be the one into us in this route, but can we just talk? I let out everything I'd been keeping locked up deep inside, as if I was talking to myself. My anxiety, my sadness, my rage. Hiruko listened to all of the feelings I'd been keeping to myself in silence. The night went by, slowly and quietly. We don't get to see what her reaction is to all of our feelings and emotions.
Be ready to get.
Day 84. Subaru and Amelia coded. Is Amelia as edgy as Hiruko is, though? I thought she was much more bright and cheerful. Her live reaction. Can we have an archive of all that, perchance? I'm pretty sure I'm with Subasa and Nozomi today. Free time! Oh, we can play darts? I know this is probably just the equivalent of sleeping, but... I'm so tired. Or not sneezy. What am I? Words. I'm sorry, they just get to come in. Yeah, I know if it's not a time pass dartboard, you do get BP, which is cool. Alright. Who else do we have to... Oh yeah, I still want to... Oh, there's no one left alive that I can get literacy from, so I won't be able to max out my grades this route. Jesus. Oh, I should be able to make Kioska's last gift, right? Time for the library? What's in the library? Oh. You mean you want me to, like, read literal books? Get out of here with that. Read? In 2025? No. I simply refuse. Study? Same thing.
You've made my day, Sir Takumi. Am I right to interpret this as a marriage proposal?
Still no Kioska Bond event. Why live? There's no achievement like Metaphor had. I've been kind of wanting to play Metaphor again lately. But there's so many other games I like need to play. This weekend I'm gonna carve out time outside of stream. I gotta finally play Doom. The Dark Ages since that came out. I still haven't played it. You grinded all your best units in Dokkan? Oh, I've still got plenty of characters to grind in AFK Arena.
Thank you. This makes me happy.
Another day goes by.
You will then.
I keep forgetting I can skip the bing bong now. No changes today, I guess. I can't wait to have even more gotchas I need to grind every single day once Persona 5X comes out. The life sign total is still 8. We haven't found the killer yet. We were all wondering how long this standstill would continue. Little did we know, a change was coming soon. A lot of the kill Eito route side stuff does this a lot, where it like tells you something's gonna happen tomorrow, and I don't like that actually. Hang on one second. Be right back. How about the view count is low because of Takumi? Everyone hates Takumi. You want to have the feeling of spending resources on bad characters without the consequences? Oh, the dream of every gacha player. You got to be a whale for that, though. Oh yeah, gotta be able to skip that thing. I wish you could just edit out the bing bong. Or like, just have that, like, menu be... Is that really not in the options? Like, for that to just, like, automatically disappear? I like the idea that there's anti-aliasing in a game where it's mostly 2D sprites. Okay. Yeah, I guess you can't just get it to automatically skip Bing Bong. You have to manually do it. I keep forgetting, though, because I've been playing this game for weeks without skipping Bing Bong. You heard Kodaka's wanting to add DLC for some of the routes? Yeah, he did say he wants to add DLC to the game, which is interesting. Especially when you consider, like, there's already so much content in the game. I wonder what he would particularly add as DLC. Like, would it be, like, actually new routes? Would it be, like, the Hiruko thing where it's, like, novels? Or what? Everyone's already up. I should go for breakfast. So aren't we not supposed to leave each other alone? They left Takumi alone to go get breakfast? That's kind of rude. I feel like they do that multiple times throughout the game. Here I am in the cafeteria, but there's nothing I want to eat. Hiruko's gonna be like, I got something for you. I should have been hungry, but even with food in front of me, I couldn't work up an appetite. This is the first time in like 3 in-game days that Takumi has brought up his appetite, which is... That's a long time in this route for Takumi to not mention how fucking hungry he is. I guess I'll just force down some pudding or something. What is that sprite? I still have to do exactly that, only to find Kioska standing in front of the refrigerator with a dumbfounded look on her face. What's up, Kioska? You look like a deer caught in headlights. Is that an expression everywhere in the world? Like deer caught in headlights? I'm curious. Are there deer in Japan? Takamaru would like more pudding? Yes, tons. Okay. Are there just deer everywhere? Because I would assume that, like, deer are like the US equivalent of, like, kangaroo in Australia. But I guess everyone has deer? Interesting. My beans are gone. What? My red beans! I put them in a container, but they've completely vanished. I was so looking forward to making sweet bean paste. Did you say something about a deer? Did a deer eat my beans? Calm down. You'd be surprised how often it turns out what you're looking for is just hiding behind something else. I peered into the fridge, but there was nothing inside. Every bit of food that had been stored in the fridge up until a few days ago was now missing. Hey! The food's all gone! What? How? We were completely stocked up. 12 hours. Where do you think the deer anime came from? I just assumed the deer anime came from, like, just to be as wacky and goofy as possible. I didn't think it was, like, grounded in any form of reason. Oh. Did some hungry little rascal sneak in for a midnight snack? Don't look at me! I didn't do it! Not this time, anyway. Then who? Nobody would do this except you, Gaku. No faith in me at all, huh? That would mean the culprit is someone not here with us. What's the current life sign count? 8! Don't tell me. A deer flashed its headlights into the fridge and took my special beans. I I like that Kioska is just hyper fixating on the deer. God, I love her. Okay, Kioska, let's be quiet for a second. It's so peak. My poor single brain-celled girl. Okay, Kioska, let's be quiet for a second, okay? So the killer stole our food? We failed to consider that if the killer is hiding in the school, they'd need to procure food. Maybe if we stand lookout here, we'll be able to catch the killer the next time they come to the cafeteria. Nice idea! No reason to be scared if we can all jump on them together. Let's do it! I don't know if it'll be that easy, but it seems worth a shot. Also, if they stole all of the food, why would the killer come back to the cafeteria? Is the fridge just like the pre-made food? Or like, are they totally out of food now, like in Route Zero when Eito set the food on fire? I feel like I'm a little... It's similar to the Revive-O-Matic. I'm a little off on how the, like, fucking Food-O-Matic works. Does it need the fridge? Can it procure it without it? Like, are they totally out of food now? Or is the fridge just something where they're storing their leftovers? And then the, like, giant vault there is holding even more food. Like, are they now going to starve here? Also, Savetta, I noticed your pun. The beans were very dear to her. Okay, thank you. I love how you can tell Nozomi just gets tired of the Second Academy students sometimes. Oh, it's because, funny enough, it's other than Nozomi, I feel like members of the last Defense Academy are, like, a little bit more grounded than the Second Defense Academy. Like, everyone from Second is, like, off their fucking rocker besides Nozomi, which is great. But I like that she's the straight woman to, like, the second group. I appreciate her dynamic when she's not brainwashed siscon. She's great. And let's all stake out tonight with our weapons. How about it, Takumi? Yeah, we'd better act fast. Let's go for it right after midnight. Then I'll put some of the food from the pantry in the refrigerator as bait. Okay, what's the pantry then? It feels like it's one of those things where you're, like, just not supposed to ask too much about it. Much like the Revive-O-Matic. Yeah. At least with Eito, we can assume he did a systematic erasure of all food, but how did the killer do it? I mean, it doesn't seem like the killer wiped it all out. Eito obviously set it all aflame, but the killer didn't. The killer just took some. I guess just emptied the fridge, which is different from the pantry, and different from the Food-O-Matic or whatever. Everyone was excited. Finally, seeing a ray of hope. With weapon in hand, we waited for midnight. And finally, it was time. Okay, everyone's in position. We had split into two groups, both hiding in the cafeteria. I was muffling my breathing. hiding under a table with Subasa and Hiruko. Who knows how much time passed, all without anything happening. I mean, if the killer already stockpiled on food, I feel like it doesn't make sense to do this the very next day. Maybe they won't come tonight? I was trying to hold back a yawn when... What was that? We looked at one another as a sound suddenly echoed in the cafeteria. But over there! I looked where Subasa was pointing, and sure enough, there was a figure in front of the fridge. They opened the fridge door and began to furiously scavenge for food. That's the killer! They weren't wearing their usual black suit. Maybe because they were only out for food. They were so focused on the food, they didn't seem to notice us at all. Now's our chance. I glanced at Yugamu's team and received an okay signal in return. Hey, wait, where are the twins? I waited for the perfect time and then gave the signal. Go! We caught you, you murderous blackguard! Yield! Oh wait, yeah, the twins are dead. Listen. I don't care about Ima. Anyway, Killer wanted a snacky before bedtime. Ouch! Ouch! Let me go! Don't let him get away! Hold him down! We all pinned them down as they resisted furiously. They didn't seem to have the power saw on them, which made things a lot easier. I'll turn on the lights. Is this commune? It might be. What? Yeep!
Huh? You're...
Our eyes were wide as we took in the unexpected appearance of the killer.
An invader? What are you doing here?
Please! Do not kill me! Please!
Too awesome to be commune.
Enough of your nonsense. We shall avenge our fallen comrades.
How didn't this set off the alarm?
Hold on. That thing has a weird device on it.
She's right. What's that?
Wait, don't touch it.
Ah, no! If you remove that...
The moment Gaku removed the device, we began to hear a strange electronic sound. What's that sound? Is it coming from inside the invader? Everyone, stand back! Suddenly, Hiruko took off at full speed, heading outside with the invader in her grasp. Wait, Hiruko? Hiruko! Confused, we chased after Hiruko until we ended up in the schoolyard. No! Aww. The moment she set foot into the schoolyard, Hiruko flung the invader with all her might into the night sky. The very next moment...
Holy crap, it exploded!
Gaku, you fucking killed it, bro. The invader soared into the sky and blew up spectacularly, disintegrating into ash and debris. She yeeted the invader. I love this invader despite how little screen time it got. It was so cute. I can't believe they just killed it off immediately. This is the most tragic death of the route. Aww.
Oh.
Just in time. Oh, it is that. It's that one invaders that goes, "Where's my daughter?" That was it. That was their daughter. No. Yeah, the invader was cute. What a scam. Just in time. Hiruko let out a sigh of relief as she swept bits of the invader raining from the sky out of her way. What just happened? It was all so sudden, I can't make any sense of it. I got a bad feeling when I heard that sound. Looks like I was right. Wow, your instincts really saved us, Hiruko. Thank you. Oh, it's nothing. More importantly, Subasa, what's the organic life count? Oh, right. It's 7 now. That thing was our 1 extra. No freaking way! We did it! The killer's gone! Okay, like, I know that they're celebrating, but, like, there's absolutely no way that thing was the killer. Like, sure, maybe it was hiding out in the school the whole time, but, that thing couldn't have fit in the suit. Are we actually about to celebrate? It's been a long road, Holy Jumanji Sword. Now we can finally say we've avenged our murdered comrades. Is it really over? Despite everyone else's joy, something was bothering me. Takumi, what's wrong? This feels a little too convenient for me. Was that thing really the killer? Now that you mention it, the person in the black suit and that invader are totally different shapes and sizes. I don't even care who the killer is anymore. We've drawn out the killer mystery too long. Who the fuck was the little baby invader? What the fuck was up with that? Yeah, even without the power saw, when we grabbed that thing, it still felt weaker than I'd imagined. Didn't you think so too, Hiruko? I don't really remember.
Huh?
Hold on. You mean that wasn't the killer? Why does Hiruko not remember? But the life sign count went down to 7. That's how many of us there are now. I think it's true that the invader was being counted by the organic life detection device. The number went down when it exploded, after all. That all adds up. So, what are we concluding exactly? I considered the possibility, but still, there was just no way.
That the killer might be one of us.
Among Us.
Huh.
Ah, so that's how it is. Wait, really? You're kidding? Don't play with me, man. You mean there's a traitor among us? Among Us. Maybe someone we know got turned into an invader at some point. Time-traveling Ito. In order to time travel, he had to become an invader. We need an Among Us emoji. I actually have an Among Us emoji in the Discord server. My Discord server, link in the description below. Free for anyone to join. The invader, it looked like a jammer. Yeah, so I'm guessing, but how did the invader get that jammer? I'm guessing it's Commune. She was using that invader to, like, scout out the school. Like, that's really all I can think of. Like, obviously, I feel like Commune has to be involved with that invader. Why does the invader need to eat food, though? But yeah, I have to guess Commune got the invader into the school and made that, like, little jammer thing to, like, not set off the alarm and, like, spy on the school and see what was going on. I don't know, it's weird. I just want to... now I'm fascinated with the invader thing. I don't even care about the killer anymore. Calm down. We don't know if that's true for sure that the killer's one of us. We don't know that it's not true either. I'm not sleeping with a killer. I'm going back to my room. Wait, it's dangerous to be alone. We need to stick together. Oh. My words fell on deaf ears. Don't anyone come into my room. If you do, I'll freaking kill you. Self-defense. I'm gonna sleep in my own room starting tonight, too. I'll take a look at the remains from the explosion. Maybe that invader really is the killer. Sorry, I don't want to doubt any of you, but we're going to have to sleep separately from now on. Oh, for the love of murder. What a headache. I hope things don't get any worse than this. Holy Jumanji sword. You're the only one I can trust around here. I like to imagine when Kioska, whenever she has the sprite of like her hand over her face and like the sword up to her mouth, I like to imagine that she's whispering that voice line. Holy Jumanji sword, you're the only one I can trust around here. This is our only choice for now. Good night. Wait! Talk to me! Hiruko's kind of driving me nuts this route. All I could do was silently watch as everyone went off to their rooms. Yeah, I have to assume all the invaders have, like, bombs inside them just in case.
Be ready.
What time already, huh? It's been a while since the last time I spent the night in this room. After we went our separate ways last night, I couldn't sleep a wink. I feel bad that every time I see the words, like, we go separate ways, I think of that Resident Evil 4 DLC. Also, it's because Ada's pretty and I always think about her. Hey, gamer. Character tier list is going to be hard, since some routes they suck and other routes they're peak. Yeah, I feel like if you're doing a character tier list, you have to consider, like, all of the routes they're in. Or at least your favorite route with each character. It feels like the killer mystery is going stale. Yeah. Like I said, I'm now more interested in this invader. That's like a way more interesting plot thread. We've gone on so long about the killer now. With, like, again, no real clue as to who the invader is. This route's done nothing but prop up questions. Which is one of my... I said this in Route 0, that it's one of my critiques of Kodaka's writing. That, like, he waits for that... Like, he builds up a lot of mystery to that, like, climactic finish where everything gets answered. Right? Like in Danganronpa, none of the stuff really gets answered until the final trial. And the final trial is, like, twice the length of a normal class trial, because they're trying to, like... It's got to answer so many plot threads that have been hyped up. And while Danganronpa has good pacing in terms of, like, well, at least something's constantly happening and there's constantly new mysteries that are getting answered, like, in small chunks as you go. Like, when the... Like, there is someone is killed, and then there's the class trial. There's the overall mystery of the game, but then the, like, the class trial mysteries of, like, who murdered who can, like, sustain you or give you a little bit of sustenance as you go of, like, okay, well, at least this mystery is getting answered, this mystery is getting answered, this mystery is getting answered. So you're getting those little, like, dopamine hits of figuring stuff out as you go. But this route, I mean, like this is one of my critiques during Monday's stream. On, like, day 60, it was like, you could kind of cut out, like, half of this fucking route, and and nothing would really change. Because like I said, the important thing is that, or like the big thing is that nothing's really been answered. And while it's sad to lose some of the characters that we like, in a bubble, like Takamaru's death meant nothing, right? Other than like the shock value. If you take out Takamaru's death from this, nothing happens. We didn't gain any clues from Takamaru's death. We didn't narrow the search down because of Takamaru's death. They were just like, oh yeah, he's dead. Anyway, we're moving on. I mean, shit, it's been that same way for several of the characters' deaths now at this point. Shoma died. Did we learn anything? I mean, I guess technically with Shoma, we learned that now the killer was willing to strike during the day. Okay. The twins died. We didn't learn anything. In fact, I forgot about the twins dying immediately after, because it's like, okay, I mean, characters are just dying in this route now. Like, whatever. And I'm not getting any closer to figuring out who the killer is. Like, there's not even a clue each time someone dies. Like, people are just dying. And then we're moving on. You can only do that so many times where it's like, okay. So, yeah, I feel like this route not, like, even drip-feeding us some answers as we go, is really making it a little too slow. A little too much of a slow burn. We have this route pretty low, but it does decent things for the conclusions, and that's what I mean. Like, that's the problem, is, like, yeah, I know that the ending of this route's probably going to be, like, a big firework display of, like, lots of answers, lots of action in those, like, last 5 days, but it's like, man, what did I do for the last 20? At least he died in the Golden Freddy pose. Good. This is basically to poke fun at the slasher genre. Fair enough, I guess. After we went our separate ways, I couldn't sleep a wink. In the end, nothing else happened, but the vibe between all of us had changed. Maybe the killer really is among us. Thrown into chaos by the terrifying possibility, everyone seemed content to stay holed up in their rooms. I guess I'll head over to the cafeteria. There's bound to be someone there. I was hopeful, but in the end, the cafeteria was empty.
Huh?
What should I do today? Doesn't seem like there's going to be much teamwork. I aimlessly walked the schoolyard, looking up into the sky. The blue sky filled my field of vision. A comfortable breeze grazed my cheeks. And yet, the inside of my head was anything but refreshing and idyllic.
We can't keep going like this. We still have to fight the invaders.
Do we? I was slumped down, murmuring to myself, when I felt a strange presence behind me. If we're gonna keep poking fun at the slasher genre, then tomorrow Kioska has to die mid-session with her sword. I quickly whirled around, only to see something that made me doubt my eyes. Oh yeah! What's up, bro?
What? How?
You Earthlings truly do resemble us in some ways. You appear to be the commander here. Out here on your own, without any of your soldiers. Unimpressive.
Mr. Aura Farmer? This man is a commander? But how? Also, how are we going to defeat him without commune? I thought we beat them all. Who's this guy? What happened to the alarm? Also, what about Vashness? What was even happening? I was completely overwhelmed with confusion. Takumi, get away from him! Those words finally brought me back to my senses, and I quickly leapt back. He's the best commander? I don't know. Vashness is too hot, so I might not be able to agree with that. He might have the rawest aura, but I would let Vashness kill me slowly. How'd you get on the premises without the alarm sounding? Alarm? What are you talking about? Don't tell me he went straight through the undying flames. Are you alone? Usually the commanders bring their minions. I don't like them. They go against my principles. That woman is deranged for using them in battle. That woman ordered me to destroy this place. Hiruko, quickly! Go tell everyone we're under attack! Very well. No need to rush. I want to know who all of you are. Now, prepare for battle. All will be understood when we cross weapons. With that, the commander turned away and put some distance between us. What's with this guy? He's clearly different from the others we've faced. Everyone quickly gathered in the schoolyard, jolted by nervous tension upon seeing the lone commander. Let's do this, everyone! It's time for another battle. Yeesh, if we have to. Sir Takumi, give us your orders. Remind me, is Vashness still alive in this route? She is, isn't she? Or did she get Undying Flame bombed? You got it. Defensive battle. Initiate. That's not really an order. So he knows of Earth and is treating it like some other place with that kind of phrasing. Dumb luck, you like Ava the best? I wish she'd actually make it through a route. Beljad just mentioned her. Oh yeah, he did say that woman ordered me to do this. This guy gets the drop on us almost every time. Yeah, I mean, we've got a dedicated reused CG where he's sneaking up on Takumi. So I have a feeling he's going to be sneaking up on Takumi a lot. In other routes as well.
God of the planet, hear my plea and lend me thy strength.
He's not in, This guy's not in Route 0, right? Well, we're kind of cooked here, aren't we? Yeah, he's got his armor. Fuck it.
2 arms!
I've got this.
Ready whenever. All right, let's get started. Ready whenever. Chop you to pieces. All right, let's get started. Out of my way. Damn. Time for battle.
Yeah, Commune came up with the solution to deal with this guy, right? We're kind of fucked without her.
Time for battle. Take this! Ready whenever. Chop you to pieces!
Not bad. As expected for the slaughterers of this planet's heroes.
Ugh, what a powerful foe! It's so hard to counter his moves.
His attacks are certainly formidable, but our attacks are hardly doing anything to him.
It seems like that may be his ability. That might be what got him through the wall of fire.
We can't give up now. Keep going, everyone.
Damn it! I hate work without pay. Let's make this quick.
I take it they make this 2 waves because
Time for battle.
they need the wave to end for there to be a cutscene or something.
Now then, to business. Die! Ready whenever. This. Time for battle. Take this. My turn. Die!
Yeah, because I think Commune said that the Undying, there has to be a break in the Undying Flames for the alarm to go off.
Ready whenever.
So if this guy just walks through it, it wouldn't set off the alarm.
So this is it then.
Dalja is basically Gojo. Yeah. S rank. Wow. I get the gist of what you're all about. He detransformed? Why? Hold on. Doesn't this give us an opening? We can get him now. No, hold on. What, dude? What's the matter? I wasn't sure why myself. I think I was overwhelmed. As a mere ordinary human, I couldn't help but be cowed by the dignified conduct of this lion of a man standing before us. I understand you now. You seem a bit different from the wicked and cruel invaders I was told about. I want to hear it straight from the source. What are you fighting for? Why are you asking us that? Coming back from death after death to fight again. Do you live solely to fight in this war? That would make you no different from those abominable combat organisms created by that woman. Are you comparing us to that cannon fodder? So that's how you refer to them too. Cannon fodder. Guinea pigs. Slaves. Playthings. Do you consider that sense of superiority to be something like wisdom? I suppose all living creatures reach the same endpoint eventually. What are you getting at? Are you telling us to surrender? If we do, we'll all be killed, won't we? I doubt Vashness would let us live. Then shouldn't you simply accept death? Stop messing with us. We're not going to give up on life. We swore we'd survive this. That's what pulled us out from our despair. That's why we... My vision lurched. There was a loud thump. When I saw the great blue sky unfurled overhead, I realized what had happened to me. I'd been beheaded.
Takumi!
The moment I heard Hiruko's voice in the distance, my vision turned red. Then from red to black. My whole world was enveloped in darkness. Finally, I can think again. How much time has gone by? My head ached as if it was being bludgeoned by a blunt instrument. An endlessly drawn-out agony suffocating me. And then, it all suddenly eased off. Maybe the Revive-O-Matic can help? Does the Revive-O-Matic work?
Let's go gambling! Aw, dang it.
Suddenly I was awake. I was in a familiar place. My room. Takumi! Thank goodness you're awake. Are you okay? Also, I don't get the inconsistency where it seems like a lot of the time, in like a lot of the routes, like people get revived by the Revive-O-Matic and then they're back, like immediately, like totally fine. But for whatever reason in this route so far, like when Takumi gets revived by the Revive-O-Matic, he's like in a lot of pain and is like sore and is recovering, but no one else describes the Revive-O-Matic as having that effect. In the other routes, anyway. I mean, I guess, like I said, or like we've all kind of discussed, is the Revive-O-Matic just seems to have a randomized effects. Also, the Nozomi sprite. Thank goodness you're awake. Are you okay? Yeah, but what's going on? What happened to me? Well, the commander suddenly lopped off your head, of course. We brought you back right away with the Revive-O-Matic, but you weren't waking up, so we carried you back to bed. What happened to that Dalja guy? How'd the battle go after I was gone? After he killed you, he just left. Said he'd be back soon. Huh? What do you mean? I have no idea, but I can tell you what he said before he left. According to Nozomi, Dalja was the father of the Squad 1 commander, Mervram. He wasn't looking to avenge his son, and everyone sensed there was some friction between him and Vashness. Oh, that's why the Commander 1 is also that dragon, but like a palette swap. Interesting that they kind of like justified that. But also kind of surprising that Mervram is like kind of a coward, basically. Because he says he's like running away. And like the time we fight him, he's like, I'm done running away. I see. How's everyone else doing? Well, because he's such a strong enemy, we realized we needed to come up with a plan or we'd be in trouble. But the others are still scared that the killer may be one of us. Everyone's so tense, we're not getting anywhere. Right. I feel like even if the killer was one of us, I feel like being confronted by a commander that's too powerful for the group to kill would cause the commander to pause for a bit. Because obviously if the commander wins, they die as well. Although I suppose we could just infer that the murderer doesn't really care if they live or die. So this is why Final Fighter wanted to learn more about them. Yeah, I definitely feel like there's more to learn about. I feel like there's more to learn really about all the commanders. I'm very interested about all of the commanders. We haven't really gotten too much insight to them. But they're all voiced characters. They're all names. They're all paragons of something. There's definitely more to them than just being bosses. But obviously in the kill route, we don't really get a chance to learn about them because the commanders are kind of an after effect of the route. They're just kind of here because the lore of the 100-line world requires them to be here, but they're clearly not characters in these routes. So I'm hoping when we go to the spare side, we get a chance to interact with the commanders a bit more again. Like in Route 0, we kind of did, despite not being able to understand them and talk with them. And that was interesting. So I'm hoping soon they'll get a route dedicated to them. I know they won't all individually get a route, but like if there could be a route that gives them each time to shine, that would be great. I don't know if everyone will hear me out, but I'll try to get through to them. Thanks. We won't survive this if we don't cooperate. Aren't you scared, Nozomi? The killer might be hiding somewhere nearby. Well, sure, I'm scared, but I don't want to suspect my friends. I won't believe that the killer's one of us. It's easier to doubt than to trust, but we don't know anything for sure. Nozomi looked so much like Karawa to me in that moment. I'm sure Karawa would have said the same thing in a situation like this. Oh, right. Subasa said she had something to report to everyone. Now that you're awake, we should meet up with them all in the cafeteria. Oh, there is a route dedicated to the commanders? That's cool, Final Fighter. I will be excited to play. Okay. Let's go. Pretty sure the man behind the mask, Stalja, is just a massive Giga-Chad old mad. Oh yeah, I'm sure. So Takumi, you're awake. I was a little worried. I know things are bad, but it's not like we know for sure you're not the killer, so... It wasn't just Gaku. I could feel an air of awkwardness hanging over everybody. But I was still happy that everyone came to see me now that I'd recovered. Good. Your head's back where it belongs. Somehow, getting beheaded is not great. It really hurts, actually. You could learn to love it. Want to give it another shot? I'd be happy to help. I'll pass, thanks. More importantly, Subasa said she had something to report? Right. I ran some analyses on that thieving invader from earlier. First of all, that device it had on was a jammer. A jammer. It's a device meant to interfere with electrical signals. It's used to scramble transmissions, radio waves, and the like. Why would an invader need something like that? I'll try to explain. I found a recording device in the remains of the invader. A recording device? Was anything on it? It had everything from voice data to activity logs. I think it was forcibly implanted into the little guy to monitor it. Hey Liz, welcome to the stream. It's amazing the device was still intact. If its host was rigged to explode, you'd think that'd also be designed to automatically erase all the data. The signal from the jammer worked a little too well, and ended up partially jamming the signal on the remote detonation device. So, the bomb only partially detonated. Normally, it would have been completely blown to smithereens, but the explosion was unusually diminished. I see. So that's how some parts survived. So I examined the data and learned a few things, like how long the invader had been in the school. Liz was here earlier? Oh, whoops. Liz is usually a lot chattier, so I hadn't seen them in a while. You assumed that they were related just because of how much budget went into the game? I doubt they would scrap from the lack of it. Fair enough. You like how there's a stereotypical jammer design that we can all recognize? Yeah.
It came here during the defensive battle on day 21. It didn't want to fight, so it ran away from its unit and hid in the school ever since.
How did it, like, get in, though? I mean, I guess the defensive barriers go down.
It was hiding here since day 21? That thing has real talent as a shinobi.
It did until he like fucking ripped his jammer off and blew it up.
The invaders wouldn't just let it run away scot-free. Deserters are usually punished harshly. That would mean all manner of torture, punishment, and discipline, right?
What's even the difference between any of those?
Anyway, the invader exploded because the bomb used to execute deserters was activated, but the reason it managed to hide out for more than 60 days was because of that jammer. With that thing, it was able to avoid being tracked and blown up by Commander.
I see. So it came prepared.
I have so many questions though. How did it make the jammer? Who was monitoring it so that it would blow up as soon as that jammer went off? Who's the commander blowing them up? How did the commanders know that it was still alive?
But when we found it, Gaku pulled off the jammer and the bomb inside of it went off.
Gaku, you were on fire this route too, buddy.
And it got blown apart.
You choked at the very end. I was actually liking you. You made it like 85 days with me still liking you. And you choked it. Oh, wait. So that's what happened. Does that mean when we heard sounds coming from the school that one night, that was the invader too? If we're talking about day 43, then definitely yes. It was all in the activity log. Day 43. That's the day Moko was killed. Nozomi and Moko came to my room that night. Nozomi said she heard sounds coming from somewhere downstairs. We wanted to go check out where they were. So that invader was moving around the night of day 43? And that means the killer really could have been the invader. Unfortunately, no. I checked the recorder data against the estimated times of the killings, but it doesn't add up. Oh. That's all for my report. I was hoping to find some info that might give us a clue about the killer. But now it's clear the invader was innocent, which means... one of us is the freaking murderer!
Huh.
The mystery is solved! No, it's not! Not even close! Yelling is just a waste of energy. It's not like you're going to inspire the killer to reveal themselves. Shut up! We're all gonna get killed here and you're lecturing me! Wait, hold on. Is it you? Stop it, Gaku. We're not gonna solve this by blindly pointing fingers. So, what do we do about Delja? What was the point of that? Did the invader see the killer or something? If not, why include it? To be a red herring for the life counter? I think that's the sole reason that the invader was there, is to be a red herring for like a few days. There has to be a lore reason for why these people are so dumb. Well, you get your brain rattled around and sent through the Revive-O-Matic a few times. It probably fries a couple brain cells. We'll have to figure out something between us. We can't just ignore him. Then we should all stay here, right? The killer can't strike if we're all together. Let's do that. Any objections, Gaku? Whatever, fine. After that, we discussed strategies for beating Delja. But the mood was so horrible, we couldn't even begin to decide what we needed to do. In the end, the day ended with no real progress made. Hey, that's the name of this route. No real progress made.
Will they?
I'm so tired. With a sigh, I flopped onto my bed. Ugh, my head hurts. It's throbbing. Must be the stress. First the killer, now Delja. There's so much I need to think about, but I don't want to think about anything anymore. My entire body was exhausted. I couldn't even bring myself to move. Gradually, my eyelids grew heavy. Just before I fully gave in to sleep, I could have sworn I saw a flickering flame out of the corner of my eye. Well, the flickering flame was gonna be ghosty, but where'd he go? Ugh. Who's here? This late at night? Cautiously, I sat in bed and waited to see what happened next. Da baby, is that you? How come no one ever uses the mail slot on these doors to, like, see who's at the door? No one ever does that. Everyone just blindly fully opens the door. There's a mail slot there. Pop it open and be like, who's at my door? They rang again. Maybe it's an emergency. Something might have happened. I should keep my guard up. Just in case, I held my infuser behind my back as I opened the door. I warily cracked it open to find... Oh, Subasa, what's up? Sorry, I know it's late. I probably woke you up. Don't worry about it. Did something happen? Well, actually, I've been analyzing the remains of that invader for a while now, and I think something's missing. Judging from the shape of the hole, it's probably some kind of external storage. Like a memory card or something? Exactly. Might have gotten dislodged and blown somewhere during the explosion. Thought about waiting until tomorrow, but I think the sooner we find it, the better. So you came to ask me? You want me to search for this thing with you? Yeah, if you don't mind, that is. Well, not at all, but... Hey, I'm not the killer, you know. Well, me neither, but neither of us can prove ourselves innocent either. It's okay. I'm prepared to kill you if things go off the rails. That makes me feel so much better. Anyway, I'll get ready. Don't worry, I'm prepared to kill you to prove I'm not the killer. Alright, Subasa. I watched him sleeping late at night. It's not creepy. There's no way the fetus doesn't know the killer. He must have seen them at some point. Yeah, but that would require him to be involved in the story in any way, shape, or form, or be useful in any way, shape, or form, and that's just not to be Ghost's fate, so I don't think he has seen the killer. I know I'm stating the obvious, but it's really dark out here. I brought flashlights. We're just gonna have to sweep the area. So I also shined the flashlight on the ground and stooped over. I did the same, looking at the ground. Alright, so I know this is kind of nitpicky, but who am I if not nitpicky on every aspect and every little detail of the story? Which, I mean, to be fair, I only do that because I'm really invested in the story and I like this game a lot. If I didn't care, we would just kind of skim over this so I could keep progressing and not really have to keep stalling by talking. Do the massive undying flames not provide a light source? Like, they should illuminate this place pretty fucking well, right? It's fire. It's a giant wall of fire the size of a building. They're like, it's too dark out here, we can't see. You can't see with 3 stories of fire in like a mile radius? Okay. Yeah, sure. Fire's super bright. I know they're like purple, but anyway. 6 out of 10. Horrible game. I can't get it. That took me out of it. It's dark flame though. It's like a black hole. It absorbs the light. I mean, there's definitely a lot of CGs where you can see light reflecting on the ground and stuff because of the undying flames, but anyway. Subasa shined the flashlight on the ground and stooped over. I did the same, looking at the ground. This seems, pretty inefficient. Yeah, it's 3 days since the explosion, too. I was pretty sure this is where it happened. This is going to be a long night. I steeled myself and set to searching with Subasa. But it turned out my resolve wasn't going to be needed after all. There's something on the ground here. There's something small and black, covered in dirt. I picked it up, and Subasa practically lunged at it. Hey! Let me see it. She took the thing from me and excitedly began to examine it. I like when they play with the sprites. Like, they zoom in the sprites when they move them to the side. I don't feel like they do that very much. I understand that there's a lot going on in this game, so it's hard to, like, constantly, like, be doing fun things like that with the sprites. But it is fun when they do. Good job, Takumi. This is the external storage device I was looking for. For real? I thought that would take longer. I'm gonna analyze the data on this too. Oh, I can't wait to see what's on it. They felt the need to blow up that invader to keep it away from us. There might be some important secret intel on it. I'm excited too, but try not to overwork yourself, okay? You can't keep working such long hours every day. Don't worry. I'm done for the day. Let's head back. Looking satisfied, Subasa put away the storage device and started to walk back towards the school in high spirits. We found what she was looking for without anything bad happening. Thank goodness. Sirei often does it, like when he suddenly pops out of nowhere. I haven't seen Sirei for more than 10 days in any route that I've done, so I haven't experienced too much of Sirei. He's usually dead by like day 2. I've kind of written him off as a character.
Just a note, Subasa's so cooked. Oh yeah. Subasa's, she's coming too close to getting an answer in this fucking route so far, so she's dead.
We found what she was looking for without anything bad happening. Thank goodness. Oh, you jinxed it. On top of that, we might even get some new info. My steps were suddenly feeling lighter. And then tragedy struck. On the way back at the edge of the courtyard, Subasa suddenly stopped and peered into my face. So, who do you think the killer is? Why are you bringing that up all of a sudden? I just wanted to ask. I honestly have no idea. But I feel like I might not even want to know. I'll be shocked no matter who it turns out to be. Same here, but whoever they are, they can't get away with this. Yeah, I think we agree on that. Wouldn't it be crazy if the killer really showed up while we were talking about them? Man. Why? Good time to ask, who's the killer? Really poking fun at the slasher genre? Yeah, I mean, if we're going with the slasher genre, the killer has got to be Takumi. It happened as soon as Subasa let out an amused giggle. Wait! That sound... No way! Subasa, run! This way! Gah!
I can still fight. Not like this.
Not like this. I knew it was gonna juke you. Oh, I like that you can hear the heartbeat. That's cool. Jesus. Doesn't everyone die?
Yeah.
That's with Takumi during these? Ugh. Just how long are they gonna chase us? We ran feverishly as hard as we could, but the killer didn't let up. The roof is just past these stairs. There's nowhere to run after this. This minigame is funny. I love this minigame. I also like this minigame too, yeah. I think it's really cute. Like it's not like you're not really doing all that much. You're just holding down move to the side, but I don't know, it's fun. I like horror. As someone who grew up watching and loving horror movies and all that kind of stuff, I like these segments a lot where they're like running from the killer. I think these are really fun. We can't let them get to us. I have to do something. I stopped running up the stairs, suddenly whirling around to look back at our pursuer. Why does the killer only appear when Takumi is alone with somebody? Does Takumi hallucinate and he's imagining all of this? Yeah. Because remember, his brain's all no good. And I kicked them with all my might. I tumbled down the stairs and fell into a heap at the bottom.
Yeah.
Now's our chance to finally capture them. They groaned in agony, but paralysis must have been settling in, because they made no effort to resist.
Yeah.
We finally got you. Just give up. Takumi! Subasa! What happened? I heard a really loud noise and... Huh? Is that the killer? Did we finally catch him? We, Gaku? I'm out here putting in work and you're saying we? I'll explain everything later. Give me a hand here.
They're paralyzed, not dead.
What, we break their neck?
This asshole killed our friends, damn it! Let me at him!
Oh, Gaku actually identifies them as friends?
Let me get the mask off first. Ready?
Bad fall down the stairs. I really like how, like, Scooby-Doo this is. I mean, I mentioned this before, how this route is very Scooby-Doo-esque, but now we've come full Scooby-Doo, where we're demasking the bad guy.
Okay.
I placed my hands on the killer's helmet and slowly pulled it off. Who I saw underneath left me speechless.
Yugamu?
I feel like this majorly goes against his character. I feel like this is a setup. We peeled off the suit Yugamu was wearing and brought him to the rec room. Are we actually going to take this at face value, though? No. This goes against everything that's Yugamu's character that we know about him. I mean, we've been in a polycule with this guy. I know him pretty well, I think. Fairly intimately. And he doesn't just kill for fun. He was limp, breathing slowly, but his expression seemed almost as if he had traces of a grin. We stood around Yugamu as he recovered from his paralysis enough to talk. Do you recover from paralysis? The killing game route is made to redeem him. Hey, what's up, Devin? Kadaka writing stuff that makes no sense for a character is nothing new. I don't remember Rain Code, actually. And there's your daily Rain Code slander. He kept his cool throughout, maintaining the same composure he always did. Did they, like, tie him up? That we didn't mention tying him up at all. I can hardly believe this was your doing, Sir Yugamu. Same. I may have broken Rashionomatic bread with you, but I have no sympathy to spare. I may have broken Rashionomatic bread with you. From what I remember, he wants to have a mutual passionate murder, not a one-sided thing where he'd just go wacko on people. Yeah. Part of his whole thing is he only wants to kill people whom he loves. This is a setup. I shall avenge my fallen comrades. The holy Jumanji sword shall have your head. Calm down, Kioska. We can't jump straight to beheadings. Why did you do this? What possible reasons could you have? Say something, Yugamu. I know you're not hurt that bad. Apologies. I was just trying to figure out where to start.
Oh.
Let me lead by saying, I haven't killed anyone. You playing games, dude? What kind of idiot would believe that? Gaku's right. If that's true, why are you dressed like that? Why do you have the same power saw? Let me start from the beginning. I'll explain everything, so hear me out. I have a feeling he's running around in the suit just being a little goofy, and then someone else is coming around and killing people that he's chasing. Because remember, he gets off on seeing the look of fear in people, but he doesn't want to actually kill them. I'm calling it sus from the beginning. Fine, we'll listen. But you're on thin ice, pal. The killer first appeared on day 16. Well, maybe it was already day 17 by then. It was late at night in the biolab.
Oh.
Takumi said he saw Hiruko get cornered by the killer there.
Huh?
That's right. Then we got into a struggle. In the end, they got away, but I managed to recover their weapon in the suit. I was with Gaku and Kioska during that time. You were? I was right here, in the rec room on the night of day 16. You and Gaku invited me. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. What were the three of you doing that late at night?
Oh.
Gaku said he found an adult video in the storeroom and wanted to have a watch party. Don't snitch on me, dude! I like that Kioska was invited. I love her. It turned out it was just footage of cute critters. Not an adult video, but an animal video. Yes, they were precious little furballs. Although, Sir Gaku seemed very disappointed. Okay, can we just move on with the story? Anyway, I was here in the rec room. We had headphones on, so we didn't notice any noise. Isn't that right, guys? Gaku and Kioska nodded. It seemed like Yugamu was telling the truth so far. I also like that they had headphones on for their group adult video watching. It's only weird if we can hear that other people can hear it. There's more. The next time the killer appeared was... Day 25, when Ava was killed inside her cage. Right. I had nothing to do with her murder. However... after seeing her dead body, the murderous impulses inside of me began to resurface. I didn't remember exactly when I'd heard it, but something Yugamu said in the cafeteria began to replay in my head. I can't help it, man. Ever since I saw her dismembered body, my passion's been at a fever pitch. That's the kind of loving killing I've been craving my whole life. Not being able to do it myself has got me climbing the walls. I can't keep going like this.
If you can't help me out, I really might have to kill someone.
Ripe with overwhelming lust, I tried to find an outlet for my feverish mania. I believe it was day 38 when I finally found my solution, when I was just about to kill Gaku. What? You were seriously gonna kill me?
Huh?
I was seconds away from growing through with it. I had a lot of pent-up bloodlust. But the moment I saw the fear of death in his eyes, I noticed my dark desire was temporarily sated. I feel like Yugamu in this route reminds me of Dexter. And he's like so edgy, I feel like he could be saying, "My dark passenger, driving me to kill." I don't know if anyone here has seen Dexter and gets that reference. This guy's a freak! Now that I think about it, he mentioned this in a conversation we had with Ima. Considering Gaku found the video, I find it incredibly funny he was willing to invite a girl. Like, did he know Kioska was a gooner? I think everyone knows Kioska's a gooner. He's not the killer. Yeah, I knew that right away. I was like, this doesn't fit his like whole character. Like him being a random killer, it goes against his character. There was just no way he was the killer. Is he on drugs or something? He never behaved like this on the other route. I think he's not like this in the killing game route because he's in the polycule, and I think the activities of the polycule distract him from his dark urges. After what happened with Gaku, I finally figured out a way to suppress them better.
Huh?
I don't actually have to kill anyone. I just have to see the look of despair when they stare death in the face. It's not exactly a long-term solution, though. More like a coping mechanism. My only problem is that no one seems to want to show me their seconds before death face. What about day 43 when Moko was killed? What were you doing then? I was in my room. I couldn't sleep that night because of the bloodlust festering deep inside me. Then, I heard Nozomi's shrieks and the sound of glass breaking, so I went to see what was going on. This dude's got cravings. He's gripping his sheets. When I did, I found the killer's suit and power saw at the bottom of the pool. The stuff missing from the locker was in the pool? Why? Sir Yugamu must have stolen it, correct? No. I didn't know the combination. Right. You weren't even in the room when Takumi set the code. Wait. I was chased by the killer the day Moko was killed. They had me cornered by the pool. So I shoved them aside and got away, but maybe when that happened, they fell in. Nozomi shoved the killer in the pool when we were not with them. I see. You might be right, but I wasn't concerned about the details. I had other things on my mind at the time, like taking the killer's things so I could dress up like them. Surely you're not telling us you pretended to be the killer just so you could see looks of despair and fulfill your desires? Sorry. I just couldn't hold back the urges inside of me. But I really wasn't going to kill anyone. Just seeing your faces twisted up in despair was enough to satisfy me. Okay, Junko. Nothing you're saying makes any sense. What was your involvement in the murders of Takamaru, Kurara, and Shoma? I had nothing to do with Takamaru's death on day 51, I swear it. The first day I dressed up as the killer was day 64, the day Kurara was killed. We were on guard duty that night, right? You fell asleep, so I went with Kurara to the bathroom. I sensed the two of you were going to leave, so I pretended to sleep. I figured it'd be my chance to enjoy the thrill of the chase. I quickly put on the suit I had hidden in my room and chased you with the power saw. So you were the one chasing me in the hallway? That's right. I chased you like the killer would, and once I had you cornered in front of the defense room.
I finally got to see your terrified expression, filled with despair. My lust was sated. Was it as good for you as it was for me?
Once I had my fill, I hid the suit and power saw in my room and went back to the gym. That's all I know. So you really know nothing about Lady Kurara's death? Speak the truth or prepare to become rust on the blade of the holy Jumanji sword! I'm sorry, but I had nothing to do with her murder. I can't tell you anything. I had nothing to do with Shoma's death on day 77 either. Keep talking. What about Darumi on day 80? Or the twins on day 83? When the fire started in that vaulting box, everyone scattered and ran away from the gym. I smelled an opportunity. You're kidding. You took advantage of the chaos to masquerade as the killer? Correct. I went back to my room, got the suit and power saw, and pretended to be the killer for a second time. I went inside and found Darumi and Takumi immediately. I felt bad knowing it would be my second time doing it to you, but you put on such a good performance the first time. I couldn't resist the chance to see you like that again. Seeing the enraptured look on Yugamu's face, I was at a complete loss for words, for so many reasons. Halfway through the chase, I told Darumi to run. I lured the killer, you, into chasing me alone. I managed to lose you somehow, then hid out in my room until the next morning. But Darumi... I don't know what happened after Darumi got away. Once I lost sight of you, Takumi, I gave up. I went back to my room, changed, and met up with everybody else. Right. The life sign count was 11 when Yugamu joined us. So Darumi was still alive at that point. And I had nothing to do with Iba and Kako either. I didn't do a thing to them. I feel like, I mean, I definitely believe that Yugamu is not the killer, but I feel like he also is definitely not provided sufficient evidence. Like, he's just kind of going, like, trust for, like, half of this, which is odd. Is that everything? You're not hiding anything else? Scout's honor. You might not believe me, but I really didn't kill anyone. You don't seriously think we're okay with what you did, do you? I'm aware I crossed a line, but I couldn't stop myself. Those looks of terror and despair whenever I chased you, I needed them so badly. That's why I kept this from you guys. No other reason. I promise. You say that, but I feel betrayed. I'm not going to be able to forgive you and move on that easily. I'll accept any punishment you want to give. Torture me. Whatever you need to do. But if it wasn't Yugamu who killed our friends, then who's the real killer? Suddenly, the image of the killer on day 16 crossed my mind. Are they still hiding inside the school? No. That wouldn't add up with the life sign count. Then what? Where are they? I'm getting rather lost. What are we doing with Sir Yugamu? I think we're gonna have to keep him separated from the group until we find the real killer.
Oh.
Of course. That should help with my little problem. How about we use that weird room on the first floor? We can lock it from the outside. The room with the strange devices from where we were at Kamakura General Hospital. I feel like this is the first time they've mentioned the hospital in, like, days. Yeah, it's been a while since we've even mentioned that. He's officially banned from the polycule. A fate worse than death. No cage. I don't think they want to put him in the cage because obviously Ava died in the cage. So, like, the cage isn't secure. So I think they want to, like, isolate him, but I don't think they want him to die. And clearly being in the cage leaves you a sitting duck for the killer. That may be the perfect place to lock Yugamu up. Hey, mind if I take the power saw and the suit he was hiding? I'll hide them someplace where no one can find him.
No.
Where's the proof that you're innocent? I don't have any, but the same goes for everyone here. Trust me, I know I'll be under suspicion if someone else gets attacked. Fine. You can deal with them, Gaku. We'll take care of Yugamu. Yeah, that's fine with me. Oh, he's dead. We handed the power saw and suit over to Gaku, then took Yugamu to the strange room. We put him inside and locked it securely from the outside. Nozomi would be the one in charge of the key. After that, we went back to the roof and met up with Gaku when he'd finished his task. We made sure everything had gone according to plan, then decided to call it a day. Nobody was any the wiser. But a shocking development was waiting for us right around the corner. You've been saying that for 90 days! Get to the developments! Do you think this is the first time they've mentioned the pods since, like, Route 0? I think so, yeah. At least specifically by the name of Kamakura Hospital. It'd make more sense to destroy the items. The sacred power saw cannot be destroyed. It's like a second cousin to the holy Jumanji sword, and she would never allow us to strike down a member of her family. This route keeps baiting me with like, oh, tomorrow will be interesting. I promise, tomorrow's gonna be interesting.
Burn out of troops. And well then.
You don't think Subasa's cooked anymore, but Yugamu got all the bad vibes? Yeah. He might be cooked. Or, Gaku is. I think Subasa's fine. Happy ending? Happiness stopped being an option a long time ago. Anyway, I guess I should head over to the cafeteria. I need to give Yugamu some food, too. The only people in the cafeteria were Nozomi, Hiruko, and Kioska. Good morning, Takumi. Morning. No sign of Subasa or Gaku? They might be holed up in their rooms out of paranoia. Maybe, but I hope not. We still haven't worked out our strategy for Delja. Oh yeah, I forgot about him. There's so much to think about, my brain feels like it's going to boil over. Neither of them were wearing their regular clothes. The same went for me. We had a little discussion before going our separate ways yesterday. At the end of it, we decided to wear our class armor, or artificial class armor in Nozomi's case, all day from now on. If everything Yugamu told us was the truth, the killer was still out there somewhere. If they're not even showing up on the sign of life total, they might even be. Before I could finish that thought, I heard footsteps outside the hall. Subasa burst into the cafeteria, breathless and with a grim look on her face. Subasa? What's got you in such a hurry? I just woke up and checked the life sign count. It's gone down to 6. The only ones missing were Gaku and Yugamu, which meant... Let's search the school.
Oh?
We'll start with the nearby rooms. Everybody, stick together. I told you. Gaku was cooked. The second he was the one that placed his hands on the sacred power sword, or power saw, he was cooked. We systematically opened every door in the school, making sure nothing was out of place. No more. I'm sick of it. I've had enough despair for one lifetime. Junko Enoshima laughs. My heart was screaming with each door we opened. In the end, my prayers would go unanswered. Damn, slashed through the class armor.
Gaku.
Class armor ain't shit, bruh. How many CGs are there of dead Gaku? Is Gaku the author's least favorite, like Subasa's the favorite? Gaku has a lot of dead CGs. Inside the library, we found the blood-soaked remains of Gaku Maruko. His body sliced to ribbons. An unpleasant stench of blood emanated from his mangled corpse. Thanks, Subasa. Any significance of the X on him? X gonna give it to you. And it gave it to Gaku pretty hard.
The revival-matic.
Nozomi, you know that shit ain't gonna work. But let's hit it, shall we? One more time.
Let's go gambling! Aw, dang it.
Damn. Sorry, Gaku.
It's pointless. We're too late.
Damn. If only Gaku had just gotten beheaded. Then he would have been fine. How is Kioska still alive? The power of gooning, giving her constant mental acuity and awareness. Slowly, the world turned gray. It felt like my emotions died with Gaku. If Gaku's been killed, that means Yugamu's still alive. Let's make sure there's no sign he broke out of the room. We need to look for the power saw, too. One thing that I've constantly thought was weird about this route is I mean, to me, I mean, maybe I'm thinking it's like too realistic, but the power saw doesn't really seem like a murder weapon here. They just have like little cuts on them. A power saw would shred you. Don't gooners die first in the slashers? Yeah, they usually do. Usually in a lot of your classic campy horror movies, the couple having sex, the killer bursts in on them. Find it weird how the murderers here seem to be a completely different weapon than the mystery route? Yeah, supposedly. Why everyone mourned for him? Why does everyone mourn for Gaku, Farhan? Who knows? Sir Takumi, how are you so composed? Sir Gaku's been killed.
All the crying and screaming in the world couldn't bring him back. So there's no point.
Huh?
Are you being serious right now? I'm not trying to sound heartless. I just want this to be over. Let's take him to the morgue. Help me out. Wait, before we do that, look here. There's signs of a struggle. Hiruko pointed to a nearby bookshelf.
Oh?
This shelf is way out of position, and there's books on the ground. Someone must have moved it intentionally. Maybe Gaku bumped into it while he was fighting the killer? No. There's multiple gorge marks on the back of the shelf. That's not natural. Gouge marks. What do you mean? It's highly likely that Gaku hid the power saw and suit here. He must have gotten in a fight over them with the killer, resulting in these gouges. I see. So that's why he was killed here. And the power saw and suit got taken again. Maybe someone here has them. You're suspecting us now? It wasn't me. Can you prove that your hands are clean before pointing fingers, Lady Subasa? Enough. Suspecting each other serves no purpose. Hiruko and I lifted Gaku's body in the silence. The others came to help soon after, but no one felt like talking. After bringing Gaku to the morgue, we went to the room where Yugamu was locked up. Wait, we didn't look behind the bookshelf at all? See if there's like a secret room? Killer's probably the fetus. That would be funny, actually. Then I could double down on my calling him a hypocrite. But I don't think it's to be. Sura used some weird trick to make Eito look normal again. I feel like that might be important with how Hiruko seemed weirdly invested. Yeah, but isn't his corpse still in the morgue? Yugamu's eyes went wide upon hearing the news of Gaku's murder. Then he just stared down at the floor. There were no signs that he'd left the room, but our suspicion of one another was only growing. Our worst-case scenario just keeps finding ways to get worse, and there's no stopping it now.
Good. So we're...
Work well together. No. I survived another night, I guess. I let out a deep sigh after making sure my heart was still beating. It wouldn't surprise me if I was the next victim. If they just kill me too. I was taken aback by the words that left my lips. What was I saying? I need to switch gears. I'll go to the cafeteria. It's been a while since we've mentioned Takumi's hunger. Maybe because the constant killings are keeping his hunger satiated. It's just you, Hiruko? Everyone decided to eat in their rooms. Well, I figured this would happen. I assembled a light meal on my tray and sat in front of Hiruko. We were silent. The only sound in the cafeteria was the quiet clatter of our dishes. Then, Hiruko calmly looked me in the eye.
I've been killed. Many times, actually.
Oh.
What?
Would it make more sense if I told you that I lived through a different past? Similar to how you time traveled from yours?
Hold on. This is a lot out of nowhere.
Hiruko experienced something like I did. It was all so sudden I couldn't follow. She didn't seem to be joking, but...
Uh-huh.
I remember everything about the past I saw. Not that it's a pleasant memory. Who starts a conversation like that? Hiruko, I just sat down. Let me eat breakfast first. Is that what you've been hiding? The memories came to me on day 3.
Oh?
I was killed, and I remember what I said at the end, clear as day.
This was another failed timeline. Just like the others. Maybe it was a mistake for us to stay in this school to begin with. Maybe we all should have left. I'm going to do it over again. As many times as it takes. I'll bring an end to all of these horrific histories. I'll do it someday. Mark my words.
This is literally a Zero Escape plotline.
You've been repeating the past. And failing.
Miss, this is a Wendy's.
I thought that by staying in this school, history would repeat itself. I wanted to stop that from happening, so I sprayed a warning on the blackboard.
That threatening message.
That's right. I wrote it.
I wanted to tell you sooner. That's why I asked you to meet me that night. The day Hiruko asked me to see her. Oh, Nozomi wanted to talk to me that night too. Just to remind you that you fucking ignored Nozomi. But then Yugamu showed up, so I couldn't say anything. After that, I lost my nerve. I couldn't do it.
You kept this to yourself all this time? But why tell only me?
I blame my ego.
Hiruko.
Sorry.
With that, Hiruko left the cafeteria, carefully avoiding making eye contact with me. What? That doesn't explain anything, though! By the way, I'm reliving the past of other timelines. Okay. Goodbye. Like, what? I wrote the warning. I wanted to make sure we didn't stay in the school. Okay. Bye. What the fuck? You gonna space out a little bit of this, like, story for the next 9 days? I had no idea what she had to apologize for, but one thing was clear enough. That I should follow her and ask, like, another follow-up question? Like, maybe, I don't know, what the fuck are you talking about? She seems like she's hurting, bro. I mean, I guess that is something she is experiencing. Kodaka whispers, don't kill Ito. She'd been holding this all by herself. Memories of a brutal series of events. So why doesn't she share that with us if we both share a similar connection to having gone through a worse past? Why? I don't know why it took her so long to tell us. I mean, I guess she said, I blame my ego. Sigma would stop her, a real goat. Sigma would simply not experience the worst history. Easy. After seeing vulnerability in Hiruko for the first time, I couldn't bring myself to push her any further. If I wasn't streaming, I couldn't bring myself to push this route any further. I was worried she might break. Do you think maybe she wants you to follow her and, like...
At ease, soldiers.
She wants you to follow her and, like, ask her to express herself and ask her to open up, show that you care?
Another gets...
Bro. The announcement changed. I guess the countdown will begin soon. We've got more problems than just the invaders now. It had been another day of almost no progress. We still hadn't solved our Deljean problem, but there were too many other things to worry about. I can't believe Hiruko time traveled too. But looking back, the things she said and did that hadn't made sense before all added up now. How? How does anything add up here? What happened in the timeline she lived through? And why bring it up now? I'm always a few steps behind. My head hurts. Unable to get my thoughts in order, I gave up and closed my eyes. I like that he's like, yeah, Hiruko said she could time travel, so I guess it all makes sense now. God. The fucking brain of a worm. What do you mean? I guess if you're dumb, it just... you can't even think below the surface level. You're like, yep, that solves all my questions about Hiruko's behavior. No? It doesn't? Before long, I fell asleep. Great, don't wake up.
Not back over the go. Okay.
She's angry because Takumi revealed he's a time traveler in front of everyone to become leader. Yeah, she was mad that Takumi was already claimed the time traveler spot. She's like, they'll never believe there's a second time traveler. Damn it. He beat me to it. Teamwork I've cultivated with my allies? Is that supposed to be satire? Takumi's the leader because he has the red hair. Takumi's the leader because he has that, what's that called? That spout of hair, the ahoge. That spout of hair that sticks up from the top, like all the Danganronpa characters, that signifies he's the leader. That's why he's in charge. I guess I'll go to the cafeteria. Someone might be there. Why don't you go to Hiruko's room and ask her what the fuck she means by time traveling? Be like, hey, Hiruko, I explained what happened in my previous timeline. I call it Route Zero. What happened in your timeline? Let's share our experiences and get through this horrific trauma together. We only have 8 days left. It might be important to start putting some pieces together of this puzzle. Nope. Guess we'll go fucking talk to Kioska in the cafeteria.
Huh?
Listen, don't get me wrong. I love Kioska, but I don't want to talk to the comedic relief character right now. Verily so. Totally, right? Just as I left my room, I could hear Kioska and Subasa talking in the distance. Kioska seems to be excitedly telling Subasa something. I wonder what. Did something else happen? Sir Takumi, perfect timing. Can you come with us? Wait, where are we? Just hurry.
The door.
I came to bring Sir Yugamu his meal, but then...
Let's go in.
Yugamu's cooked. Yep. Hey, this is a reused dead Yugamu sprite. Or CG. Kioska gives you the plot. Say that you're sorry. They definitely expected people to spare Ito first. Hey, what's up, comp? Yeah, I think so too. And like the whole during each of the different like routes in the kill Ito route, mentioned you should really spare him like every single time, without fail. Every single route so far on this side of the story has been like, really, please spare him. God, please spare him. Is it Kai Chi M? I'm totally butchering your name. Feel free to correct me in the chat, but welcome. I think Hiruko does not tell Takumi because probably something happens between the two, something not good. But at the same time, I would argue that something decent must happen between the two of them, though, because in the other route, Hiruko talks to Takumi and is like, you're the Takumi I know. The Takumi that will, like, recklessly do whatever it takes to save his friends. The Takumi I respect despite, you know, he's a bumbling idiot, da-da-da-da-da, tsundere compliments stuff. So I feel like something decent happens between them. This CG, this is where this CG is first revealed. I refuse to acknowledge that the routes have a canon order. The route order is whatever order I play them in. We opened the broken door and saw Yugamu, covered in blood, face down and lifeless.
Yugamu.
Rip! You murdering psychopath, but he was our murdering psychopath. Of course. I expected as much. Just like everyone else before him, his body was sliced to ribbons. Hiruko, Nozomi, you're here. Yeah, we were the first to hear the news from Kioska. Maybe she doesn't remember everything always, or it's not the same Hiruko. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely... You're not wrong to be questioning what's going on with the Hiruko thing, because, I mean, there's definitely a lot of unanswered questions. She did say, I remember everything. Oh, well, fair enough then. Still, what's she yapping about? Hey, Note Man, bit late to the stream, but who have we lost this time? Everyone! Just kidding. We've got like 3 people left, so we're good. Gaku, Yugamu, the twins. Nice to see. 12 Hours also forgot them. This is fine. I think you have to do the routes in order, sadly. No! I refuse. I want to do the orders, the routes in whatever order feels good. And whatever order that Final Fighter donates for me to do it in. Because I can be bought, and I have no principles. Oh yeah, the invader died. Oh. That's sad. I did not forget. Yeah, never forget the invader, R.I.P. You can probably tell, but he's lost all of his cryptoglobin. We can't revive him. I will say, I can't tell that he lost all of his cryptoglobin, because Yugamu's corpse is the least bloody that we've encountered so far. You think there isn't an order? There's many interesting permutations? Yeah, I mean, the game definitely has, like... I don't think there's a strict order. Like, oh, if you don't do it in this order, like, you're fucked. like you just won't understand anything. I think if you do them in what these like all these different permutations, there's different mysteries you're going to get, and your experience is going to be different in that like some reveals will be more important to you than others. Because like for me now, like I won't be as enthusiastic about the Hiruko time traveling thing. She kind of like dropped it on me in like an unceremonious reveal. She's like, I'm from another history. Anyway, goodbye, right? But there's a lot of other like cool twists that I learned from doing this route. So, but there is, because each route is like named, like the killing game route was called like Route 21 killing game route. So like we know that the authors at least have like an idea of like their preferred way for you to experience it. But I think you can get away with and have still just as good of an experience doing it in whatever order you want. You know, people curse me whenever you pay to win. I don't think people are actually mad when you pay to win, especially because I've already said like we're going to be doing pretty much everything. So, I mean, it doesn't matter if, like, what order we do it in, particularly if we're doing it in whichever way. Plus, it's fun if I get a donation to choose. The dopamine feels good. You feel like you won't see the invader in other routes? No, I think that little invader will get referenced at least one more time. Whatever route Hiruko's talking about, where she dies, I think we'll see that little invader with the jammer again. Let's get him to the morgue right away. I feel bad leaving him like this. Is there a reason we're not just burying the bodies at this point? Right. We need to make a grave marker as well. We didn't do that for Gaku, Lamau. No one lost their composure anymore. No tears flowed. Even the anger was gone. It was a lot of fun to see the streamer choose themselves. Sometimes, but... I mean, I think it's all part of the bit. Like... you know what I mean? I think whatever steers me to, like, pick a route, I don't think is really, like, that impactful to the viewer. Just whatever I pick, I think, is probably the fun part. I will unfortunately have to do all the work when we get to that route Final Fighter really hates. Nah, Final Fighter will grin and bear it one more time for me, surely, because they want to see my reactions to the route. We just accepted the fact. We just accepted the death of our friend and dealt with it matter-of-factly. We were used to this now. The death of Yugamu was just another part of our day. Only the girls in Takumi are left, kind of sus. I don't want to do anything. Laying listlessly in bed, I suddenly realized it was long past bedtime. Invaders? Humanity? Whatever. I just want this to be over already. Just then, I felt a familiar presence I hadn't felt in a while. I sat up, and there he was, standing in the corner of my room. I knew it. It's been a while. Right. I guess it has been. For you. What do you mean by that? Huh? I've been watching you all this time. I know what's happened. Do you care on filling me in then, maybe? But you must not remember. Yeah, you might have been watching us, but we haven't been able to see you. What do you need, anyway? Did you find some kind of clue about the killer? Unfortunately, even I'm not sure what's going on or why. Can you go back to being like ammo for Subasa's bombs or something? No matter what happens, all I can do is watch over you. Nothing more. Is that what you came here to tell me?
I'm sorry I couldn't save you.
With a sad look on his face, the undying flame boy abruptly vanished. What's up with him? Unwilling to frustrate myself thinking about it, I pulled the blanket over myself and closed my eyes. Hey! Thanks, man, for becoming a member. I appreciate it. Welcome. Enjoy your, emojis. The newest pancake pal. Okay, that was ominous. A little bit. A little bit. I'm sorry I couldn't save you. Either implies that Takumi has been corrupted or that he knows we're all going to die. Who's my suspect for the murder? Takumi. You hate the fetus? Why isn't he saying anything if he saw everything? Yeah, it's weird because he's like, I can't make sense of what's going on. Okay, do you want to like try to plan it out with me? Apparently Paimon got replaced, new voice actress. I will believe that when the patch actually comes through. I don't think that is actually true yet. I think people just want that to happen. I want to forget reality, to forget everything, and find refuge in sleep. So, what about Del Shah? The morning announcement hadn't played yet. The sun was only just coming up. And right on cue. The sound!
Intruder alert! Intruder alert! Unauthorized personnel detected on school grounds.
Or talk to anyone other than Takumi? Why is he so fixated on Takumi? I would have to assume his fixation on Takumi is just because of the fact that he knows that they share some cryptoglobin. Or something. But yeah, it is weird that they don't, like, hash it out.
Defense mode initiated. All available troops prepare for battle immediately.
He just, like, leaves instead of being like, oh yeah, this is why. This is what's going on.
What?
An enemy attack. Is Del Shah finally here? We don't have any plan for dealing with him at all. Damn it, I'm just gonna have to go. I dashed out of my room and ran as fast as I could and headed to the war room. We're cooked, though. We don't have the poison. Delja has come, but the alarm sounded this time. It really startled me. Looks like he brought some minions with him. This fight's going to be harder than last time. We have fewer numbers and no plan. We're just gonna have to go for it, do or die. Wait, about that. We do have one strategy we can use. Huh? Remember the external storage device we recovered from that invader? Well, I finished analyzing the data on it.
Oh?
No one mentioned anything to me about an external storage device. Luckily, the data survived, and I was able to retrieve some confidential info. I learned a lot. I'll spare you the details, but I used that knowledge to develop a bioweapon. That sounds familiar.
I looked into it and found that Commander DNA has some strange cells that are clearly different from regular humans. I succeeded in formulating a poison that attacks those cells. Call it a bioweapon that only works on commanders.
One thing I'll say that I think is also odd is that Takumi is like, I know these are a very traumatic set of days, but like, Takumi's like, that sounds familiar. Dude, it was 190 days ago? It wasn't even a full year ago that this conversation happened. You forgot? Like, you forgot about the time a giant worm came out of the ground and absorbed one of your friends, and therefore a poison antidote was made to free them? You forgot? Like, I would remember that. Anyway, whatever. He's got brain damage. Yeah, it's true. Have you heard of God? Subasa's God now. Subasa can do everything. She clutches up. Every route. Every time. Once I understood the cell's weak point, I figured I should get to work on something. Yeah. You know, my favorite mechanics in biology. Nozomi helped me out. Lady Nozomi? Why? Because Subasa asked me to. It's not much, but I do have some experience with medicinal research. Also, isn't her experience with medicinal research just being the test subject? Like, I wouldn't really call that experience. I'm the ideal candidate for working on a poison that affects cryptoglobin, because I don't have much of it myself. We did make a poison that Nozomi tricked a commander into consuming during my previous 100 days here, but... What's the plan this time? We turn the poison into a gas and have Delja breathe it in. We've made a trap we can place. We can position it and activate it any time using a remote control. I'm going to need to find a place to set this. Once it's in place, I'll need you to get him to stop near it. We'll activate it once everyone's gotten some distance. That should be enough to get him to inhale the poison. Can we pull it off with the small group we have now? For a moment, the threats in the school appear to be worse than the invaders. That's true enough, but when Delja was a hot topic, he didn't think of the poison? You think the 100-line female characters are way better than the male characters from what you've seen, while Danganronpa was 50-50? Yeah, there haven't really been any standout, like, performances from the male characters yet. But, I mean, we're in the killing game route. So maybe. Check out your thoughts on Takumi on Discord. What is that? Could it be what I think it is? It's a fucking bitch. Oh, that's good. I feel like you could edit the Nozomi sprite to kind of look like that. Damn, that would be fun to try. She's a high school mechanic who knows advanced engineering, quantum mechanics, and biology. And also nuclear weaponry or something? When she makes the undying flame bomb? I don't know, what would you call the undying flames? She's well researched in the mystic arts? I don't know. Don't forget literal rocket science. Oh yeah, she also built a rocket. Oh, she invented the radar that detects organic life? That has to be biochemistry or something, right? Kiski, Ito, question mark? Ito's dead. To me. Is Takumi really the leader? Are we sure? Yeah. My goat. Takumi. I couldn't keep a straight face, sorry. We'll just have to try. It's better than standing around and getting killed. You're right. It It's very much worth trying. But why didn't you say anything before? Because of the whole killer thing, I kept the info under wraps as a precaution. I wasn't sure it would even work out. It was a gamble. So she assumes that Nozomi isn't the killer, I guess? Are we sure Subasa isn't from Hope's Peak? She's just an ultimate stuck in the wrong verse. Yeah. I think she would be... What is it? The ultimate inventor, probably? No, that's too close to Kazuichi's, right? Was he the ultimate inventor? Was he the ultimate inventor or mechanic? I forget. No, Mew is the ultimate inventor. What would that make Subasa? Is Subasa just alternate universe? Alternate universe, ultimate mechanic? Or ultimate inventor? You miss Mew? Yeah. Sparkle. Thank you both so much. Now we just have to find a way to make this work. Let's do this. I don't want to have any regrets.
Yeah!
Forget about everything else and give it everything you've got. It's time for a defensive battle. Surely engineers enough?
God of the planet.
Yeah, I
Hear
suppose.
my plea and lend me thy strength.
This aura farmer, bro.
Blood of my bond release.
How many times are we gonna have to see this CG of you transforming? We get it. You're a golden dragon. But yeah, Ultimate Engineer is probably a good way to do it. I feel bad at this point. We've now seen Delja transform more than we have Vashness, who's like supposed to be the real ultimate villain. We've only seen Vashness transform like once at this point.
Here we go, everybody. We have to stop him.
Poison traps. You can now use F to set poison traps. Poison traps will activate when the boss gets near one, so set them after dealing with surrounding enemies. You can move it as many times as you wish. Still getting tutorials, by the way. Duh. I was getting nervous when it popped the tutorial. I was like, is it not going to let me skip this fight? I don't want to do the Delja poison trap fight again. You want to see Delja without the mask? It does seem weird that he's, you can't see without the mask. But I get the sense that he's supposed to be the very noble, honorable guy that never takes off his helmet. Kind of like a Master Chief. Like he can never reveal his face. Your computer should start glowing yellow anytime this guy shows up. Smash Bros. Color swap. That's where the aura comes from.
It worked! The poison worked!
Let us all strike in unison. Wait. There's still gas lingering in the vicinity. We'll be hurt if we try to attack now. We'll finish him after it clears. First, let's take care of the enemies in the vicinity.
Vicinity. We're saying vicinity a lot. Is he still thinking about it?
Incredible. I never would have guessed there was a poison that could work on me. I underestimated you.
How did we get this in? So the little invader must have been Commune. Or at least like her drone.
everybody! All together now!
Because Commune invented this poison, right?
Looks like it's time to settle things once and for all. Who will survive?
What's your favorite vocal stim?
Why? Let us see what the answer is.
Alright, keep aura farming, bro. To battle. Just kidding. Skip.
Not like this!
Not like this.
Help me!
Where's my daughter? That's the best reason to skip fights. I can't. Did the patch not get rid of those dialogue lines?
So, I've lost. The time of my destruction is upon me at last. I gave this battle everything I had. I have no regret.
Oh, she's still here?
Vashness.
I kind of forgot about her.
A disgraceful end. Pitiful.
What's up, baby girl? Vashness stamped on the commander's desiccated corpse with a sneer.
Everyone, prepare to attack!
There's no need to rush. I don't intend to fight you yet.
Huh?
I am preparing an event. A ritual, if you will, to usher
Real
in
fans
my
don't skip.
ascension to godhood. Our battle will take place then.
Yeah, alright, Vashness. I'll see you in another route where this actually happens.
What are you talking about?
Be calm. The time is soon. Wait with bated breath, so that you may behold my birth as the one true God!
With that declaration, Vashness turned and left. Honestly, after seeing her walk away, I felt relieved. Yes! Everything hurts. Vashness is the only commander that has a humanoid monster. The others are all just kaiju. Ava also has a humanoid monster. But you're right, the rest all have. No. Also the idol. Idol girl. Basically all the cute girls get humanoid monsters, and the rest are kaiju, as is tradition. I was resting in bed, recovering from our long and brutal battle. We managed to defeat Delja somehow, but the time to settle things with Vashness was getting closer. Our only option is to fight. I know that, but even if we beat Vashness and manage to survive, what do we have left to live for? Suddenly, the faces of all our dead friends flashed through my mind. Why isn't Takumi getting hyped up like, well, if I just kill Vashness, I can go back and redo this timeline again? Like, he knows that that works. Just run it back. Was there really any point to playing out the rest of this worst-case scenario? No. I have to stop thinking about this. My head's starting to hurt again. I'm sleepy, too. Though that might be from all the fighting. It's too early to sleep, but I don't have any appetite either. I'll just rest here. Need Flame Boy Crypto? Well, yeah, I mean, after we kill Vashness, we just go in there and take Flame Boy. Isn't it the Time Reverser humanoid? That's a stretch. He's a disco ball. Deciding to abandon all thought, I pulled up the blankets and curled into a ball. Eventually, I passed out like a light.
It's but now.
Join hands with my comrades? There's only 5 of us left. The pointless complaint left my mouth before I could stop it. On top of that, my body still hurt. The exhaustion from yesterday's battle wasn't gone yet. Now, I need to get up. Otherwise, the whole day will go by while I'm in bed. I pushed myself to get out of bed, getting ready for the day. Maybe somebody's in the cafeteria. I should go see. Is that? The moment I stepped out of my room, I saw Subasa, Nozomi, and Hiruko, all standing stock still. What are they looking at? I followed their gazes until... No. That's the door to Kioska's room. You can't be serious.
Kioska? Hey, Kioska!
This is the first time we've seen in her room. Does she? She has that golden sword. Is that actually a Danganronpa reference? I hurried into her room, already half suspecting what I'd find.
No.
This route sucks, bro. Yeah, I thought it was the same sword in 12 hours. This route sucks. Get me out. Kioska's corpse was laid on the floor with a tormented expression. Her body shredded like all the others. The sight made you sneeze? Yeah, it was a panic reaction seeing Kioska die.
Kioska!
They even got her J's dirty. What's up with the cheek marks? I think it's just to signify that they're dead. Oh, I just noticed the Holy Jumanji sword has a cute little bunny on it. Aww. The others had followed me into the room, now stunned by the wretched scene before them. Just like what happened to Yugamu. The killer broke down the door with the power saw and killed her. Wait, wouldn't we be able to hear someone breaking down a door with a power saw? The amount of time the Holy Jumanji sword has been useful? How dare you, Noteman? In my own chat? I will tolerate 0 Holy Jumanji swords slander. How dare you? You keep forgetting Kioska has J's because she's peak. Now that you mention it, at this point just share a room. They tried that. That didn't work either. I saw Kioska in the cafeteria last night. We went back to the roof together, so I think she must have been killed after that. And when was that exactly? I think it was around 9 p.m. when we met in the cafeteria. We had a late dinner because of the defensive battle. We got back to our rooms after 10. I went to sleep right away. I was asleep before 9. I didn't wake up until morning. I was really sleepy yesterday too. I went to bed early, but how'd we not hear anything? Even if we were tired from the fight, the sound of a door being sawed down would have been fairly loud. Kioska would have gotten up and ran if she heard it. I mean, to be fair, where would she run to? There's only one way out of this room. I'll be heading out. No, you don't have to leave, Note Man. You just have to repent 100 times. For daring to insult the Holy Jumanji Sword. They all fell asleep before 10, no way. It does seem a little suspect, yes. The more I think about it, the less it adds up. Let's think about this later. For now, I'd rather we do something with the body. Yeah, you're right. Let's do that. After we brought Kioska to the morgue and made a small gravestone, we gathered in the cafeteria. It's all of the protagonists, or the writers' favorite ladies are left. Subasa, Hiruko, and Nozomi. Hey, have a good night, Erica. Now maybe they just need to share a bed. Yeah. The life sign count is down to 4. There's so few of us left. It's sad, but I don't know what we should do. I couldn't think of anything to say. I'm too depressed myself to cheer anyone else up. I'm just one big mess of confusion. By the way, what are you up to, Hiruko? I just wanted to check on something. Hiruko seemed to be inspecting the water cooler in the cafeteria. Is there something off about it? Looks fine to me.
Oh?
I'm curious about what's inside. Subasa, could you lend me a hand? What do you need? We're going to find out what's in the water. All of you, come to the biolab. With that, Hiruko exited the cafeteria with a cup of water in hand. And soon after... Is it the water that makes the frogs gay? Hiruko, you have to stop it. Nozomi and I just stood in silence as we watched Subasa and Hiruko at work. Why is Hiruko analyzing the water? I thought Nozomi was the one with medical experience. It doesn't matter. Whatever. Subasa just can do everything. I was curious about what they were doing, but I didn't want to interrupt. Just then, Subasa raised her head in shock. No way! I knew it. If you knew it, why did it take you this long to... Whatever. What's wrong? What'd you find? We detected sleep medicine in the water from the cooler. Sleep medicine?
Oh?
The slow-acting kind, too. It takes time to kick in after being ingested. You mean the reason we didn't wake up last night is... because we drank this drugged water. Someone laced it in advance.
What?
So they went after Kioska knowing the drugs would keep us asleep? That'd explain why I was so unusually sleepy. They really will go to any lengths to kill us. I like that Takumi's like saying they, as if, I mean... isn't the killer in this room? What do you mean they, bro? As if they're not here. I told you, right? This killer enjoys killing.
Taking their time picking us off one by one is just more fun for them.
Darumi reference. Remember her? I suddenly remembered what Darumi said. They're killing us one by one, savoring each kill. No, it can't be them. Takumi? What's wrong? Nothing. Sorry, never mind. And then there were 4. I could very well be next. All I can do is hold on to this terror and wait for time to pass. 5 days left until day 100. What kind of ending awaits us then? Ding dong, bing bong. Oh wait, I can skip this. I'm like so used to just going ding dong. Morning already. I sat upright and barely managed to drag my heavy body out of bed. I should head to the cafeteria. Gotta make sure everyone's okay. Anyone else dead yet? Uh-oh. When I got to the cafeteria, Hiruko was eating alone. Oh. Morning, Hiruko. Have you seen Subasa and Nozomi? Yeah, just now. Everyone's okay this morning. Well, that's good. I can't let my guard down, but at least I can rest easy for a minute. Feeling like I should eat a leisurely breakfast in peace, I approached the Rationomatic, but there's nothing I want to eat. This feeling again. I'm hungry, but nothing appeals to me.
Oh?
What's the matter? Nothing big. I'm hungry, but I can't find anything I want to eat. I'm sure it'll go away in time. I'll just have a protein shake or something. Hiruko does this so much in this route where she's just like, Will you speak up? It's literally just us left. Well, I guess not literally, but...
Oh?
Takumi, I want you to go somewhere with me. Right now? Hiruko gave a small nod. Follow me. If you trust me, that is. Hiruko brought me to our friend's resting place, the morgue. Before me were the remains of all the people we'd lost to the killer. This was maybe the last place I wanted to be. Why did Hiruko bring me here?
Oh?
11 people were killed by the killer, including the commander we took prisoner. But there's a clear difference between them. There is? It might be hard to tell, but look closely at their wounds. With that, Hiruko arranged the bodies one by one.
Oh?
What do you notice about their injuries? Are they numbered? Well, they're sliced clean. They're pretty deep because of the power saw. Look here next. Come. Take a good look and tell me what you see. Just like the others, the next body was riddled with wounds that dug deep into the flesh. At a glance, they all looked the same, but looking closely, I suddenly realized something was different. The wounds on this one are messy stabs. Right. The power saw isn't the killer's only weapon. These wounds were likely caused by a dagger or something similar. How would they use different weapons? That's all I can tell you. You'll have to figure out the rest for yourself. Thanks. Hiruko? With that, Hiruko turned and left the room. Why? Why do I have to figure it out myself? Is this not a crisis? Is this not a time for you to kind of, you know, give me a lead? Like, we're in dire straits here. It's not time to play fucking mind games and riddles, alright? I mean, I always figured that the power saw wasn't really the killer's only weapon, because the wounds just didn't seem realistic. What does it all mean? Back in my room, I was thinking hard in bed. Something was bothering me. There's this whole mystery about a serial killer. Man, it's just it's been on the back of my mind lately. A dagger? I know I've seen something like that somewhere. My gaze wandered in search of an answer, until I landed on my desk drawer. Of course, a dagger. I remember. The diary in the drawer. I knew it. The killer in this diary had the same kind of weapon. I thought this diary is a work of fiction, or more accurately, that was what I wanted to believe. But it didn't seem like mere coincidence. Don't we all have daggers? I mean, the infusers are daggers, right? Like... Am I crazy? Like, we all have one. The infuser is how we execute people. Darumi specializes in daggers. Yeah, Yugamu had one. Ima has one. Ima's got a dagger. Everyone kind of has one. Does the killer from this diary exist in real life?
Then who wrote this? And when? How long has the killer been around?
Have we confirmed the infusers would just transform the person? That's true enough, I suppose. But still, Yugamu and Ima had daggers. I feel like it can't be that hard to find a dagger in this school. Hiruko must have figured out the truth, but she avoided giving me a straight answer. I mean, I feel like that means it can only be Takumi if she's not giving us the straight answer, right? Because also, the ghost is giving us the same fucking runaround. It's because everyone feels too bad to tell us? Like, what is this? Is there some reason she feels like she can't talk to me? I don't understand any of this. My head hurts so bad. Ugh, what time is it? I pried open my heavy lids to look at the clock. Just before noon. I spent all day yesterday deep in thought. I must have passed out. And that's why it only went from morning to morning, because the only time Takumi could spend deep in thought is about 5 minutes. I felt like I slept too much, but there's no sense in dwelling on it. I should get ready. I left my room, but all I did was stroll around the school, never coming across anyone. We were all keeping to ourselves, unsure of who the killer could be. I wonder where Hiruko is, but we're clearly not unsure of who the killer is. Like, Hiruko knows. I wanted to continue our conversation from yesterday about the killer's weapons. She didn't seem to be in her room. Maybe I'll find her in the cafeteria? I was thinking out loud, walking the halls until... Takumi. Hiruko, you scared me. I was just about to go looking for you.
Oh?
Me? What for? I wonder. You know, I just wanted to ask what you think's gonna happen on day 100. You know? What you thought about the weather? Yeah. Why don't you tell me about what you did before we came to the school, Hiruko? I mean, there's just so many things to talk about. What could I want to talk to you for? You know, there's just so many. Don't slander our MC. 3 minutes per day is the most his brain's able to work. About our discussion yesterday, you know, where you implied that you know who the killer is, I want you to tell me what that means. I've thought about it. I just can't get the pieces to come together. You figured it out, right? Fine. Come with me. Well, are you, like, annoyed that we didn't solve the puzzle? People are dying, Hiruko. Hiruko took me to the classroom where she'd once written that threatening message. Do you remember when Yugamu got the killer's suit and power saw? I'm pretty sure it was the day Moko was killed. Day 43?
Oh?
Right. Moko's wounds came from the power saw, which means Yugamu picked it up after she was killed. In other words, after killing Moko, the killer lost their suit and weapon for whatever reason. But they had the opportunity to get them back. When do you think that could have been? After we caught Yugamu and took the things from him. Gaku said he was going to hide them. The killer threatened Gaku into showing them where the power saw was. Hidden in the library. Then the two of them got into a scuffle, and Gaku was killed with the stolen power saw. Basically, from day 43 until 89, the killer didn't have those items on them. The people killed during that time were Takamaru, Kurara, Shoma, Narumi, Ima, and Kako. You saw the wounds on their bodies, right? They were all killed with something like a dagger, because the killer didn't have the power saw. None of you noticed. You thought Yugamu was the killer, even though he was just impersonating them. When did you realize this? When we found Takamaru's body. I decided to keep it a secret. I wanted to see if you guys could be detectives. Okay. I noticed the wounds on his body weren't like Ava and Moko's, but I couldn't say anything. Why not? Because that would mean the real killer and the person we saw in the suit, Yugamu, were two different people. What's the problem with that? They were two different people. If you just told us, we might have been able to save everyone that got killed after Takamaru. Don't you think I know that? No, clearly not. But still, I couldn't tell you. Why not? Because if everyone knew there was both a killer and an imposter.
Then it would ruin the alibis of anyone who said they saw the killer.
So she's gonna say she was covering for us. But why? And why not tell us you were covering for us? Like, get this beast under control.
Then they'd be a potential suspect. So I couldn't say anything.
But everyone was already suspecting each other anyway. What? Everyone was suspicious of everybody. Okay? I couldn't have everyone being suspicious of each other, so I let everyone be suspicious of each other. Hey, Hiruko. Hiruko looked down, turned on her heel, and ran away. After that, I tried looking for her, but time just ticked away as I searched aimlessly. I couldn't get over what she said. The suspicions didn't start until after the invader died. No, I'm pretty sure that even when we were in the gym together, like, the era of paranoia was setting in, right? Like, wasn't that starting to happen? Like, everyone was starting to get paranoid when we were sleeping together in the gym? I could be wrong, but I was pretty sure that's what was happening. I couldn't get over what she said. Was she covering for someone? That would mean she was trying to hide the true identity of the killer. Why would she do that? Was she connected to them somehow? Why? I have a bad feeling about this. Is she in love with Takumi? I'd have to assume. But like a different Takumi from one of the pasts that she was in. Not this one. Not this bumbling loaf. It was day 97. A new day was beginning. But there I was, still lying in bed. What are we supposed to do with just the four of us? We still have to fight Vashness. We're anything but united. I haven't seen Nozomi in 2 days. I don't know what I should do anymore. This situation has everyone completely exhausted. We're doing everything we can just to keep sane.
Help me. Hiruko.
I was calling your name without even realizing it. Then I let my listless body sink further into the bed, and slowly closed my eyes. I mean, I've been suspicious of Takumi since he randomly said at the beginning of this route on like fucking day 10, I should kill everyone. But so that's not even the disappointing something about the twist. To me, it's that Hiruko hasn't kind of worked with us on this at all. That's what's why? What the heck? I suddenly woke up to the sound of my door being pounded furiously.
Takumi! Open up, please!
Nozomi? Her voice sounded desperate. I rushed over to open the door. And there she was, her face pale. What's wrong? What is it? Please, come with me. Where? Nozomi didn't answer. She just silently walked off. I matched that silence as I walked with her. There's nothing inside of me but dread, but I can't run away. Why do we always do the, no one can tell us that someone's dead before we get to the body? I was brought to the metal shop, and inside I saw...
Subasa.
Well, we literally can't do anything in this route now. Subasa was our jack of all trades, our engineer, our biologist, our chemist, our brains. Subasa was face down. I don't know about that. Not breathing, her body covered in cuts. One glance at the profuse quantity of blood was enough to tell me we couldn't bring her back. I found her. The lights had been on in here for a while, so I took a look inside. Hiruko?
Oh?
All I did was find her. That said, I know none of us can prove our alibis. Hey, if the killer really is one of us, why don't we search all of our rooms? We should be able to find the murder weapon that way. Then we'll know who's really doing this. There's no guarantee they're hiding it in their room. Besides, what if the killer's deliberately hiding it in someone else's room? You mean to frame somebody else? I'm just throwing out suggestions, but it's not impossible. We wouldn't be able to say it was definitive proof in that case. Hiruko, there's just 3 of us. Who would give a shit if, one of the 3 of us was like, alright, we have definitive proof you're the killer. Wouldn't the other 2 just be like, alright, there's not even a court of public opinion left. There's just 2 people. Can someone die with their eyes closed already? It's creepy and sad. That's why they have to have their eyes open, so it can hit you in the gut. Let's get out of here. Once we were done transporting Subasa to the morgue, we immediately went our separate ways. Only 3 of us left. The killer was probably laughing at us. I wonder what they felt when they saw us suffer in despair like this. Bruh. Didn't feel shit. What time is it? I woke up feeling suffocated. My heavy eyelids opened up to see that it was already bright outside. I hate night sweats. I go back and forth on night sweats. Sometimes, like, I feel like those nights where you just wake up in the morning just drenched, I feel like sometimes those are, like, the best sleeps. But if you, like, sweat because you're sick, that does suck. But, like, sometimes if you just sleep so hard you're sweating, that feels good. I don't know. Last night, I barely had the time to change out of my armor and take a shower before falling to sleep exhausted. My clothes were uncomfortable and soaked in sweat. I must have had a rough sleep. Guess I'll take another shower. Grabbing a towel, I stepped into the bathroom. What a nice shower setup, by the way. I feel like this is the first time we've kind of seen a zoom into the bathroom. Kind of nice. Yeah, I also sweat a lot. And hot weather is absolutely the worst, but I just mean sometimes, like, when you hit that, like, real deep sleep, you sweat through the heat, it feels good. Kind of like almost like a sauna-like experience. It could be good. I'm not saying I really enjoy it, but every once in a while it hits, like, just right. I immediately noticed something unusual. What? I looked down at the bathroom floor to see a puddle of crimson liquid. Is this blood? Here? How? Where'd it come from? Hope this isn't Subasa's blood. Panicked, I looked up at the ceiling, where I saw red droplets dripping out from the gaps in the ventilation panel. This is literally a scene from a horror movie. My heart leapt furiously the moment I laid eyes on the uncanny sight. What is this? What's in there? I gingerly removed the panel, trying to keep my heart from pounding out of my chest. The ventilation? No, like the blood dripping from the ceiling. The moment I saw what was inside, my throat felt like it was closing up. It was the blood-soaked suit of the killer, and the power saw, and a dagger, and a raincoat I'd never seen before. Why would these be here? Why, indeed. Wouldn't he smell that? Yeah. That much blood would be fucking reeking. Especially cramped up in one little small space like that. Who put these here? And when? Don't tell me. Maybe the killer really did hide their weapons in my room, just like Hiruko said. Oh, so Hiruko said that so even Takumi wouldn't think he was the killer. She's, like, covering for us. She's covering for us against our own thought processes. I need to tell Hiruko and Nozomi. Tell them, and then what? Would they really believe me? More importantly, if I hide this stuff somewhere else, wouldn't that stop any further killings? Right. There are only 2 days left. If I can just keep these out of the way. I stuffed them into a trash bag and put them under my clothes in the back of the closet. Now I just needed to get through 2 more days. For a while, I couldn't find the will to do anything. The weapons and suit I'd found in the bathroom had made me uneasy. I feel like I'm gonna go insane if I stay by myself. I feel like you already are insane, buddy. Standing up on unsteady feet, I left my room. It was already dark out. In a haze, I began to walk without any real destination. I found myself in the schoolyard. I sat down on a bench in the corner, looking up at the sky. Remember when Hiruko said victory is when we all survive good times? Yeah. And now basically, we've just got, yeah, it feels like Hiruko, let Nozomi live because Hiruko knows Nozomi's important to Takumi. So she's been, like, guiding Takumi to kill off, like, all the other people that, like, aren't as important to him so he won't feel bad. She's, like, really trying to protect his mental state, it feels like. That's so weird. Thanks for the tip, Final Fighter. I sat down on a bench in the schoolyard, looking up at the sky. She's still super hot. If evil, why hot? The infinitely extending sky and its glittering stars that once moved me so much, they didn't make me feel anything anymore. I sat there in a daze, until suddenly, I sensed someone drawing closer. Hiruko. She's really like, I can fix him. I have a feeling it's like Hiruko knows Takumi can be better and like feels bad about in this timeline for whatever reason, something fucked up in his brain. Like I feel like that's gotta be part of the motivation. I mean, I'm just kind of coping here that they've got Hiruko with like some decent motivation. Like, I wouldn't even call it evil. No, I was just saying the meme, Liz. Like, that would be how I would guess she would explain it. Is because she, like... Because in that the other route that we just came from, she's like, you're the Takumi I know. And basically kind of says, like, you're the one... This is the Takumi I love. Like, this is the Takumi I care about. The one who, like, will always fight for his friends. So I feel like she knows that Takumi's out there. And, like, she's willing to protect him because of the other experiences she's had with him. But, like, and now feels bad because for whatever reason, this timeline is, like, super out of whack. But she, like, can't let anything happen to him because she knows if this Takumi lives and, like, goes to a different timeline or learns something here, Takumi can fix it. And so she's got that faith. I don't know. That's me trying to justify this. So she's like, this timeline's fucked anyway. Let's see if we can get Takumi to be the one to save the day. And, like, figure out what the fuck's going wrong with him. She's just down bad. That's fine, too. I can respect it. I can fix him. Hiruko stood before me in silence. Her face, illuminated by the moonlight, looked incredibly calm. I felt like I was being drawn to it.
Hey, Hiruko. Please. Stay by my side. Just for a moment.
Hiruko didn't answer. Instead, she leaned in close. Aww. She cradled my head, wrapping it in a gentle warmth. I could smell something familiar. A sweet, mellow aroma. Was this scent lavender? I could hear her heart beating. I was comfortable, as if my anxieties had simply vanished into thin air.
It's okay. Everything will be all right.
I don't know about that. Comforted by her sweet voice, my heart began to hurt. Intense, uncontrollable emotions were welling up inside me. This was how I'd always felt toward Karwa, but this time, it wasn't making me feel this way. It wasn't her making me feel this way. This time.
Hiruko?
Bro, at least say it, man. For one moment in this hellish, hopeless existence, I felt happy. All I wanted to do was bask in this afterglow. There's a lot of implication with that word. Okay. We didn't say anything as we huddled together under the night sky. He's gonna be dead in the morning. At last, it was day 99. It happened before the usual morning announcement. The intruder alert blared through my room. How'd we get back to our room? Oh. She's finally here.
Intruder alert. Intruder alert. Unauthorized personnel detected on school grounds. Defense mode initiated. All available troops prepare for battle immediately.
I was so composed that I even surprised myself. I don't know what the three of us are going to be able to do, but there's nowhere we can run. We just have to do this. Didn't, in Route 0, Takumi technically solo her? I mean, I guess she's more powerful in this route because she's actually absorbed Cryptoglobin compared to Route 0, but...
Oh?
I guess this is our final battle. If we're all set, let's get right to it. But wait, before we do, there's something I have to give you. Yeah? This is a bioweapon that'll boost our strength. It was in the metal shop. Did Subasa make this? Yeah. It was her last gift to us. We should be able to do some serious damage to Vashness with this. We can't waste it. Subasa, thank you. We'll make good use of this. Let's go. All that's left is to do whatever we can. I accepted Subasa's memento and took a step forward, but... truthfully, I felt empty. Even if we beat Vashness, could we call whatever ending awaits us a happy one? Doubtful. I felt like a robot designed solely to defeat the approaching enemy. Despite the heavy atmosphere hanging over us, we made our way toward our final defensive battle. Even in death, Subasa's still the GOAT. Take the drugs, Nozomi 2025. Yikes. Kiski.
Let's go.
You jinxed me.
My turn. Take this. Let's go. There! Here we go. That's it. All right, my turn.
You need to come and answer for your crimes.
Ha!
Looks to you though it's manageable. I'm sure it is. I'm just kidding.
Now then, to business.
Okay, so Subasa's gift is just a cutscene thing. Oh no, we actually had to play the book. What do you mean I have to play the book? I wasn't playing a video game. This is a visual novel.
Right here.
We're in book club.
Good to go. Ready when you are. That's it. Good to go. Hiya! Got it. My turn. Yeah! Good to go. Hiya!
Wait, why isn't it ending my turn here, actually? There's no enemies left. Win condition, annihilate all enemies. Did I miss something?
I got this.
Oh, yeah, reinforcements, you're right. I was like, what? What's happening?
My turn. Gotta push it. Say when. There. All right, here we go. Take this. Let's do this.
Thank God we still have our healer. Yeah.
Say when.
The healer definitely makes this much more bearable.
Good to go. Got it. Say when. Good to go. There. Ready when you are. Yeah.
Oh, hopefully I still keep my voltage over the waves. It's been so long since we've done a battle, I actually kind of forgot. Vashness was calmly walking towards us as if she owned the place. And she kind of does. The moment I saw her, my heart started to race like it had never raced before. Hey, ghost boy! Now would be an excellent time to help and perhaps aim the undying flames like you have done before. Maybe shoot some undying flame balls out there. No? Alright. It was as if the hemoanima, the cryptoglobin inside of my body, was responding to her as she approached. Then she stopped right in front of us as we stood on guard.
Don't think I'll grant you an easy death. Your power and the power of the Second Coming are mine.
The Second Coming? Oh, is she referring to the Second Coming as the time travel?
I shall devour all.
Oh, is she gonna kill Takumi to rewind time? And then kill everybody to just keep kind of infinitely scaling her cryptoglobin? Her voice acting is good. I also love all of her expressions, like when she transforms and she's like... crazy. She's also Nico. Her design is great. She's very she's got a lot of plot in her design. All right, she's hot as hell. Let's be real. She's the hottest character.
I've got this.
Now then, to bit. I can hardly contain myself.
Here we go. Ha! Let's go. There. All right.
My turn. Out of my way. Ready whenever. How's this? How unsatisfying.
Say when.
My turn.
Time for action. Wow, that's some power.
Let's do this. Time to use it. Here we go. Ha! Got it.
Time for battle. Take this! Broken so soon. Now then, to business. Die! My turn. How's this? How unsatisfying.
I forgot she scales.
Whenever.
I'd like for her to be able to get a good hit on you. I don't know. Is there a way I can get enough voltage to be able to use her ultimate? Plus 14%? Probably not.
My turn.
You have counterattack, right? Yeah. Oh, the problem is they're both in counterattack range, I think, too.
Time to move. Take this. Not bad. My turn. I'll put this to good use. Time to move. Out of my way. Now then, to business. Right here.
You know, cutting her throat could be the Persona 6 summoning animation. That would be funny, actually.
Chop you to pieces. My turn. I'll put this to good use.
I've got this. This should do it.
They all just totally ignored my fences. Bruh, what do you mean?
Let's go.
Oh, no.
My turn. Time to use it. I've got this.
God, it's like hard to see. There's so much fucking glow on the map here.
Good to go.
Now then, to business. Time to move.
Actually, I don't know why I did that.
All right, let's get started. Ready, wet, right here. Time for battle. Out of my way. Now then, to business. Dodge! Time for battle. Chop you to pieces. All right, let's get started.
Let's go. Ready when you are. One last strike.
Oh, come on, really?
I'm prepped and ready. Let me handle it.
Does anyone hit fences anymore?
Not bad. Leave it to me. Here's one for Zab. Time for action.
Oh, seriously? She's that far away?
I've got this. Locked and loaded. Let me handle it. Leave it to me. All good.
Thanks. Say when. Good to go. This should do it. Ready when you are. Yeah! All right, my turn.
Nope. Springtrap? Oh, I forget about Springtrap.
Got it.
You're right, that would have been good.
Time for action. I'll help.
I owe you one. Now then, to business. Time for battle.
God, I wish she'd...
My turn.
Do I use my last agility potion? I want to kind of clear these guys. Because this thing can stun, so I really don't want to have to fucking deal with that.
Ready whenever.
Ready when you are.
Time to move. My turn. I'll put this to good use. All right, let's get started.
You got this.
Stand back and watch. Out of my way. Time for battle. All right, let's get started.
Let's go. Not bad.
Yeah, these things will hit the core. I'm not really worried about that. Because she's not focused on the core, or our defensive barrier. Looks like she's going to attack Hiruko next turn. But we should be fine. Oh!
Can't move.
Take care of the rest, please.
What? They completely ignore the fence on this mission. Dude, we might be cooked. Losing to Nomi is bad. Fuck.
Time to move. My turn. Time to move. I'll chop you to pieces. Broken so soon. Alright, let's get started. Out of my way. How unsatisfying. Ready whenever. My turn.
Resetting, just reset the wave. I mean, I'm still gonna give it a shot.
Right here. Time for battle. Alright, let's get... I'll put this to good use. My turn.
Is this in Counter-Strike range?
Yeah. Ready whenever. Take this.
Oh!
Alright, back to normal.
What? I mean, I knew that.
Know your place, wicked invaders. How pathetic. Coming back to life after getting killed again and again.
All according to plan, baby. Got saved by plot. No, I was strategic. Alright?
But so be it. It would be a disappointment if you died too easily.
Hey, Cosmos. How was Goth Prom?
I will send you to hell again and again until I've had my fill.
Why doesn't Vashness, like, absorb our cryptoglobin immediately after killing us? Or is she just having fun? Now de-transformed, Vashness looked entirely unbothered, seemingly enjoying toying with us.
Takumi!
Hiruko looked over to me. I knew what she was trying to tell me. We had an ace up our sleeve, and only one opportunity to use it. Vashness was fully convinced the invaders were going to win. This was our chance to turn it around.
Let me savor the sight of your faces as they become contorted in despair.
Okay, Yugamu. It was epic. There was live music. Oh, that's really cool. I'm glad you had a good time.
Think again!
What's that sound?
My super mushroom. Paragon of Hope, by the way. I activated the device, dispelling a massive quantity of poison that rained down on Vashness's body.
What is this? I cannot move!
Wasn't this supposed to be a power-up? Whatever.
It's working!
You wicked invaders!
You lose, Vashness!
You dare kill the great!
Rough. Hey, you got something stuck in your throat. You know, for someone who dies a lot, she doesn't have many dying sprites. Chemical warfare wins once again. The Geneva conventions have no place at Last Defense Academy. That was a letdown. Is this really how this ends? Yeah. That doesn't seem real. How come we didn't absorb her cryptoglobin so we can, like, do the time rewindy thing? I heard the voice actress drank poison and coughed blood for that death. Hey, welcome back, Starkiller. You made it back just in time. We'd won our battle against Vashness. We were the victors in this final showdown with the invaders. But I couldn't truly smile. We strayed so far from the ending I'd been imagining. We still have 1 day left, anyway. Keep your guard up until the end. We dragged our battle-worn bodies back to the school and parted ways. Between the deaths of our friends and knowing the killer was still hiding somewhere, I had so many emotions I hadn't fully processed. To hell with it. There's no salvation in my future. Our 99th day at the last Defense Academy came to a close, and finally, day 100. A new day had begun. The final day. Day 100. I made it all this way. I didn't feel joy, anger, or sadness. I just accepted reality as it was. Is there some reason he doesn't, like, plan to do the time rewind? The time rewind thing is a combination of Eito, the baby, and the Supreme Commander's cryptoglobin. That's how Takumi got supercharged. Right. But he's got Eito. In this timeline, we have Eito. We have the Supreme Commander. We just gotta go kill the baby again. Easy, dude. Run it back. And then we can time rewind. We got 2 of the 3 parts. When I stepped outside, the stars were still shining and a pleasant breeze was blowing. Eito did not take Hiruko and the prisoner's cryptoglobin. I suppose. There's a couple other commanders we could have sucked up, though, to just make the difference up. Fuck it. When I stepped outside... Oh, wait. It's hard to believe this place is going to launch a huge missile strike in a few hours. We're talking about Route Zero? No, I'm talking about, like, this time now. Like, why isn't he, like... I mean, he knows he can time travel. Why isn't he trying to do that again? Like, that hasn't even crossed his mind. Like, because sometimes, like, I feel like the writers, like, will... like, at least have, like, in this situation, like, Takumi acknowledge the time travel thing. And be like, you know, how Sword explained that the time travel wouldn't likely work. But it's bugging me because the game hasn't written it off. I mean, Sword's probably right, but it's like... usually, you have Takumi make that note. Like, well, the time travel won't work because X. Because now it's still kind of ambiguous. Because, like, I mean, Sword could be accurate, but also, I mean, we also have the fact that the Revival-matic has, like, 15 different descriptions. So, you know, we could have, like, a little leeway here, I feel like. I find it odd that after all this, Takumi's not just, like, at least considering the time travel as an option. Even Takumi knows time traveling again would just lead to people dying. Yeah, but, like, I mean... surely he's got to be able to do better than just 2 survivors. I mean, like... it can get worse. You'll see in 200 hours. Oh, based. That's true. That's what Takumi gets for messing around with time. trying to save Hiruko and Nozomi. I mean, he did that. He did save Hiruko and Nozomi. Each time he goes back, the enemies get stronger. Yeah, the enemies get stronger, but so do his friends. I just find it hard to believe when Takumi lost half of the squad, he was like, I gotta run it back. But now that he's lost everyone, he's like, nah, we're gonna stick with this ending. Because if he goes back and dies, I mean, how much worse is it? Like, it's hard to believe this place is going to launch a huge missile strike in a few hours. Once the final attack starts, humanity will be the victors in this war. But who cares about that? The time travel does have an explanation, but I can't speak more on it. No, I'm not saying that there's not a reason for the time travel not to work. What I'm saying is I believe that the time travel doesn't work. What I'm saying, I find it odd that Takumi doesn't at least consider it. You know what I mean? Like, does that make sense? Not that I'm finding it odd, like, oh, why hasn't the story written Takumi to time travel here? I can understand that in the sense of time travel not working. Like, that makes sense to me. But why isn't Takumi at least going through the process of, like, all right, let me make a plan B here. Could I do it again? Like, could I time travel again? There's been so much downtime in this route, and so much, like, of Takumi talking to himself and coming up with plans and strategies. It didn't cross his mind once to be like, hey, remember when I broke the fabric of time and space? Could I do that again? Like, because that would be my first thought. He doesn't go back because Nozomi's alive, but he's so checked out here. He hasn't acknowledged it once at day 100 or day 99. Well, at least Nozomi's alive. He's literally saying humanity will win, but who cares? Like, that's the current dialogue here. Right? To hell with it. There's no salvation. I don't know. I mean, I get he's probably a little defeatist right now, but at no point did he ever really state, at least Nozomi's alive. You know. And he also seems to be more fixated on Hiruko in this route than Nozomi. I mean, shit, he's barely mentioned her. So yeah. Also, yeah, banging views. Remember to subscribe. I'm doing every route in the game. Hit the bell button. And join my Discord server to discuss more 100 lines. Because based on the assumption it's parallel world, going back doesn't save anyone from this timeline, so it's about what's best for him. Does he have the assumption that it's parallel worlds? Also, where could he think that this is the best for him? Everyone's dead but two? What about the killer? We never figured out who that was, bro. What do you mean we never figured out? You never figured out, I guess. Hey. Thanks for the gift, AK. Your lateness is forgiven. I appreciate the 5 donated gift subs. Abam, Gemstone, Zombody, John Doe, Masayuki. Congrats on becoming members now. Thank you, AK. Welcome to the stream, buddy. Appreciate the generous tip. Hell yeah. Enjoy your emojis. Oh yeah, that's right. It's going to play the membership notifications for everybody. Hell yeah. Thanks, man. The gemstones here quite a bit, too. I don't understand how the random gift sub things work sometimes. Sometimes it gives... I think it does give people that, are, like, lurking. The, memberships. I will look down on non-member viewers with pretension and elitism. Hey, that's in your power now, Zombody. That's in your power now. I feel like if this discussion continues, something's going to be spoiled accidentally. Maybe. I mean, I feel like people are being very careful about it, which I appreciate. That people are letting me kind of have the discussion. Because I like to... obviously, I like to theory craft when we're playing through this game. I've like 15, 20 streams in now. People know that I like to sit and kind of like plot out how things are working. But yeah, I've noticed people in the 100-line, I guess there's a 100-line community now, or at least my community specifically, I'll give myself some credit, tend to not spoil stuff, which is great. I appreciate it. But yeah. But that's what I've got my wonderful mods, 12 Hours and Final Fighter Force, to protect me from spoilers as I do my best to theory craft and frustrate people who know the answer, but cannot say. Do I think of an alternate worlds or a Steins Gate system? So I'm kind of the Steins Gate mind right now. But obviously, yeah, the game has so far only implied the parallel worlds theory from Ato when he talked about it in Route Zero. Like, he was the first to suggest it. I won't know what's a spoiler and what isn't until you haven't played the biggest route. I mean, I feel like this game's long enough where we could also probably, we're probably gonna forget about some things that get spoiled if it's a subtle mention and not a direct someone being like, I'm gonna spoil this right now. Making Final Fighter a mod at the time you did was perfectly timed. It was. It was due as well. I needed to make someone else a mod for sure. Relying on putting all the pressure on just you 12 Hours was not going to be an optimal solution forever anyway. This game is very long. Take your time and enjoy. Oh, I'm taking my time. And I am enjoying quite a bit. I hope that people understand, like, when I critique certain things of the plot, again, that's because I like the game and I'm super invested in the story, and we're picking up on these, like, smaller details, and we're critiquing the smaller details because I feel like everything in this game is fairly noteworthy. But if it's a game I don't care about, then I would just kind of skip over these, like, minor, like, notes and be like, okay, whatever, like let's just fucking keep going. When I critique things like this, it's because I enjoy it, unless I'm just sitting there going, well, this fucking sucks. And I obviously have to play up the critique a little bit. What was the thought process behind choosing you? I felt like I could trust you with the power of being a mod, and you've been a member of the community for a while, and also, like, you were being very like, careful about people with spoilers and warning people and being a good source of reason within the community. So I felt like it would be reasonable and a good choice. From this route, who do I believe is the killer? Takumi is my thought so far. Like, he's just going nuts. Okay. Yeah, also the membership things of not playing. So, thanks again, AK. Thanks for the vote of confidence, of course. I think I'm the killer. He made the choices. That's true. It was me all along. Kodaka hit me up. before and asked if I wanted to be featured. And I said, you know what? As the biggest Danganronpa streamer on YouTube, I would love to. A speedrunner finished this game in 5 hours. To be fair, I feel like speedrunning this game would be easy, because, like, if you just held X, like, the game's not that long. Because you can hold X and fast forward through all the dialogue. Even if you haven't encountered it before, the game lets you fast forward non-new dialogue, or, like, new dialogue. So, I feel like that makes sense. And it also lets you skip so many battles. Like, really, the only challenge would be the Route 0 fights. And then you could just fucking run it. How many more till we get new emojis? I'll check after the stream how many more that we need. But I actually feel like we're at an... I might be able to put in a new emoji fairly soon. Or at least replace one. I don't know which one I would replace, though. Hopefully I could just add a new one. I feel like the next one I want to add is the Carrara tomato head emoji from that I photoshopped the other night and added to the Discord server yesterday. I think I'd add that to the thing. Although it does look a lot like the ghastly emoji. Maybe I would swap the Carrara with the ghastly thing. I don't know. We'll have to decide. Oh, that's true, Liz. You do have to approve to be that you can be gifted subs. I think that's a setting somewhere. If everyone knew... Let's continue now. But I'll get derailed fairly soon anyway, so... If everyone knew there was both a killer and an imposter...
Then it would ruin the alibis of anyone who said they saw the killer.
Wait, does that mean... No, it can't be. Throb. Suddenly a violent pain ripped through my head. So intense it felt like my brain was being split in half. It's my sleep paralysis demon! Who's there? An unfamiliar voice, quote-unquote, echoed in my mind, threatening to consume my very consciousness. Bro is dark urging right now. What is this? What the hell's going on? Shut up! Stop it! Ooh, Hiruko's excited about it, though. She's like, I can fix him. Or she's looking at that. That look to me says, I can make him worse. Alright. This sprite right now? Takumi? What's wrong? Oh, Nozomi. Oh, you poor girl. Stay back! Run away! Nozomi, run.
Kill! Kill! Kill!
No, stop! Why can't I stop? My body is rampaging out of control. I'm trying so hard to resist, but I can't do a thing. If I don't do something, then...
Somebody... help! Don't... kill.
I don't want to kill. I only remember fragments of what happened next. Yeah, I mean, I feel like... we obviously called it when Takumi back at, like, day 10 was like, what if I just killed everybody? I don't know. I only remember fragments of what happened next. Suddenly, I found myself wearing the killer's suit and holding the power saw. The voice from before was endlessly commanding me to kill, and I answered the call. I was on the hunt for Hiruko and Nozomi, and then... Stop! Stop it! My body turned the power saw on the two girls, despite every fiber of my being fighting against it.
No! Stay back!
Nozomi was trembling with fear and shock, on the verge of tears. I tried so hard to put distance between us, but my body did the exact opposite. Please, you have to run away from me. He'll get us both if we don't do something. We need to split up. Right.
Kill! I'll kill you!
But why? I like both of their sprites. Oh, wait. Oh, you can't pause. Oh, I think it's an interesting touch here that your body moves in the opposite direction of like where you want to go. So like I'm holding D right now and it's moving me left. Choose Hiruko first. I was going to choose Nozomi first because I thought Nozomi would give us answers. But if choosing Hiruko first gives us answers, then we'll do that. Yeah, that's really funny that the controls are inverted. Kind of lame that we don't like see like her. It is fun that we get to control the killer moving now. No, don't kill her. Get away from Hiruko. No matter how hard I resisted, my body didn't budge an inch. I'd lost all control over it. Choosing Nozomi gives you answers. You just want punishment for Hiruko. Why would you do that to me, Final Fighter? You led me astray. Ah, it's fine. I assume this must be like a bad end. Where we kill Hiruko and because we get no answers, it just wraps up. I'll be fine. You're not Takumi, are you? When did you get into his bot? Stop! Just get away from her! No! Does she not even try to fight back? Also interesting that she says, you're not Takumi. I stared blankly at the devastation in front of me. Hiruko's blood felt warm running down my body. I killed her? Suddenly, a forceful impact connected with the back of my head, and I fell to the ground. Like through the helmet? I could see a fire extinguisher in front of me. In my haze, I realized it had been thrown at me.
Takumi.
Oh! Angry Nozomi? That's crazy. I managed to look up and saw Nozomi looking down on me, holding the power saw.
How could you? How could you? I believed you, Takumi.
That's not it. Nozomi, it was against my will. Try as I did to scream, no words came out. All I could do was look up at her.
You killed everybody! everybody! You tricked us this whole time!
The CGs are so good in this game. Yeah, they're like all constantly awesome. No, you have to listen to me, Nozomi.
Everybody's dead! Because of you! Because of you!
Go, Nozomi, you little problem solver, you. Damn.
I didn't do it.
I felt the blood streaming out of the wounds opened up by the power saw. Where did I go wrong? Somebody, tell me. Hiruko. Ending number 71. Slasher route. Revenge. Alright, let's go the other way this time. Interesting that I mean Hiruko I feel like had that coming. I mean like that's like the expected ending, I feel like. Hiruko dies and then Nomi has to clean it up at this point. Like evil looking Takumi is perfect for this stream. Oh shit, you're right, it is. Rip Nozomi, she deserves it even less. Yeah, we gotta go get her now. Because we need our answers. We didn't do all this to not get answers. All right. Another prophetic thumbnail, I might add. Mentioned it in Discord. Perfect thumbnail. Yeah, it worked out really well. He spared no thought and instantly went after Nozomi. See, I was going to because I assumed Nozomi would get the get us answers. But I actually don't mind that, like I said, going after Hiruko, we get a little bit of revenge, and it's a quick, like, alright, that's the end. Because obviously Nozomi doesn't know what the fuck's going on. I think it's also cool that we get to see, like, angry Nozomi. I feel like you don't really see that. Like, she had the eyes of a killer finally at the end, which was cool. And I feel like once we kill Nozomi here, I mean, at this point, Hiruko knows we're the killer already, and hasn't stopped us yet, so I don't know why she would suddenly, you know, like Nozomi would be where she draws the line. So we'll get to talk to her after.
No!
I also, like I said, I think this is clever that to show that Takumi's being like mind controlled, you have to press the controls become inverted. Because Takumi's like, my body's doing the opposite of what I say, and then what happens? Your controls are inverted. That's pretty cool. Definitely, again, I mean, obviously we know the developers of this game were super passionate, but like that's a level of detail where like, you know, they like are really considering everything, and like the designers and the writers are like all in sync on the vision for this, which is really cool. Because that's such a minute detail. This route does kind of suck, though. There's a lot of build-up, I don't know, for... This isn't like that crazy of a twist.
You did this, Takumi. You lied to us and killed everybody!
Why doesn't she shoot him with, like, a paralyzing shot that's not powered by cryptoglobin? Because she doesn't have really any. Almost halfway? I don't believe you.
Why? I believed in you!
Don't kill her! Get away from Nozomi! No matter how hard I resisted, my body didn't budge. I'd lost all control.
No, don't do it!
Please, no! Don't kill her! No! This route sucked at first, but as you played the others, this one ain't so bad. Oh, that, I feel like, bodes poorly for how some of the other routes will go. I vividly felt the sensation of the power saw cutting into Nozomi's body. I killed her. I stood rooted to the spot in a daze, covered in my victim's blood. Suddenly, a forceful impact connected with the back of my head, and I fell to the ground. I could see a wrench on the ground. In my haze, I realized it had been thrown at me, like a minute too late. Who could have... No. I already knew. There was only one survivor left.
Hiruko.
Travel through time to survive to day 100 just to kill Nozomi on the last day. A fucking brutal route.
Where am I?
I woke up struggling to breathe, discovering my body had been restrained with rope. Is there a reason why Hiruko didn't just do this like weeks ago? So you're finally awake. Hiruko!
Oh.
You seem to be yourself again, for now. Come to think of it, I can move my body of my own volition again. What was that back there? Do you know what's happening to me, Hiruko? The missiles will be fired soon. I'll explain everything before then. All of it. Who the killer is, and everything they've done.
Does this mean the killer is...
It's you. You're the one who destroyed Sirai. And you're the one who killed all 13 of our friends.
And is part of the explanation going to be why you didn't stop us? What are you talking about? That's not...
Oh.
I know you weren't aware. Your conscience is clean. But 13 people still died at your hands, even if you weren't aware of it. I did this? No, that can't be right. I first noticed something was strange with you on day 16. Day 16? That's the day you were attacked by the killer in the biolab, right? Yes, but the one who cornered me in the biolab, it was you, Takumi. No, I didn't do that.
Oh.
I believe it was around 11 p.m. I couldn't sleep, so I was walking around the school by myself. I saw you in the hallway on the second floor. Me? The night of day 16?
Oh.
You had a kitchen knife in your right hand. Something was off about your eyes and the way you were breathing, so I ran. But you chased me with a horrific look on your face. It was clear you were trying to kill me.
Oh.
Ah! Takumi 2D sprite! Ah! Jump scare. I ran into the biolab, but you caught up with me right away. We got into a struggle. You kicked me and sent me flying. I hit the back of my head and collapsed. So much for, Hiruko being the strongest.
Huh.
I was barely conscious, unable to move, and there was someone in front of me.
Hey!
The killer was about to attack you. I was trying to help. I'm afraid not. You're misremembering. I actually called this literally in the biolab. Like, as this was happening, I was like, I mentioned it in the stream. Misremembering?
Oh.
You're the one who attacked me, Takumi. I'm certain of it. Then someone in a black suit came to save me. What are you talking about? They attacked you and you lost consciousness. But you came to almost right away. You threw yourself at the person in the suit. The two of you broke through the window and hurtled toward the ground. I assume you remember what happened after that. She's right. I remember. I was grappling with that person in front of the wall of fire. Just in the nick of time, I kicked their leg as hard as I could. I took the power saw and ran after them, but then I lost them. The events of that day marked the moment I began to suspect you. And I waited until you killed everyone else so I could have this moment alone with you to accuse you. What? So who was in the suit? Who was Phone? There weren't any casualties at the time, so I couldn't be sure. But I had to consider the possibility you'd become a host to G.I.E. Guy? You'd become a host to Guy. A host? Guy? What are you even talking about? I doubt you remember, but the Gyai are a parasitic organism we discovered in another timeline? Brain worms? You're pretty sure it's pronounced Gi? Okay. You already heard Gi? When did I hear Gi? In the game? In this game? When? In Killing Game route? I don't remember. When was that mentioned? The sponsor screamed it when they burned. Oh. I was supposed to interpret that as an actual word, not like, oh my god, I'm burning to death. Ah! Okay. The butterflies from Peacemaker. Yeah, I guess. I mean, screams rarely have in them. Alright, yeah, Liz over here burning people alive frequently, so he knows what those screams sound like. Alright. How come she remembers the timeline shifts, but Takumi doesn't? It's a terrifying organism that gradually eats away at the host's body and eventually takes it over completely. What? But I had no proof you'd become infected, so I kept quiet.
Oh.
Eventually, though, we had our first casualty on day 25. That's when my suspicions grew stronger, so I did nothing about it. While you were asleep, I ran a scan on your brain.
Ah.
What? When did you... You know what, forget it. What'd you find? There wasn't a key inside. I thought I must have been wrong.
Oh.
So nice you can't trust anyone 100% from now on? Yeah. On day 43, Moko was killed. And once again, I had a bad feeling. You being infected was the only explanation I could think of. So I checked your brain again.
Huh.
How? The second time, I still didn't find any gi. Not only that, but Nozomi said that she ran away from the killer with you. Reluctantly, I decided to put aside my suspicions for the moment. So that's why you were suddenly avoiding me? It would sometimes seem like you had something to say? But when Kurara died on day 64, I started to suspect you again. Hiruko is like the worst detective of all time.
Ah.
Did you check my brain again?
Oh.
Yes. Very closely. And I learned something horrifying.
Huh?
Even though there was no actual gi in your brain, the gi's data was eroding it. What?
Huh.
My hypothesis is that you were infected with gi in another timeline. I feel like we need more answers to the timeline stuff for this to make more sense. It is very odd that this is like the first time that like timelines are being confirmed in the game. And they're like also telling us about this parasitic organism like at the same time. We're getting that's two major plot threads, and we don't have the full details on either of them. After that, you died as its host, and your consciousness went back in time to day 2. When that happened, the gi data in your brain went back to the past with you. What? So Takumi can, like, frequently travel back in time. The data went with me? It appears my hypothesis was correct in the end. You killed Nozomi right in front of me, after all. Maybe if you stopped ignoring Takumi, you would have been able to, like, prove this hypothesis, like, halfway through. Time travel can't send physical matter back in time. The gi itself no longer physically existed in your brain. But its cognitive data still remained. Oh my god, are we getting Somnium Files stuff in here as well? Stop. Do you honestly expect me to believe any of this? Does that mean you killed Nozomi of your own free will? And the other 12? This route isn't the greatest to get right now. Seems like it, yeah, because like it seems like we're getting the answer, and I don't even know the right questions to be asking at this point. You know? This seems like we're getting answers to questions that pop up in other routes right now. You didn't know it was happening. When the G awakens, your own consciousness vanishes. I'm sorry, my back is like fucking itching. All this talk about parasites is making me itchy. It's important to get a different ending before this one, unfortunately. Okay. That's kind of what I figured. Because a lot of this I'm kind of like, wait a minute. Yeah, like I said, it feels like we're getting the answers before I'm even asking the right questions. Because, like, she's explaining timelines in G, and, like, I don't even know that there are timelines in G. And she's, like, explaining it already. I mean, we kind of assumed, but the game hadn't confirmed them at this point. A little annoying that there's certain routes that you need to be done to make sense when the game lets you choose your future. It does feel weird that the routes are kind of contingent on each other, but the game doesn't, like, shift you in it, or, like, get you to go in a specific direction. You didn't know it was happening. When the G awakens, your own consciousness vanishes. So it's like some kind of split personality. Oh, Kodaka loves his split personalities. There should be more story locks, to be honest. At this point, I kind of agree. We'll see, though. I mean, we're still gonna play everything, and I don't believe that it's ruined. But yeah, it does seem like if some of the information is going to be contingent on other routes, there should be a few more locks. We never learn about the existence of G in this route, suddenly revealed to us in the very end. Like, yeah, it is odd. Especially because Hiruko doesn't, like, sow the seeds of stuff, like, throughout the route. Like, she's got all of these answers and, like, is performing all these tests and stuff. And so, like, it's not even hinted at during this route, which is odd. I know, I need you to trust me, I know what I'm doing. No, I have faith. Like I said, I don't think it's ruined. I think it'll still be good to get other answers to all the questions. But getting this info up front is kind of like, huh? What? I'm getting Slasher as my third route. Because like I said, this feels like we're getting answers to questions I didn't even know I was supposed to be asking yet. It must have happened this way because you're only infected with key data. Like, what is data? Does it mean, like, cells or something? Like, memories? If the entire organism was in you, your brain and body would have fallen under its control immediately. Once you knew I was infected, what did you do then? Naturally, I wanted to do something about it. But I didn't know how to cure you. Maybe you should have brought it up to Subasa, who was literally able to invent things on the fly this route. I considered blowing your brains out and putting you in the Revivomatic, but... Your head already got smashed on day 43.
Ah.
Right. I remember Nozomi telling me that happened.
Oh.
But the murders still didn't stop. I knew destroying your brain was futile. You assume the data's in the cryptoglobin? That would make sense. The G and its DNA influence embedded in Takumi's mind. Weird, okay. So they're rewriting his genetic code? I guess that would have to be it, right? It's like rewriting his genetic code to alter how he thinks. The revival system must have perfectly recreated the brain data stored in its database. I went to the library to do some research to try and find another way to cure you. That's when I found out about a certain drug. A drug? It was possible that injecting you with it would remove the G data from your brain. So around the dawn on day 67, I snuck into your room and administered the drug as you were sleeping. Is that why I didn't wake up for 3 days? Yes. The side effects of the drug I injected you with caused you to fall ill. I thought I'd finally restored your brain to normal. In order to be sure, I examined your brain again the day after you woke up, on day 71, but... the G data was still there. What? I failed. The drug didn't work. Why? Why can't I get you out of Takumi? You latched onto him and killed our friends. How long do you plan on toying with us?
Go to hell already, you filthy insect!
Someone injected Takumi in Killing Game? Yeah, I assume that's what the people that were not with the sponsors were doing. What's with people sneaking into Takumi's room? Yeah. Bro does not have any fucking locks on that door. You know how we see the future? Takumi transfers his memories to his younger self after Route 0? Time traveling doesn't physically transfer stuff. Right. It's basically just transferring his consciousness. But my assumption is that the Gi data, like, started to erode into his consciousness, and so when his consciousness transferred, that was, like, infested with the G data, it fucked with him. Like, on a fundamental level. Yeah, I mean, I get it. That's not the confusing part. Anymore, anyway. But it's weird that that route's later. And then it... Anyway. Evil Takumi.
Well done, Hiruko. You figured it out.
Gi, you finally showed yourself.
Would you like to hear what this filthy insect was up to while in control of Takumi? His character sprite should have, like, the red eyes. It doesn't, though. The CG had the red eyes, but the sprite doesn't. Only if you don't mind me sawing off your head with this power saw. You're too foolish to kill this man. The first one was Ava, the prisoner. I killed her on day 25. Takumi took the power saw he stole from the visitor out of the metal shop. Visitor? After breaking down the door to the cage, I sliced her to ribbons. When I was done, I threw the power saw into the wall of fire to hide it, but Takumi immediately found it and recovered it. I had no idea he was watching. And who is he, exactly? The boy covered in flames. He was so confused and scared whenever he saw me controlling Takumi. But enough about that. You and your little friends discovered the suit and helmet as well, correct? Shoma found them in the boys' bathroom. They definitely belonged to the same person who came to save me in the biolab, didn't they? Yes. I believe the visitor was pursued by Takumi and forced to abandon them to move around faster. At any rate, you put them in the locker in the metal shop and Takumi set the combination, right? Only he knew the combination. Or so you all thought. Takumi himself included. Edgy Takumi is back. Hiruko is the smartest of the imbeciles, but still an imbecile. Yeah, the fetus not mentioning anything at all, or being like, hey bro, I think you're being possessed. That's fucked up. Like, Flameboy not acknowledging that at all is really dumb. Why wouldn't the ghost at least be like, hey man, you're doing some weird stuff. Your eyes are changing colors. Like, that... But you were looking too. That's why you knew how to open the locker. Precisely. The second person I killed was Moko Mojiro on day 43. When Moko, Nozomi, and Takumi were looking around the school at night, Takumi and Nozomi split up to look for Moko after she got separated from them. It was raining heavily when Takumi went outside, so he ended up completely soaked. I awakened around that time. I took over and made for the metal shop. I took the suit, helmet, and power saw from the locker, and then sought after my prey. I like that G is doing the evil villain monologue where he's like recapping entirely what he did. We really are kind of in the like slasher movie parody, huh? Here's how I did all of my crimes. You can't think of timelines as happening later. Everything happens concurrently. Yeah, I mean, I get that they all technically are happening at the same time. I just mean happens later as in, like, the route is called, like, later on, if that makes sense. Like, if the game wants you to do routes in a certain order, killing game routes are last, is what I mean. Because they're in the 90s, whereas the slasher here is in the 70s. For clarification, I get that all the day 100, like all of the day 100s are happening at the same time. All of the day 1s are happening at the same time. Why can't he just tell Takumi? If he did, maybe not all of the group will die. I'm hoping that it gets explained why the ghost does not answer. Like, or even help to, like, kind of infer to Takumi, hey, do you know why you're killing everybody? Like, I judged you real hard, for killing Eito, but for some reason, I'm now not even gonna mention you killing other people. But when you killed Eito, I judged you real hard. I was like, oh, how could you kill Eito? He hadn't even technically committed crimes. And then Takumi kills innocent people, and Ghost Boy's like, I didn't see anything. I don't even know what's happening anymore. Okay, man. Like, fucking be useful. I found Moko in the classroom on the first floor and killed her. She resisted, but not even she was a match for my power saw. But I was caught in the act by Nozomi, who managed to evade me. I gave chase, figuring I could kill her while I was at it, and I wound up in the leisure lounge. Just when I almost had her, I was tackled and fell into the pool. Nozomi used that opening to get away. A little more and I would have had her. I took off the suit and helmet and abandoned them along with the power saw so I could get out. Of course. So that's why Yugamu found them in the pool. I returned to the school, soaking wet, and that's where my memory ends. Takumi must have assumed he was wet from the rain, so he didn't realize what had actually happened. Indeed, after that, Takumi heard a scream, went running, and reunited with Nozomi. In a panic, Nozomi told him about Moko's murder, and the two of them went to the classroom on the first floor, the scene of the crime. Takumi had no idea her death was at his own hands. The rest is exactly as Yugamu told you. He recovered the power saw and suit I'd abandoned and chased you around. A hedonistic pervert if I'd ever seen one. After he took your gear, you changed weapons, didn't you? Starting with my third victim, Takamaru. I believe it was early on day 51. I awoke once again and obtained a replacement suit and weapon from the metal shop. A raincoat and a dagger. I took them, snuck into Takamaru's room, and turned him into a bloody mess. You should have seen the look on his face when he woke up to being sliced open with a dagger. Once I killed Takamaru, I washed my hands there and returned to Takumi's room like normal. Then, I hid the dagger and the raincoat behind the ceiling panel in the bathroom and went back to sleep. And what about your fourth victim, Kurara? She was murdered at dawn on day 64. Yes, the day Yugamu chased her and Takumi while dressed as the killer. Takumi was cornered in front of the defense room on the third floor, with Yugamu holding the power saw over his head. Just then, I woke up, and Takumi lost consciousness. Satisfied after seeing the look of terror on Takumi's face, Yugamu turned and left. He's a real degenerate, that one.
Oh.
Just get on with it. You used Takuma's body to kill Kurara, right? Maybe Guy was there in Route 0, but somehow only this route they became a crazy murderer. I don't think so. I don't think it was in Route 0. Because then Takumi would have no chance to not be, like, infected. We're gonna see the other routes since Takumi said he'd be doing the spare Ito routes. Yeah, I don't plan on doing another kill route after this. Like, after we reach the end of Slasher, I do plan to go to spare side. Mix it up a little. Precisely. I took out the hidden dagger and a raincoat and hunted down Carrara, who was hiding in the training room. She didn't even have enough time to cry or scream before I mercilessly sliced her to ribbons. I hope you get all the endings eventually, even if you take a break. I am still planning on, at least currently, I'm still planning on getting all the routes. Or all the endings. I am planning to take a break for, when No Sleep for Kaname Date comes out. So we'll be streaming that. I do hope that the viewership maintains in this game, even after I switch games for a little bit. Hopefully people are okay with that. I know No Sleep for Kaname Date will be... Anyone who enjoys this game will enjoy No Sleep for Kaname Date. I know that for a fact. So I feel like the audiences should be similar. And then hopefully people are willing to take that break with me and then come back to 100 line. But yeah, I am planning on taking a break for No Sleep for Kaname Date. And another small break for Persona 5X. But yeah, we'll bounce around a little bit. I finished the deed and returned the raincoat and dagger to their hiding spot. Then, back at the defense room door, I once again fell into a deep sleep. So that's why Takumi believed he'd been passed out there the whole time. My fifth was Shoma, who I killed on day 77. I simply killed him when I woke up again. Nothing worth talking about. Hey, Gemstone. Let me ask you one thing. Did you set the fire in the gym on day 80? My timed incendiary device worked out nicely, didn't it?
No.
I knew you were behind it. When was it? Day 78? When Takumi went with Ima, Kako, and Darumi to the metal shop. Around 2 p.m., I woke up and simply pretended to be Takumi. All of you were sleeping together in the gym, and I'd been just waiting for my chance. I came up with a plan to secretly build a timed incendiary device to plant there. You've been working on the Spare Eto branch? I plan on going over there fairly soon. You thought Takumi can only time travel once? I mean, it's important to remember that that's his ability, regardless of the super cryptoglobin. I mean, his superpower is being able to do all 100 days over again. But remember, his basic ability is still able to, like, rewind a little bit. G is confirmed to be smarter than Takumi. G might have 2 brain cells. Wow! Because just like the commanders, all of the Special Defense Unit forces have their own special abilities. They're just not as prominent. Because it's not as visually part of their identity. Also, because they're all mostly passive abilities, whereas the abilities of the commanders are like their attack. So it's more noticeable that the commander has those. But basically, anyone with Cryptoglobin does get a special ability. And that's Takumi's. So that's something important to keep in mind when considering like some of Takumi's powers. the reason why his enhanced cryptoglobin lets him go back all, like 100 days is because he can even do that in the first place. Anyway, I came up with a plan to secretly build a timed incendiary device to plant there. Of course, I came up with a cover story so the other three wouldn't suspect me, and worked on it by myself. But I struggled with the work. I couldn't finish the device that day. I had no choice but to continue into the next day, still pretending to be Takumi. I finally finished the device at 2 in the afternoon, 24 hours after I started. So you're saying Takumi's consciousness didn't return for over 24 hours? Yes. We didn't trade places at all during that time. I worked in a group with the twins and Darumi the next day. Day 79 as well. I hid the completed timed incendiary device with me, pretended to go to the bathroom, and headed for the gym. I planted the device in the vaulting box. Then went to find the rest of you. You were all in a panic over seeing the killer. Obviously, the person in the suit wasn't me that time. Then it was this visitor you alluded to before. It doesn't really matter. I'd achieved what I set out to do, and went ahead with my original plan. I returned to the metal shop at 2:30 p.m. Nobody was there because of all the commotion over the killer. About an hour later, Takumi was awake again. Then Ima, Kako, and Darumi came back. Takumi? What are you doing here? Takumi underwent mitosis? Stop talking about me like I'm some kind of amoeba. I've been here the whole time. And this is obviously why Takumi is like frequently tired in some spots and also hungry during some spots, is because his body's still up and moving. And G is keeping him awake for over 24 hours at a time, which is why he sometimes crashes and sleeps for like nearly a whole day. I doubt it. We just saw you going up the stairs. While you were gone, there was a huge commotion because the killer showed up again. We tried to catch them, but they got away. Everyone's still searching as we speak. We literally just talked to you. You don't remember? You told us we were in danger because the killer was around again, but then you went off on your own. Another failed example of Kako being a detective at all, because she didn't like pick up on this at all. Which is, again, very disappointing. I know the game has kind of regulated Kako to a side character, and, like, Hiruko is the main character that will figure stuff out. But damn, I would like to see Kako at least help Hiruko out. Like, that could be fun, right? Because, like, man, she didn't pick up on this at all? Bruh. I need Detective Kako route. She deserves justice. It's only natural that Takumi was confused. He'd never have imagined he spent the last 25 hours and 30 minutes unconscious. Kako had no way of knowing about an evil mastermind alien parasite in Takumi's brain. Kyoko would have figured that shit out. All I'm saying. We just need to separate Kako and Ima, and her potential will be unleashed. A man can dream. We can certainly hope. She was operating with the info she had. I mean, I get it. It would still be cool, though, if, like, Kako was able to be more involved with this. Yeah, she knew how inconsistent Takumi was acting. I'm not saying she doesn't have any of the traits of being a detective. I'm just saying I wish they leaned into it more. You know what I mean? You probably don't know this, but she has her own short horror game. Kyoko? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm aware of it, but it was never translated. Hang on 1 second. I'm gonna get a drink real fast. Give me like 30 seconds. A quick pause on the lore dump. It's snack time. I need a granola bar. I'm curious how Hiruko is able to retain memory of previous routes. Yeah, I mean, I'm very curious about, like, I mean, I feel like Hiruko is one of the biggest questions at this point. But yeah, I feel like Kyoko's horror game like didn't get translated, right? It's not in English. I do kind of wish she wasn't Mr. Mastermind. I wish she wasn't as good as keeping all this info to herself. I kind of wish she shared and or trust Takumi a little bit more. That would have been nice. I also wonder why the G is able to observe while Takumi is awake, but Takumi is not able to do the opposite. Until, like, the very end. Kako will have her time in the sun. Yeah, I mean, I imagine with 20 routes, everyone's going to get a route dedicated to them. Hiruko is closer to female Byakuya than Kirigiri. I would agree with that as well. She even has the glasses. As planned, I activated the incendiary device I'd planted the evening of day 80. You all scattered and ran, and Takumi ended up with Darumi. Who's a bigger prick, Byakuya or Hiruko? Oh, Byakuya. Byakuya strung up a corpse of one of their friends. Hiruko didn't do that. I mean, she kept some secrets, but She didn't disgrace the dead. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I ever really accepted his, like, redemption. That's a silly question. Still funny, though. It's funny to think about. Soldier Kitty. Yugamu pretended to be the killer again and chased them. Then they got separated. Takumi acted as a decoy and managed to get away from Yugamu. But, unfortunately for him, I awoke once again. And so your sixth victim was Darumi. I got the raincoat and the dagger from my room and hunted Darumi in the leisure lounge. I like that the Gi here, whatever, is like, I gotta get my raincoat. I need my fit. I need the proper fit to be a killer. I can't wear this disgusting trash Takumi wears. Need to get the raincoat. I tore her apart and threw what was left of her in the pool. That girl. She seemed to enjoy it. She was a real strange one.
Huh?
Enough commentary. What about number 7 and 8? Ima and Kako. I'd call him the Raincoat Killer, but the name was taken. Byakuya became a tsundere in Danganronpa 3 anime. Yeah. Absolutely he did. But I liked the anime a lot. CGs don't do the descriptions justice. I mean, in fact, some of the descriptions, or some of the CGs are wrong with the descriptions they're given, like Subasa. Her description's wrong. Oh, that's simple. Takumi was working with them on day 83. Once they left the metal shop, my consciousness awoke. As usual, I got the raincoat and dagger out of my room and attacked them in the biolab. Right. Come to think of it, the two of them seemed to be suspicious of Takumi as well. They were trying to catch him, but it was too little too late. Once it was done, I hid the raincoat and dagger in my room again, and went back to the metal shop like nothing had happened. I like that he says in my room, not Takumi's room. I feel like that's actually a typo. Shh. You're embarrassed how long it took you to notice the pun in Raincode? Yeah, but that would require putting any level of attention to detail in Raincode. The second Raincode slander of the day has hit the live stream. Takumi's consciousness came back straight away. Naturally, he wasn't any the wiser about what had happened, because Takumi isn't wise at all. In fact, he's an incredible dipshit. As you're aware, the 9th person I killed was Gaku. Day 89, after Yugamu got caught, you agreed that Gaku would take the suit and power saw to hide them somewhere. When I woke up on the night of day 90, it seemed like the perfect opportunity to get them back and kill Gaku while I was at it. I got the raincoat and dagger as always, and visited his room. I threatened him with the dagger and demanded he show me where the suit and power saw were hidden. He led me to the library. They were hidden behind the bookshelf. Finally, I had my equipment back. Just when I was about to take them, Gaku suddenly hit the floor during the struggle. Gaku is like the only one who got a chance to resist. That's wild. So we have, what, 4 different villains so far? Invaders, Sponsored, G, and Ato. Definitely not an insane person. Yeah. I feel like we're kind of done with the Invaders as a villain at this point, though. Like, they were the Route Zero villain, and we've kind of, like... It's hard to take Vashness as a threat at this point, because she's died so many times, right? So you kind of write her off. Like, you know, she's hot, and she's cool, and a badass, but I'm not, like... No part of me is, like... How are we gonna stop Vashness? I don't know. Maybe one of the, like, 5 ways we've killed her so far. Like, so I've kind of written them off now. Which, I mean, I feel like makes sense. Route Zero kind of took care of that problem. And now we have more interesting things to think about. I hope there's a route where you can romance Vashness. That's gonna be the DLC. That's how Kodaka's gonna reel everybody in. The Vashness romance DLC. I mean, that's fine. I would buy it. She's not a threat anymore, just an annoyance. Yeah, it's hard to... It's, Takumi doesn't deserve that romance. It's a very similar thing to just give another reference, like, in, like, the MCU, for an example that the majority of people will probably get at this point, like, how after Endgame, like, no one takes, like, Thanos seriously in, like, the comics or the other MCU media. Like, Thanos just kind of dies immediately at this point. Because it's like, well, the audience already knows that Thanos can be beaten and has been taken care of. So it's like, all right, well, now it's just like a running gag that he gets killed and other stuff. Because it's like, all right, well, we already had the dramatic battle with him. Time to move on. And that's kind of like how I feel Vashness is going to be at this point. Like, we had the dramatic battle with her in Route Zero. We overcame. And then in this route, we literally killed her with a poison bomb. And we're like, all right, thanks for showing up on day 100, Vashness. Always good to see you. You look hot as always. Don't choke on the blood too hard. I'll see you in Route 25. Yeah, I was also thinking of Kang as well, 12 Hours, where it's like they were trying to build up Kang as like the big villain, and it's like, man, I'm not gonna take him seriously after he gets fucking killed by Ant-Man. What am I supposed to do? Think he's the overarching villain? He got killed by Ant-Man. Okay. Kang is more threatening as a villain in one of the Lego games, yeah. Anyway, when my struggle with Gaku was over, I had the power saw. I relentlessly sliced him up with it, making sure to hit every last vital spot. You know, the vital spots that are in an X across your chest and right below the kneecap on the right leg. Those are very crucial spots to cut. Say this once because it's very important. One of the routes does have 20 unskippable battles. The latest patch removed that. Just so you know. Liz, I feel like sometimes you intentionally miss the point of things I say to argue. I'm not saying that that's what should happen. I'm saying that that's generally what happens in media. Is like once a villain is killed one time, like dramatically, the authors kind of start disrespecting the character after. I'm not saying that's what it should mean for Thanos, but like, I mean, in one of the What If cartoons, it's around the time I stopped watching, Thanos shows up and Vision just immediately lasers him in the brain and he dies. That's that's a very frequent trend. A real man doesn't skip the battles on the Kodaka throws a billion battles at you route. Should I do it? I mean, if people want me to do the battles, I don't mind. It's the exploration route that sounds more horrifying. Should delete the nah from my comment. Was just commenting that it's a stupid thing for them to do. Yeah, I mean, it sucks, but like I said, I mean, I was just kind of using it as an example of, like, that's kind of what I feel like is happening to Vashness in this game. Like, she got her moment to shine in Route 0. That was her end game, and now the game's kind of like, okay, Vashness, thanks for showing up. No, you'll get 5 views. All right, that's enough. That's the argument I need. I won't do it then. We'll skip the battles then. I would much rather skip exploration mode though. Fuck. You guys have to steer me away from the exploration route at all costs. I will lose my goddamn mind if we have to do that route. We have to delay long enough for me to get to the exploration route for them to just patch that out. Much like they did the infinite battles route. We'll just wait till they patch out the full exploration route. I was saying earlier how patient he is. I could be patient. I just think exploration's boring. Like, that's what I mean. I think, like, I would rather do the battle route because I think the gameplay is fun, and I would be able to be patient through, like, 20 battles. I don't think that would faze me, but the exploration is, like, boring. To do it non-stop? Oof. Once I was sure Gaku was dead, I immediately went back to Takumi's room. I hid everything in the bathroom ceiling and went to sleep. After that, I was able to use the power saw for my kills again.
Oh.
I'm aware. You used it on your 10th victim, Yugamu. Your reasoning skills are impressive, Hiruko. You're the most brilliant imbecile of them all. That's funny. I wouldn't even call her deductions, her reasoning skills impressive. I mean, it took her 100 days to figure this out.
Huh?
The night of day 92. I woke up, put on the suit, grabbed the power saw, and went after Yugamu. The power saw made short work of the door to the room he was being held in. I listened to his bones snap as they were torn apart by the spinning blades. How strong is this power saw, man? Wasn't that door, like, made of metal? This is wild. Like, the most unbelievable thing in this route is this power saw is able to cut through all of this shit. You can't be this stupid and you're an imbecile. He's been yapping longer than Eito. Unfortunately, this montage isn't voiced like Eito's was, though. I checked that he was fully dead and returned to my room, careful not to be seen. Once again, I hid everything in the bathroom and went to sleep. Hey, Perspective Otaku. You got through the exploration route by playing classic Dragon Ball music the entire time? Nice. Unfortunately, well, I guess it's not unfortunately. I won't be able to listen to music because of YouTube copyright issues. But the good news is, hopefully I will be able to talk to you all while we do that route. Somehow he can kill them all unharmed. The power saw kills slowly. The victim should have been fighting back. It does seem odd that, like, no one really resists but Gaku. So I get, like, why Takamaru doesn't resist, because he was killed in his sleep. But, like, I feel like several other of the characters should have fought back. I wish you could do polls. Can you really not? Hang on. I think I looked this, You'll be doing a poll every 5 minutes for what? Dude's Jason or something? Moko fought back, but G said that she couldn't beat this beast of a saw. That's true, yeah, we fucking squared up with Moko? Okay. That's wild. They're the silliest things. I will look into it. I don't want to do it during this stream today. I'll look into seeing how I can give you permissions, Final Fighter, to make polls. Because my quick Google result says that there's a way to do it, but I'm not sure what menu it's talking about. So I'll do it tomorrow morning before the stream, to see if I can't figure it out. And why does no one scream? That's an excellent question. You're surprised with how G hides it in the bathroom? Takumi somehow never noticed blood while he was showering? I think it's just because by the time we had killed everybody, or by the time Takumi had killed everybody, the coat was finally the raincoat was so soaked in blood that it finally started to drip through the ceiling. I think that's the explanation for it. Like, it was so soaked, it started to drip through. Whereas before the final moments, it was still able to, like, soak up the blood. Booty Bang Bros. Welcome to the stream. The Power Saw can win the war. The Power Saw can cut commanders in half if it got a chance. Takamaru was killed in his... If Takamaru was killed in his sleep, why was he in the Golden Freddy pose? G posed him like Golden Freddy for the meme. The convention of the slasher genre, the killer has unhuman physical attributes. That's fair. That's a good enough explanation, I think. Should have used it against Elja. Who would win, the Jumanji sword or the Power Saw? The Jumanji sword would win. Hence why G knew that he had to use drugs to put Kioska to sleep, so she would not be able to draw the holy Jumanji sword. Or else it would fuck this Power Saw up, bro. And then damn, come getting me. How did G manage to stop the blood dripping in the room before putting it in the ceiling? Don't think about it that hard. Then came number 11, Kioska, who I killed on day 94 after a little bit of extra legwork. You put slow-acting sleep medicine in the water cooler the day before. You figured that out? If you were my host, I could kill so many more people. What does he mean you figured that out, question mark? Takumi was there when Hiruko figured that out. So G should know as well. Maybe G's also one of the fucking imbeciles. What do you mean? You figured that out? You know. After the defensive battle on day 93, I took over and slipped the meds into the water supply. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Takumi's saying he's stupid, but what I'm saying is weird. Like, obviously that's what he's saying. If you were my host, I could kill more people. Obviously he's saying Hiruko's better. But what I'm saying is he's questioning... Like, Hiruko says, you put the medicine in the water. And G's like... You figured that out? G knows that Hiruko figured it out, because Takumi was there when Hiruko figured it out. And Hiruko told Takumi, hey, our water got drugged. And Takumi was like, damn, who drugged the water? And G, like, was asleep during this time suddenly, I guess? Alright. G has better things to do than watch Takumi 24/7. Like what? I maintained control right through until nightfall. Then I broke down Kioska's door and killed her as she slept. Of course, the rest of you slept soundly until morning thanks to the drugs. Number 12, Subasa. Hardly bears mentioning. On day 97, I woke up in Takumi's room and grabbed the power saw as usual. I set my sights on Subasa as she worked alone in the metal shop and ended her life. Despite the circumstances, she just kept on tinkering with her little project. She was practically begging for it, and I was happy to oblige. You don't need me to explain the 13th victim, Nozomi. So, are there any other questions?
Huh?
Why'd you kill everyone on different days? I'd have thought you were more than capable of taking us all out at once.
I couldn't predict when I'd wake up. It came in episodes. So I was forced to adapt to whatever the circumstances were whenever I woke up. Which meant having to kill you one by one.
But why? Are you gonna explain the why at least? I mean, you gotta do... Every villain has to explain the why during their evil monologue. You've been yapping all this time. At least tell us the why now.
Besides, if Takumi were to wake up while I was doing my work, I'd be in trouble.
But also, why would you be in trouble if Takumi woke up? Would you think Takumi would just... I mean, I guess he would be worried that Takumi would kill himself?
I was just doing what it seemed like I'd be able to do while I still had control.
So it wasn't intentional.
Well, there was plenty of enjoyment to be had as a murderer. Such as figuring out who to kill, when to do it, and how.
I like that you can tell the voice actor here, he's letting a little bit more of his British accent slip in that Takumi doesn't normally have when he's voicing G, because of course the British are evil.
Plus, there was Takumi's utter despair watching you get picked off, one by one, without ever realizing the truth.
Why do you hate Takumi so much, though?
Not to mention, the way you suffered for Takumi as you started to notice me. I wish I could enjoy it all over again.
But why?
It would have been a waste to massacre all of you at once, clearly.
I have one last thing to ask. It's about day 16 in the biolab when you almost killed me.
Oh.
That mysterious person in the suit who suddenly showed up.
Oh.
The one who kicked you away and saved me? Who was that exactly? Oh, you mean the visitor? Surely that finely tuned intuition of yours has already worked it out. Don't tell... I'm guessing it's Ito? But why would Ito save him? Or save her? Don't tell me. Oh. Well. At least G got to get out all of his monologuing. Just in time for them to swap. Man, that swapping personalities is very convenient. The timing always is perfect.
Takumi, are you back?
Hiruko, why didn't you tell me?
I mean, if everyone knew, they would have killed you. That's why I couldn't say anything. I couldn't let that happen.
So she values Takumi over literally everyone else.
But you didn't even tell me.
The result would have been the same. The guilt would have driven you to take your own life.
Yeah, damn. Hiruko is down bad for Takumi. She weighed the risks of all other 13 people dying versus Takumi, and she was like, man, those 13 people gotta go. Fuck it. I wish I had someone that loyal. God damn. Ride or die.
Trust me. I know what kind of person you are.
See, so she's bringing this up again. She knows what kind of person he is. This is the second time this has happened. It happens during the killing game route as well. You're the Takumi I know.
The final attack is starting soon. When the missiles launch, all life on the surface will end. Including us. If we don't get into the escape pod.
Hiruko, I have one final request. Get on the escape pod without me.
Takumi.
Hey, you know how you let all of our friends die so I would live? Make that be a waste. Thanks, Hiruko. That's my final request. Such out of character for a logical and analytical character like Hiruko? I would disagree. Love makes you do stupid things, even if you are smart.
My brain's been eroded by Gi data, right? If nobody knows how to remove it, there's no point in me surviving. So, please.
I know. If that's what you want. But don't worry. I'm not going to leave you. I'll stay by your side until the end.
Don't tell me you mean to. Are you crazy? Just get in the pod without me.
I can't. It's too late. The final attack starts in 2 seconds.
She just said we could get on the pod, though. I guess unless she knew Takumi was gonna say, don't get on the pod. She must have known that's what he would say. Hiruko, please don't cry anymore. If we get to meet again, I promise, next time. So does that mean actually Nozomi is going to stay the childhood friend? And Hiruko will actually be the romance? That's actually the biggest twist of this route. Ending 72. Slasher route. Goodbye kiss. Interesting. Motherfucker doesn't deserve a move over. That's interesting because he's basically saying, like, now you're halfway done? That doesn't make sense. What? Now you can dodge? I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that now. Childhood friends always lose. It just so happens they get torn to shreds this time. You kind of like this ending? Nozomi will be the romance in the main Kodaka route, you think? Maybe.
Good job.
You really like the slasher route? Nozomi is Kodaka, Hiruko is Uchikoshi's. Oh, that makes sense. Have we found the conditions to unlock the mystery route? I don't believe so. Nope. Why do I have to do the other half? What? I thought I said after we reached the the slasher route end, we were gonna go to a spare. I thought that was the plan. It's not another route. The other half connects with this route in the lore. This is a different branch. This is only half of the slasher route. Didn't we leave one of the other routes like half finished? Which dodge am I supposed to do? Isn't there like several dodges? If you want something way lighter than all of the other routes, dodge the first attack. What happens if you dodge the first attack? Is that a meme route, or is it an entirely different branch as well? You can also pick Nozomi for something quicker. I already did that. It's a meme route. Don't do first dodge. We don't need the meme. I mean, we probably won't go too far today. I'll probably be wrapping up here shortly. I already did the pick Nozomi thing. Oh, on the deciding who to talk to thing. Is that really quick? Is this just like a quick, like, kind of like a lot of the other bad choices, just like an immediate end? You don't like most of the spare routes? But most of the routes are spare routes. Not that quick, no. What day is the second dodge? You could see the bad ends of Killing Game now. I kind of don't want to do that either. So you're sure day 43 isn't where the second dodge is? Day 20 is like the first one, right? The UI for this timeline sucks, by the way. Can we just all kind of agree on that? Day 43 is the second dodge? Okay. Some things are glitched in this screen. Yeah, I just am not a huge fan of this layout of this UI. I don't know why. I don't know why they there's a perfectly good timeline in Somnium Files Nirvana Initiative that they could have taken they could have just copy pasted. I mean, I get why they didn't, because they don't want to just copy paste anything in this game, but like this is really clunky. I think because there's not like something on this left side of the screen here that's like signifying like what route you're looking at, because you can like very quickly get lost in the weeds of like when doing this. This is zoomed out view, so you can zoom into this or you can zoom out to this. Yeah, like the routes should be color coded, or there should be something on the left screen that's kind of like helping you figure out what route you're fucking looking at. I mean, I guess once you hover over it, it says mystery, like, you know, it says what route it is. But like, yeah, this I think needs the like some big touch-ups during some of the subsequent patches. I know they'll be working on the game for a while. But I feel like the UI for this timeline, especially as more and more people progress through the game, like I can only see this timeline getting more and more convoluted as you're like, okay, what the fuck am I looking at here? And like this is just with me having done 3 routes. Like I can only imagine once I start getting like double digits, like I'm gonna get fucking lost in the timelines. Yeah, either color code the routes, have like some labels and arrows be on this left side, or like maybe put like a CG in place of these things and like these symbols to like give you a visual idea of like, okay, where is this again? Have a good morning, Liz. Thanks for stopping by. So a lot of players go straight to free spoiler guides. I mean, that makes sense, but I feel like even if you kind of know what you're doing, this is still kind of confusing. All right, time to take after Piccolo. No wonder Hiruko felt like an imbecile when the UI was confusing. I don't know, you got the hang of it? I mean, I'm sure I'll get the hang of it, but once we start playing with it more, obviously we haven't really had a chance to go to the timelines all that much. I like that the game's like, this is right before the decision. I know Starkiller has this complaint a lot. Bro, you're doing some yapping. Take action. No. We have to dodge this attack first. Is Nozomi not going to get sliced up in this? So the reason I didn't dodge here, obviously, was because Final Fighter told me not to. But I also just assumed that Nozomi is going to get fucking diced here.
Nozomi, stand back!
Takumi!
I steeled myself and braced to face the killer. Going up against a power saw barehanded meant the odds were against me, but I still had to try. I punched the killer in the face with a tightly clenched fist. The metal helmet? The killer recoiled for a moment, but quickly recovered and swung the power saw at me. Watch out, Takumi! I evaded the attack at the last minute. The power saw struck the wall, the momentum taking a deep cut in it. Stay down. I immediately struck back, but with the power saw in the way, my punches couldn't land properly. Damn it. After some tussling against the killer, I found myself backed against the window. I refused to go without a fight, and decided to try a final suicide attack. I faced the killer, fully prepared to die with my next move. However... In what world is this dodging? Yeah, this is like an all-out battle. The killer took advantage of that brief moment of hesitation to kick me violently in the stomach. Alright, Takumi, dodge. Nah, I'm squaring up, bruh. We're throwing hands. I was forced to my knees by the intense pain holding my stomach. Takumi! Stay back, Nozomi! I tried to get to my feet and stop Nozomi from coming closer. It's so funny knowing this is Yugamu, yeah, I know. But the killer was faster, swinging the power saw in my direction before I could do anything.
No!
Is this the end?
What?
What? The final impact never came. I glanced at the killer and saw they had stopped just short of slicing my head.
You! Why?
I wanted to ask why they stopped, but just then...
Get away from Takumi!
Nozomi? Nozomi slipped around the killer's back without either of us noticing. The next moment, she kicked the killer with all her might. The killer was sent crashing outside the window and tumbled outside. What a fucking kick! God, Nozomi's a badass in this route. The power saw spun through the rainy night air and slowly fell. Soon after, we heard the dull and eerie sound of it striking something soft and tearing right through it. We immediately ran to where the killer had fallen. A shocking sight awaited us. He got 300. Imagine seeing this first. Oh yeah, dodging this would ruin the other choice, assuming that we see Yugamu here. Oof. Nozomi easily kicked them, and Moko was easily dead with that suit. So remember, the difference here is that Takumi was the one that killed Moko, which is why Takumi won the struggle, because he's stronger. Yugamu loses here, because Nozomi is OP. The squashed and motionless body of the killer lay mired in a pool of their own gushing blood. The power saw was deeply embedded in their upper body.
The engine stopped. Probably because it went right through the body and got stuck in the ground.
Hey, have a good night, gamer.
Is the killer dead?
Isn't that a game? Yugamu was kind of stupid for this. Yeah.
don't know, but by the looks of it...
Probably. I cautiously reached out for the killer's helmet and pulled it off. It was a familiar face that greeted us beneath the mask.
Yugamu?
He was already dead, but his eyes were still wide open. Having lost this much blood, it was unlikely we'd be able to bring him back. Oh, don't give me that horse shit. He literally just died. We absolutely could. Don't give me this horse shit. He died seconds ago. Alright. Can we use the Revive-O-Matic?
Let's go gambling! Oh, dang it.
Oh, sorry, Yugamu. Bruh. The blood's still in the suit, literally revive him. Yeah, Takumi was literally beheaded. We won't take him to the Revive-O-Matic because there's no point. Takumi's literally saying that it won't work. Having lost this much blood, it was unlikely we'd be able to bring him back. So Takumi was considering it. Like, much like how I pointed out in the, like, why wasn't the game mentioning that Takumi wasn't even considering time travel? Now, he is considering reviving Yugamu. Takumi just didn't like Yugamu. Loss of blood's just an excuse. Yeah. Kind of a wild choice. A shame, let's go dig the grave without trying. Dying in battle shows way more blood, funnily enough. Literally in this same route, again. If, when Takumi gets decapitated, I mean, like, you know how many, like, core veins are in your fucking neck that connect to your brain? I mean, the jugular, of course, is a big one. Takumi would have lost way more blood than Yugamu. He was beheaded. Like... I don't know. I think the final, or I think the Revive-O-Matic is the biggest problem with this story. It's so inconsistent. Why don't they send the coffin drone to pick up Yugamu outside the school? Because they got hacked. Or whatever.
Yugamu? But why? Why did he kill Moko?
As Nozomi broke down next to me, I kept on staring at Yugamu's remains in astonishment. What's wild about this, like, stupid decision, too, where Yugamu's like, I'm gonna pretend to be a serial killer, is that, like, he's going to die, like, with everyone assuming he did do all of the stuff that he didn't do. You know? He pretends to be a serial killer to satiate his assassin bloodlust, yeah. Also, it's going to make everyone lower their guard, too, because they're going to think the killer's dead. Shock and confusion had paralyzed my mind. I can only register my body becoming heavier and heavier as my clothes soaked up the falling rain. The others had woken up from the commotion and arrived at the scene, only to be confronted by the grisly sight of Moko and Yugamu's dead bodies. No one knew what to think. I barely managed to explain what had happened. We split up to carry the bodies to the morgue, and decided to call it a day there and then. Ow, my head hurts. I woke up with a sluggish body and a pounding headache. I had gone to sleep cold all over from being soaked in the rain, and it hadn't done me any good. Don't want to do anything today. The only images in my mind were of the murdered Moko and the killer's true identity. My mind was faring worse than my body. Imagine if they went to Yugamu's body, seeing Takumi, and were like, why didn't you bring him to the Revivomatic? And he was just like, meh. Meh. Just shrugged his shoulders. They ask him, and he's just like, His brain damage is acting up. Also, totally Yugamu's fault. Moko dies. He chases them after seeing her on the floor already. Oh, yeah, that's true, too. He doesn't, like, make any effort to put her in the Revivomatic. Like, Yugamu definitely seals Moko's fate. Yeah, he kind of deserves it in this route. He's kind of a dick. Again, though, it's very weird that the game will let you, like, figure out Yugamu is the pretend killer this early in the route. You know? I don't know. It's just odd to me.
I just don't want to think.
Relatable. I pulled the blanket over my head and completely shut down. Praying hard that everything would turn out to be a bad dream, I spent the whole day curled up in bed. That was how the curtain fell on my 43rd day at Last Defense Academy. There have been a lot of red herrings in this route, for sure. It's similar to Somnium Files, where you had some clues if you did another route first. This is different, though. This would be like if one of the routes just told you who the Cyclops killer was. Outright, you'd be like, huh? Already morning. If you get Takumi, if you thought any less, you'd be a corpse. I sighed deeply after being woken up by the usual morning announcement. Wasn't a dream. The events of the night before replayed in my mind vividly. My body had recovered because I slept through the whole of yesterday, but my mind remained in a daze.
Huh?
I should go show my face in the cafeteria at least. I got up from bed and started getting ready to go see the others. Takumi, how are you feeling?
Huh?
Oh, sorry, I was really down yesterday. But I'm strong enough to move around now. That's all fine and dandy, but it feels like none of us got much sleep last night, huh? I forgot Takamaru was alive. Well, duh. How can we just get over the fact that Yugamu killed Moko? Gaku. I mean, the shock is real. The killer was Mr. Omokage all along, huh? Subasa, what's the current life sign total? Let's see. It says 13. That's 2 less after losing Moko and Yugamu, so it seems to be working correctly. You should always patch out early bugs before you get review bombed. What does it matter? Nothing can bring Moko back now. Kurara's words made my chest tighten. I knew how everyone felt. Of course, for them, this was the first time one of our friends had died.
Huh?
You might not believe me, but none of this happened in my future.
I was so determined to save everyone this time. But I couldn't protect Moko. I'm sorry.
Stop trying to shoulder everything yourself. You'll just become a sitting duck for the enemy. Indeed. Let us honor Lady Moko's memory by defeating those dastardly invaders. So saith the Holy Jumanji Sword!
Oh!
That's right, Mr. Sumino. Your time-traveling hijinks don't even come into play here. We should probably put the matter of whether we believe Takumi or not aside for the sake of unity. You guys. You see? Now stop wasting your energy on sad vibes and start figuring out how to keep us alive, you pathetic peon. Right. I'm feeling better now. I'll be fine to fight too. I'm going to see Moko. I need to say my proper goodbyes. Then I'll go with you. I haven't done that myself yet. In that case, I shall accompany you as well. I was a little surprised that Kurara was being so nice. She was probably worried about us in her own way. After all, Nozomi's virtue will be in danger if I let a deviant like you go anywhere near her. I can already see it. You were thinking you'd pretend to comfort her and just casually brush your hand across her private parts, weren't you? Scratch that. I didn't even have the strength to rebut her and her ridiculous accusations anymore. That was how Nozomi, Kurara, and I ended up heading to the morgue together. The air in the morgue was chilly. There were 4 bodies laid out there. Eito, Ava, Moko, and Yugamu. Each body had been covered with a sheet, so we couldn't tell at a glance who was who. Moko, thank you for everything. After mumbling that, Nozomi put her hands together and offered a silent prayer. I put my hands together for Moko as well. When I opened my eyes, I inadvertently met Nozomi's gaze. Me when I make romantic looks at someone at the funeral of a friend. Damn, bruh. How is that number even with the invaders still in the school? No, I think that's still right. 16 people, 4 dead, plus invader, equals 13. What do you suppose Yugamu was thinking? Did he really hate us that much?
Huh?
I don't know. And now, we'll never be able to ask. Yugamu's twisted nature had been clear as day ever since our first meeting at Second to Last Defense Academy. Perhaps his perversion simply kept escalating to the point where he killed Moko, that cardinal beast. If Subasa sees 13 and there are 12 here, why does she not question the +1? That's a fair point, because Yugamu dead should make them think the killer's not here anymore, right? Now, I know I'm bad at math, so these numbers could be wrong, but yeah, wait, right? Yeah, no one in the group questions the +1? She hasn't checked yet? There's no point that the killer's discovered? No, she checked it. She checked it today, day 44, after Yugamu was already established as the killer and dead. Right? Subasa, what's the current life sign total? It says 13. That's 2 less after losing Moko and Yugamu, so it seems to be working correctly. They questioned the additional number originally because they were like, there's no way the killer could be one of us. The killer is clearly someone not a part of the Special Defense Unit. But now that they're under the assumption that Yugamu's the killer, why does no one question the fact that there's a +1? It's a good catch, 12 hours.
The fetus? No, the fetus wasn't detected before. I mean, you didn't realize it either? I suppose. But I'm not hyper aware of acute details because a serial killer isn't after me. I think it'll get addressed. No.
There's only 56 days left. Not enough time. It was the invader that was the extra number. Yeah, but they don't know that at day 44. Remember, we've jumped back in time now. They didn't find out about the invader who's running around the school until like day 80 or some shit. There's still a lot about what Yugamu did that doesn't make sense to me. But he was a professional killer with an impulse to kill. Maybe that's why he killed Ava and attacked Hiruko and Takumi. Save your brain cells. You have no true idea how accurate that is, Kurara. You saw with your own eyes the killer was Yugamu. Are you doubting that now? Yes. Sorry, you're right. It's over. Does she know? Does she know? Well then, we're quite done here. We should leave before the deviant starts getting any ideas. Can you stop pushing that characterization onto me? Yugamu's motives and actions were still a mystery to us. There were so many questions left unanswered. But we tactily agreed not to pursue the matter and to just move on. Oh, we just randomly skipped another day.
Be ready.
Hiruko should still know Takumi's the killer, right? She already conducted the scans on Takumi's brain. Yeah, Hiruko should, I believe, is still aware at this point. Morning again. Time for another day of activity. First things first, to the cafeteria. We ate our breakfast that morning like any other day. Is he not going to comment about the fact that he slept the whole day? Nobody brought up Yugamu, and the mood remained calm throughout.
Huh?
Okay. What should I do today? I thought about my plans for the day while walking down the hallway.
Huh?
Is that Darumi and Gaku? That's an unusual pair. Hey, they're gonna be okay, right? I don't know, man. At least... What is that? That's a Greek symbol I can't place right now because I'm too tired. What is that? Alpha. Alpha 1's doing alright. Yeah, you're right. They were talking between just the two of them, but something seemed off. Oh yeah. I forgot. These guys took those fucking fish or whatever from the invader base. They were talking between the two.
Huh?
Hey, what are you guys up to? No. Didn't Hiruko say she wanted to destroy Takumi's brain and see if that fixes it? And realized that that won't fix him because he jumped out of the window and got his skull crushed? Maybe she fully buys into the fact that Yugamu was the killer, so she's not investigating Takumi anymore? That could be it. Oh, it's only you, Takumi. Couldn't you have just said hi like a normal person? I think I was being pretty normal. Anyway, we're not up to anything, okay? All good. Bye. They hastily left the scene without explaining anything. That's really weird. Not like it matters, I guess. Nothing much else happened after that. Day 46 drew to an uneventful close.
Up. Prepare to spend.
It's the hallucination, Commander. That's not normal. Did the announcement bug out? Why do I feel so hazy? Thick fog. Felt like going back to sleep. Hiruko is gonna show up. Good. You're still safe. Hiruko? What happened? What do you mean, safe? No time to explain. Use these to plug your ears for now. Hurry. Earplugs. Without knowing why, I inserted the earplugs Hiruko handed me. Then she pulled out a notepad, scratching. This is the same as the other route.
Huh?
We're under attack.
Intruder alert. Intruder alert. Unauthorized personnel detected on school grounds. Defense mode initiated. All available troops prepare for battle immediately.
No one was entranced by the illusions. We all got our ears plugged and went to the war room. This is not the same without the OST? What do you mean? This is literally like the same verbatim, which is odd. Oh, the alarm ringing? Yeah. We'll let this play. This is the same scene, but that's alright. I know everyone likes this commander. This commander gets a special text box. I mean, a lot of them get like fancy intros, but yeah. Unmasked win, Kodaka. Yeah, why don't we see her unmasked? That better be one of the DLCs. Rip. I was too late.
So poor thing. Oh, I wish I could do it all over again. Once again, from the beginning. Every time I step onto the battlefield, I am filled with nothing but the deepest regret.
We just need a route where we're able to romance all of the commanders. Truly. He rewound time and brought her back. This commander wasn't able to turn time so smoothly before. This commander, I feel like, would be the one that gets the most dangerous the fastest. Look at that. I did it flawlessly. You guys didn't even see it. I traveled through the timeline so fast. It was crazy. Oh, can you just farm commander absorptions like this if you just redo this battle? Wait a minute. That's kind of crazy, actually. What? Does this count? You could really, like, trivialize the gameplay then, huh? Let's see. Who don't I have a CG of? I have Kioska, I have Shoma, I have Ima, I have Subasa, Hiruko, Takumi. You can do it with all the battles that let you do that? Wow. That's wild. I have Ima's, so Takamaru is the only one I don't have. Another 10 million absorptions to Subasa.
I'll wreck 'em all.
I'll wreck 'em all. Oh yeah, the double whammy, that's right. You maxed out Subasa's absorption today? Nice. Seems like this would be a great mission to be able to start maxing out people's stuff. Did we do Gaku? I feel like we did Gaku. Yeah, I did Gaku. I think we've done everyone in this group. Darumi, Kako, Subasa, Shoma, Kioska. Yeah. Another 10 million to Subasa. Get in there, my solo map wiper.
It's done.
Like, out of context of, like, the player being able to choose, like, if you're amongst this group, why would you ever have Subasa be the one to do it? Like, it's so funny just as a concept. Like, we come together as a group and we go, who do we think should execute this commander by their own hands and drench themselves in the blood of their enemy? Guys, I think it should be Subasa. Not Hiruko, not Takamaru, Ima, Takumi. Guys, I think it should be Subasa. Okay. Yeah, we friggin' won! Your broke boy voice is even more grating than usual. The holy Jumanji sword and I weren't able to hear each other, and it made for an agonizing fight. This dialogue's still the same. The sword can hear? Why don't you let me enjoy the illusion? Somebody shut this psycho girl up. At any rate, it was Takumi and Hiruko's quick thinking that saved us. Their experience of the future really saved us. Hiruko's gonna be like, eh. Hiruko suddenly pinched my arm, cutting off what I was about to say. Does she not want them to know it was her idea? I mean, exactly. I remembered exactly how this commander fought. If you remembered, why couldn't you tell us earlier? Maybe then I wouldn't have had to experience that nasty illusion. That wasn't an illusion. I'm glad we managed to defend the academy without anyone getting hurt. You can tell I'm getting tired because I start just like over the words. It's up to us to fight harder now for Moko. You guys must be tired. We won the battle and parted ways. Hiruko alone said nothing. Why does she know all of these secrets? Would she ever take me into her confidence? No. Not until day 100 will you earn her trust. Oh, we skipped another day.
Be ready.
Today, as always, I'd keep doing whatever I could. I couldn't afford to sit around and be idle. Alright. I was waiting until I wanted to get to the first free time of this split of the slasher route to call it, but yeah, I'm pretty tired. We've been going for a while. So we're gonna call it for the night. It's 2 in the morning for me. A little after 2 in the morning. You had a whole nap in the middle of the stream. Yeah, I'm gonna call it for now. We'll be back tomorrow, same time at the start. Well, about the same time. I start an hour earlier on Saturdays, but yeah. Hopefully, I see you guys tomorrow. Predictions on what happens with Yugamu dead? G still kills somebody. Gi, excuse me. and then the rest of the crew freaks the fuck out. How am I feeling about Hiruko? I'm still very curious about her. I don't hate her love of Takumi as much as you do, because when Takumi's not being dumb, I can self-insert myself as Takumi. So I don't mind that Hiruko actually likes him.
Because I get to lie awake at night staring at the ceiling pretending it's me. I mean, anyway, thanks for watching the stream tonight, everyone. Really enjoyed talking with you guys and chatting with you on all the different theories of what could be happening in the slasher route. Who knows? We'll find out the mysteries as we go. Like Legendary said, please drop a like on the stream. Of course, I would appreciate it. Oh, I didn't notice someone subscribed earlier. I was in the thing, but Dem Bones, thank you for the sub. Final Fighter, thank you for the donations throughout the stream. Who else? AK, also with the generous member donations. Let me hang on. Can I? Who all got in here? Yeah, Final Fighter for the tips. All of the generous member donations from AK. Gatonade, I feel so bad about continuously messing up your name, but also became a member this stream. Thank you guys. I gotta look into being able to see if I can change the emojis. See if we've got enough members where I can do that now. Yeah. Subscribe if you want to see me playing through a lot more of this game. We're going to keep streaming this game for a while until, I forget the release dates. I'm starting to get tired, so my brain's kind of turning into mush here. We'll take a break from 100 Line when Persona 5X comes out, and when No Sleep for Kaname Date comes out. But, because I'm going to stream both of those games. But I guarantee you, if you like this game, you'll like those games, and you probably actually already do like those games and enjoy them as well. So be sure to subscribe and hit the bell button so you don't miss out on those streams and the future 100 Line streams, because we're going to be playing around with this game for a while. So please accompany me with the journey through the 100 Lines, but also please stick around for other games. If you like my commentary and shenanigans during this game, you'll like it during the other ones, I promise you. The like on the stream, I appreciate it. Thank you everyone for the thoughtful tips and memberships. I appreciate you. Join the Discord server if you'd like to keep the conversation going even when I don't stream, because I typically just stream during the weekends, but during the week, myself and some of the other people chatting in the live stream chat are also hanging out and talking in the Discord. Don't be worried about spoilers in my Discord. Everyone's being very good about censoring stuff that hasn't happened yet on the stream. So you won't really encounter any surprises in the Discord. It's well moderated, and everyone's really nice and hanging out. No one's trying to ruin your day in the server. So, and we kind of get rid of people that do. So feel free to come out and hang out with us and chat. But if you're not joining, you're just hanging out, watching, chilling, or even watching the VODs after the fact, I still appreciate you. I know there have been a lot of comments on the VODs for these as well, and I've been having fun responding to those slowly but surely. So thank you. Keep watching the VODs and keep commenting, even if you're not here. I appreciate the views and your feedback and whatever you have to say in the comments. So thank you. But alas, that's it for me. My brain's cooked. Not as bad as Takumi's is cooked, but I could use a going to bed. I've been up since 6 a.m. because I had to get ready because I had to work today. So I've been up almost 24 hours. Neat. I'll be here tomorrow, and I hope you guys are too. Have a good night, or morning in some cases, wherever you might be. And I'll see you then.